Hello, welcome everyone, and welcome to the NRG Team Trios event in Milwaukee. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam. And Ross, we are in it for the Magic today. We are in round number 3 of our team event. Our team event, once again, is Standard, Modern, and Pauper. And we're going to start off with our Standard seat this round, Ross. I'm excited to get into it. It's RCQ season for Standard. We just had, some big bannings a couple weeks ago, and I'm excited to see what players are brought this weekend.
Yeah, very much a refreshed standard environment going now with a metagame that's very much in flux. I think the online results recently have shown that Landfall is a deck that has survived the loss of Badgermaw Cub quite well and is still thriving, but there is room for a lot of decks in this metagame, and neither of the players in this match are playing Landfall instead.
Picking it up too. We know the curiosity is coming down. We're gonna take a look at one of our other matches here. I believe we're jumping in. I think the modern match here with Grayson Nimitz on Devoted Druid versus George Taylor on Blue Belcher looks like they're also going to sideboarding. And I believe our Pauper match might be as well from what I'm hearing. So no real magic to be showed this round. But while these players are shuffling up, let's talk a bit about Blue Belcher versus Devoted Druid, Ross. I know you've been playing a ton of Modern. You've been really loving the Brood Scale deck. How are these two decks in the format? Because I feel like Blue Belcher, it won the Pro Tour a year ago, disappeared, and Devoted Druid feels like the newest, hottest thing.
Yeah, but Belcher is another deck that I have a lot of experience with and have played it off and on. It was a deck I liked a lot about, 6-7 months ago, the early part of this year. And I think it's a deck that got hurt a lot by the Flage ban because Belcher is very good against all the decks that play Flage. And having fewer of those around to prey on has really hurt the deck. This is a kind of interesting matchup because the Devoted Druid deck doesn't do a whole lot to disrupt, but it's so fast that if you're the Belcher player, you can't really afford to keep the all combo hands because the fastest you're comboing is turn 4 when your Lotus Blooms can come off suspend, or you turn 3 Whir for 1 and then kill on 4. And so it's really going to be imperative for our Belcher player to mulligan to hands that can interact early. When you have the Stern Scoldings, the Spell Snares, the Disrupting Shoals, and if you can counter some of the early plays from Grayson and the Devoted Druid deck, then you're really going to slow them down long enough for you to combo on turn 4 or 5. So there are some matchups with Belcher that are slow enough that you're mainly looking to assemble your combo pretty quickly. And there are some where you really need to find those early counter spells. This is a counterspell matchup.
Gotcha. That makes a ton of sense. And yeah, this Devoted Druid deck, taking a look at it, it has some pretty strong sideboard cards for this matchup too. Things like Collector Oof, and we have plenty of ways to find them as well. So I'm going to be curious to see how this goes. This might be a lightning fast round here.
Yeah, looking at the Belcher list, they do have a very good amount of bounce spells. 3 into the Floodmaw in the main deck. They have the Portable Hole that's tutorable with Whir in the sideboard. So plenty of answers to the Collector Oof, but Oof is definitely a problematic card. I think, the Force Vigors in the sideboard can be good. The Endurances in the sideboard can be good because often you're winning with Tameshi, and Endurance can break that up. So there's a few things that Grayson can do to disrupt George here. But for the most part, he's just going to be looking for hands that kill turn 2 and 3. And this deck is so good at reloading if you lose one piece to a counter spell that I think Grayson has the capability with good enough hands to be able to present multiple combo kills before George can present his first.
Fair. Well, while we've been talking about this, we had 2 Tyvars played, both countered, one off actual factual counterspell, another off a Shoal, pitching Whir. Now, Whir is a good card, get out of your opponent's hand. Kind of want your Tyvar still, though, but Grayson's just developing no ley lines to start this game off. Looks like a preordain, sculpting a little bit, and we found that third land here for George. Notably, George did win game number 1. That's huge for him, as his teammate Christian Valenti also won. Lucas Parson on Pauper, good friends with Christian, someone we've seen here a lot on the NRG series. Kind of as an unfortunate streak, Ross. His, I think, lost 9 or 10 win-it-ins in the last 12, 13 events, just a lot of just he's there and just a little short. So, maybe they can come clutch today. But he is down 1 to Spy combo in Pauper.
So generally things going well for George here in the early turns. I said this is a counterspell matchup. You want to prioritize disruption. He's done that. He's been able to disrupt Grayson. And then it really comes down to how quickly George can assemble the combo from here, because Grayson will reassemble his combo relatively quickly. That's really I think one of the reasons this Devoted Druid deck gained in popularity a lot is because people underestimated its capability to do so.
Yeah, I think this Devoted Druid deck is I don't want to say it's a card off. It always feels like it's so strong. Every time I look at it, I'm like, dang, I just feel I don't know, I had something that was just slightly better. I would be, over the moon about this deck, but looks like Nature's Rhythm, Castier, X's 2. It's funny in a lot of ways. It's kind of using a lot of the same shell that we see from that old standard deck, but it's obviously much stronger, right? Be able to search your deck. Is that a Savage Punch I just saw, by the way? And the
Savage Punch.
Yeah, the Khan's fight spell. It could not have been. It looks like it though. Okay, all right. Yeah, I'm looking at the deck list now too. Well, I wonder what alt art that was.
I think that might be Shang-Chi.
Okay, maybe it was Shang-Chi. Okay,
it's those effects, Mason, that I think have really upgraded this deck.
Mhm.
Tyvar and Shang-Chi being able to combo immediately once you put Devoted Druid on the battlefield. And then
Yeah.
the other major upgrade that it got is now you only have to play one copy of Vizier Remedies. The old builds were on 4, and you just had
Yeah.
draws that were like, Goblin Piker aggro. Let's see if it can get there.
Yeah, not exactly what it would be. That makes a ton of sense to me.
Now the deck actually has a robust backup plan because you can generate so much mana with Badger Maul Cub that you can just find Craterhoof Behemoth and kill your opponent. I kind of liken it to the old Legacy Elves deck when they got Craterhoof Behemoth added to the format, and Natural Order became a viable way to kill from a very low base of resources. This deck can do something similar.
Yeah. See, it's so funny you mentioned that. That's like kind of like what the Pioneer version of this deck is doing too. I know a format that I love and is happy to see back on the comp circuit. Looks like Collector Oof was the search. Dried Arbor joining as well.
You saw Grayson, picking between Devoted Druid and Collector Oof, whether he wanted to go for his own kill or stop George from killing, because untapping on turn 4, there is a possibility for a kill there from Belcher. If you have an untapped 4th land, whir for a Lotus Bloom, play Tameshi using 2 white from Lotus Bloom and your remaining blue, you can start the Tameshi loop. You get up to 9 mana. That's enough to play a Belcher from hand and activate.
And Grayson, our most successful player last year on the series, played a good amount of this deck as well. Played a lot of Eldrazi stuff, and so very aware of that sort of thing, and sort of heads up playing around it. It looks like we drew the 3rd Tyvar this game. That is a pretty good one. I don't think we can kill from this spot unless we mill a Devoted Druid, right? Excuse me, a Vizier.
Honestly, if you milled something like a Badger Maul Cub here, attacked for 3, and then you're attacking for 6 a turn after that, that's a kill in 3 turns, which is not a bad clock.
Yeah, all right, let's mill. Let's see what we hit. Looks like Badger Maul Cub was hit, and that's going to be it. We're going to turn our Mortuary into a Earthbent land.
So there's the Nature's Rhythm in the graveyard. You now have 4 mana from Dried Arbor and Birds of Paradise, and you can tap one of the 2/2s, either Cub or Oof. So Grayson can find a Devoted Druid here if he wants to.
Yeah, because I don't think he has one in hand. I don't think that was the draw for turn. And so, I mean, seems sort of reasonable. It does look like Grayson's maybe thinking about the clock, though, too. Okay, there's an Eternal Witness in hand.
So this is Witness floating a green.
Okay. So let's see what this picks up. Probably the Rhythm. Gets the Rhythm. Now I'm wondering, next turn, can we do anything crazy here? It looks like we do have a whir in hand.
This is this whir for Lotus Bloom, Bouncer, Collector Oof, untap Belcher.
Yeah, and that's going to do it. Wow, brutal. I mean, it's the strength of that blue Belcher deck. Even though it's kind of, fallen off a little bit in Modern, it still has these incredibly powerful draws available to it and a good amount of interaction. So good job there for George winning that one for his team. Let's go back to Standard here.
You have to think, if Grayson had gotten the Devoted Druid off of that Nature's Rhythm, potentially there wasn't a kill immediately available, and you might have been able to kill through the Flood Maw. So that may have been a mistake that Grayson was punished for. And he's going to have to hope his teammates can carry him through this match.
All right. It looks like in this game, though, things have gone a lot better, sort of, for our for our Orzhov player. We have the Lunar Convocation in play. This is one of those engine cards we talked about before. And we have the Feast as well. And it looks like, we've been interacting back and forth. But this Lunar Convocation is the kind of card that can, run Dimir out of cards.
This is the kind of card you want to draw if you're flooded with the Orzhov life gain deck. That said, this Dimir deck is not a control deck. It is an aggressive mid-range deck with a lot of cheap creatures. So there's only so much life that John can afford to pay before he needs to find some action to start stabilizing the battlefield and stopping Christian from making these attacks.
All right. It looks like Bitter Triumph here.
It's going to take out the Dream Beavers.
I should have taken out the Wasp just so I didn't have to hear about Dream Beavers as we get a draw for the turn here. Let's see if we pick anything up here. And so if you don't know the Lunar Convocation, I know that some of y'all have not been playing Stairs recently. Oh, here comes a Clarion Conqueror. But Lunar Convocation says at the beginning of your end step, if you gained a life this turn, each opponent loses one. And at the beginning of your end step, if you gained and lost life this turn, create a 1/1 black creature token, and you can spend 1 black and pay 2 life to draw a card.
Yeah. And I believe there is a case in play
There is,
at the
yep.
bottom of the screen. So that means the Lunar Convocation will make a bat, and that's great for John. Now he has multiple flyers. He has stabilized the battlefield.
Yeah,
And
and
it's
this
still at a reasonably healthy 9 life.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's got a decent life total. This is what you want, right? Like you draw a creature, you play it from your feast, you draw an extra card off there, you break kind of even with your bat at the end of turn, right? And you slowly accrue value and sort of just kind of like run them out of cards. This is to me, it kind of feels like a very honest Magic deck. Like I'm here, I'm gonna do some things that can feel a little unfair at times, but I'm just gonna grind you out. As here comes Recoven Encampment to make 2/1. Get in there.
And that means 2 more life coming from the case. And then if John draws another card of Convocation, he'll get another bat on the end step.
Yeah. It'll be up a life, actually, at the end of all this. Up a life, up a bat. Oh, did we draw?
There is Starscape Cleric.
Yeah, and Starscape Cleric is weirdly kind of a strong card in this deck. Yeah, so it's a one in a black for a 2/1 black bat, with Offspring for 3. It is flying. This creature can't block, and whenever you gain life, each opponent loses a life. So in this deck, weirdly can often like ping your opponent out a lot, especially when you're Offspring it there, like we saw in that game. So let's check out our Pauper game real quick here. As Lucas Parson on your left has tied things up against Spy Combo, was down a game versus Pierre Smith, and it looks like we just resolved. A little thought cast. Now,
and we're sort of seeing the mid-range game plan from the Spy combo deck, which is its backup plan of just sort of casting big green creatures. Notably, Pierre's list is 5 lands after sideboarding. It's 3 forests and a swamp in the main, and then the mountain comes in to facilitate this mid-range plan. So Pierre needs to get 1 more land out of his deck before the Spy threatens to be a deterministic kill. And also needs to handle that Nile Spellbomb. So we may be seeing a game where Pierre is fully converted to the fair backup plan.
All right. It does look, by the way, there was a little bit of a misclick on our total here. So this is actually game 2, not game 3. My mistake there. Now, Ross, for someone who hasn't played much Pauper, how is the Spy combo winning?
So once they get all the lands out of their deck, then the Balustrade Spy mills their entire library, and then most of the deck is filled with these, cheap mana creatures or creatures like Gate Creeper Vine that take lands out of your deck. And so presumably you will have a bunch of creatures on the battlefield by the time you do this, as well as the Spy, and you mill Dread Return, and then you can flashback Dread Return targeting Lotleth Giant that then targets your opponent with its enters the battlefield trigger. It deals 1 damage for each creature card in the graveyard. And the deck is usually something like 40 creatures. So the 1 Lotleth trigger is usually lethal. And sometimes with 2 giants and 2 Dread Returns in the deck, you can set up turns where you have 2 triggers.
Okay, that makes sense. And yeah, we have these writhing chrysalis, excuse me, a little tongue-tied there, to come on down and be that fair game plan you're talking about. And yeah, it looks like it's beating in pretty heavily here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the benefit of this deck. It is not a one-trick pony, and you do have to have the Graveyard Hate to respect the Spy combo. But when you have it, they can then pivot to this fair game plan, a lot like Brood Scale in Modern, a lot like Breach before it was banned in Modern. We've seen a lot of these sort of combo decks with a fair backup plan. It's one of my favorite ways to play Magic, and certainly a very viable way to play it in Pauper.
All right, here come down our big chunky boys with Affinity. Looks like Affinity count is 6 before, 7 now.
So now it's a 5/6 and a 3/4 Chrysalis, and there's 1 more spawn left. So we're looking at 4, 5, 6, 7 max. So the 6, 7 is bigger than the double block, which is good for Pierre. And the 4, 5 would force a double block and trade for the Mirror Enforcer at least.
Checks out. Any sort of tricks in hand here? Couldn't quite make out the back card there. Pierre's hand. Looks like gonna tap some stuff. Paying some costs.
He'll Ceruli Caretaker.
All right, well, this game looks like it's going to go for a bit, and our standard game, which is potentially deciding, is going on right now. So let's hop back over to our standard match real quick. And it looks like we got a case turn 1 for John, and then a Spyglass Siren popping a map turn 2 for Christian. We see a Flood Pit Drowner. Yeah.
That goes to the graveyard, Christian.
Yeah.
Okay, so not a great turn 2 for Christian. Normally, you'd like to see a 2-drop or at least a 1-drop alongside the Drowner. But if he does have a Hex for a 2-drop from John, then that's excellent as well.
Yeah, played an island, kind of a dark island there. So this Amalia is going to get to stick. I wonder if this means Christian has a card like Curiosity in hand and was just trying to like make sure we line up the 4th land drop. Because I think I see a 2-drop in hand, but maybe I'm mistaken.
I think that was another Siren drawn for Christians. That could be the play this turn, but really what you're looking for is Kaito. Is there a Kaito? And if you're John, you're crossing your fingers. No Kaito, no Kaito.
Okay. Mosoyo, I think is how you say that card's name. Vane's New Dean, revealed off the Explorer here. All right. Edict takes out Amalia. No life lost there, and exiles it.
Okay, not a bad turn. Used all his mana, developed his board, answers John's only threat, so certainly take that.
Right.
No Kaito, so we'll see next turn if there's Enduring Curiosity. Those are the key cards for the Dimir deck. They have been the entire time it's existed.
Yeah.
And if you can establish one of them early, the games get a lot easier.
Yeah. Yeah, the draws with this, like you draw one of those versus done versus 2 are just so dramatically different, all 3 of them. It's like if you get 2 of those cards on curve, you interacted a bit, it's so hard for your opponents to win. And the other way, not very hard to lose. As the Voice Victory comes down, this is a pretty frustrating card at times in these matchups. Your opponent can't cast spells on your turn. And with the case, you're able to, gain a lot of life off the attack trigger, the Mobilize too. Christian just asking to read Moso, the Vane's New Dean, excuse me. This is a 2/1 flyer that when it comes in, you make a 1/1 black and green pest creature. Whenever this creature attacks, you gain a life. And then at the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, return up to 1 target creature card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, or X is the amount of life you gain this turn. So this is another one of these very grindy 2, sometimes even 3 for 1 bodies.
Mason.
Hit me.
Did you see what card just got cast?
No, sorry. I've actually gone legally blind. I was hoping you wouldn't bring it up. What happened?
Christian Valenti has cast a Dream Beavers.
Oh, Dream Beavers. Oh, okay. Dream Beavers. As we get a little scry, a little drain. Christian saying I'm the life gain deck as well. Bottoming.
Which begs the question, Mason. Do you believe they can take you through the night?
I think so.
Okay.
Pop the map to get the
you
island.
Believe in the beaver.
I've said that my whole life.
That's your mantra.
Yeah, it's actually in my yearbook. I can send you a picture later. I'll tweet it out.
Overall, a very weak turn for Christian. Only uses 2 of his 4 mana, and we know he's not using the other 2 because of the Voice of Victory at this point. Adds another 1/1 flyer to the board, but he really wanted to see a Kaito or Enduring Curiosity early. Clearly doesn't have one of those, and that means John is going to have some time to use these grindy value life gain cards to start clawing back into this game.
I mean, look at this. We play Amalia. The case triggers gain a life, get a land, attack, mobilize 2. That's going to be more. We explore Clarion Conqueror to the top. We can bin it, try and find more lands, try and find more spells. Looks like we are. Erode, by the way, draw for turn. That's going to be able to answer a Kaito in the future. Strategic Betrayal, going to hit the graveyard as well. Amalia now 4/4. And every turn. Yeah. Every turn of the game so far, Amalia has been answered immediately. But thanks to Voice of Victory, even if Christian had an answer, just could not deploy it here. And, a lot of Christian's answers are, more unconditional, not stat-based. But now, no matter what, the Amalia got a lot of value. And if it sticks around, it's the biggest thing on the board by a lot.
Yeah, and with the extra life gain, it's not like Christian is in a position to really race.
Mm-hmm.
He's gotten a little bit ahead on life, but John's been able to narrow that gap as well because of the case and the Voice of Victory. And Christian really needed one of those powerful sources of card advantage to start contending with generally just the more powerful pound for pound cards that John is presenting.
All right. Let's see what Christian has in hand. Does look like we're fighting Hex here. So I'm curious. Yeah, we're going to fight over Amalia or the Voice of Victory. It looks like we're going to go to the Voice.
And that shows you just how much Christian is prioritizing that card in this matchup. Like you said, he has killed every single Amalia previously to this one on site, and he's going to let this one live because the voice is that strong.
Yeah. Now the Dean can bring it back, but Christian maybe has an answer for the Dean. We'll have to see. A Verge is the land for turn. No matter what, we have Activate Soulstone at the end of turn. It's like Christian maybe talking to a teammate. Looks like Seam Rip was the draw. So, I mean, John has like Seam Rip, a Road in hand, just a lot of removal. Here comes the
Christian employing a very good strategy against removal and not playing any good creatures.
Yeah. Keyword stinky is very powerful. All right, here's the new Dean. Yeah, now we're going to get to trigger Amalia again. There's Zoraline. Yeah, and Zoraline is kept on top. That makes a lot of sense. Now, Ross, I know you know Zoraline, obviously. But for the people at home, it's a 3-mana, 3/3 flying vigilance. Whenever a bat you control attacks, you gain a life. And when it enters your attacks, you may spend Orzhov mana and gain 2 life. When you do, return target non-land permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. So it's just another way to grind, another way to get back the new Dean, get back this Voice of Victory. It just does not stop here.
Yeah, the value train is at full speed, and I don't see where the brakes are.
Yeah, Christian animates the Soulstone end of turn, but our Amalia is up to a 7/7. The Voice is back. We just spent last turn answering that. Island for the turn. An attack here for 5. Pretty quick there from Christian. All right, Pest is going to get in the way of Soulstone Sanctuary. Maybe not. These are different than the original Pests we have. They don't gain a life on dying. These ones get it on attacking. Looks like block and maybe erode the Soulstone as well. Couldn't quite tell if it was on that with a Spyglass.
I think it was the land. And it's just the biggest creature.
Yeah. Yeah, it just lands in hand. Okay.
So Christian's turn to flood out there in game 3.
Yeah, and that's going to tie up the series here. Let's go back to Pauper. John Wagner wins 2-1 over Christian Valenti. And it looks like we're still in that same game that we were in earlier. And since we've been gone, one of the Writhing Chrysalises have been answered. A lot more of these like little miscellaneous elf friends have joined the battlefield. Okay. Looks like we're going to sack an Ichor Wellspring, draw some cards, and draw one from the Ichor Wellspring, leaving the battlefield too.
That's what this Affinity deck does. Affinity and Pauper is not like Affinity decks from Magic's history. It's really a true mid-range deck with these card advantage sources, and then uses the Affinity cards as its finishers.
Okay.
Krark Clan Shaman is a nice one. Looks like, a Shaman for 5 will clear the board.
Okay.
What you can do with Krark Clan Shaman is hold priority, sack an artifact, and then keep sacking and put multiple activations on the stack. The Krark Clan Shaman will die in the end of it, but they use this card as a sort of mini sweeper in creature matchups.
Yeah, sometimes even bringing in spells that give it Death Touch so that I can very cleanly clear the board. Kind of a cute part of it all. It's awkward too because it looks like there's a Generous Ent in hand. So if we clear the board, they won't be able to cast the Ent, right? Because they just don't play enough lands to ever cast it.
Well, there are creatures that can make the mana eventually. Like you see this early Caretaker in hand. So Pierre will need another permanent to tap to the Caretaker to go along with the 5 lands to cast Ent, but it'll definitely slow him down. Oh, is that a spawn at the top of the screen too?
I think it is. I can't tell if it's in play or not. They were definitely using that as a spawn before we left.
Yeah. If that's the case, then it'll need to be 6 artifacts thrown to the Shaman to clear this board, because I believe the Writhing Chrysalis is the biggest creature on the battlefield, and everything else is relatively small. It's 3 Masked Vandals, an Elves of Deep Shadow, a Ceruli Caretaker, a Gatecreeper Vine. The 2 bottom cards in each pile I can't quite make out.
Yeah, I can't quite make that either. But regardless, I mean, I think you're right. The big factor is there's nothing as big as this Writhing Chrysalis on board. So the real question is, can we sack enough stuff to defeat the spawn being sacked to gain the Chrysalis? I think the answer is yes, but I think it involves losing basically all our lands.
Yeah, looks like 6 is indeed the number. 6 artifacts being sacrificed. One of them is an Ichor Wellspring, so that will get Lucas a card back.
Gets a card.
The boards are relatively even. It's 4 lands to 5 lands. Both players have a few cards in hand. Archon Shaman did its job.
Yeah, all right. We're back in it. Now, Pierre Smith does have the ability to draw a spy here, right? And win the game. Oh, Masked Vandal. Okay, we can get rid of one of these artifact lands, right? Because this does exile, even though these are indestructible. Yes. Get rid of the Is It one. All right. This is such an interesting position. Yeah. So many good draws here for Pierre.
That was an excellent draw. It's an extra permanent for the Caretaker, so the Ent is castable next turn, and it sets back your opponent. Probably the ideal draw on the deck, and we know there was only one still left because 3 of them just went to the graveyard.
Yeah. All right, it looks like a Thought Cast in hand here for Lucas. Also a Mirror Enforcer.
That'll be a 2-mana Thought Cast at this point.
Yeah, 2-mana Thought Cast, 3-mana Enforcer. Looks like there's a
Super really use this like Galvanic Blast for this Caretaker to stop the Ent, but maybe you want to hit the Masked Vandal since you're at 3, and the Vandal can attack.
That makes some amount of sense. We did play land for turn already. That was our black artifact land here. Volta Whispers. The Whispers tell me, Dream Beaver. 3 life is not a lot of life. I'm willing to go on a branch and say that one.
This mid-range plan, it's no joke. It looks very underpowered, but it's Pauper. Everybody's playing with commons.
Yeah. That's so true. Everyone is playing with commons. And it looks like Generous Ent is being slammed 6-7 or 5-7, excuse me. Get a food?
There we go.
All right. Well, that's going to clog the board up for at least a second here. Now, we talked about last turn was a 2-mana Thought Cast. Now we're down to 1 mana. That's the spot we like our Thought Cast at. Surveillance Game can also tap this down, but because of the Vandal, we only have 1 blue. Oh. Goodness gracious, I forgot the name of this one. It's from the Commander deck in Pauper.
The old Utron Monitor?
Utron Monitor. Wow. Gosh, what marriage will get you these days?
So Lucas trying to set up a double block on the Generous Ent. 4/4 plus 3/3. We'll trade for the 5/7.
All right, respect.
Cake Creeper Vine, not a great draw at this point. No basics left in the deck.
Yeah. All right. Well, Winding Way type stuff, right? That gives us a bunch of looks at spies.
Ooh, and there was a Dread Return in the graveyard, so not sure what this is targeting. Is it?
Oh, the Mirror. Yeah, it got back a Masked Vandal.
Just another Manic Vandal. Okay, another Masked Vandal.
Ah, all right. So we did. We played the Death Touch spell I talked about earlier. So now we traded with the Ent after we got rid of the Mirror Enforcer. That's a clue, I believe, put on the battlefield from the Toxic Infusion, I believe. So pop
Toxin
that
Analysis.
Analysis, excuse me.
That's also Lifelink and Death Touch. So Lucas gains 3 life for his troubles as well. Gets a little more breathing room. Honestly, that's a really strong setup. Now the refurbished familiars take away the last cards from Pierre, and he's got this board stable. He's ahead on cards. He has at least a few life left.
Okay. How many Dread Returns does this deck play? Or I assume we have a couple more. Like, we're not just firing that off there.
There are 2 in the list here. Now,
okay.
They're both in the main deck. I don't know exactly what changes in sideboarding because all 4 Writhing Chrysalis came in out of the board and the 4th Masked Vandal. So it's possible that he was down to 1 in the post-board configuration.
All right, Makeshift Munitions and Ichor.
Notably, there's only 1 Swamp in the deck, so unless Pierre finds another source of black mana, he can't hardcast a Dread Return if he draws one.
Yeah, that's a great point. Might just have like a terrible draw on the deck there. I like Pierre's line. It was sort of like, hey, I'm going to put you in the abyss, force you to have a lot of it. Lucas did, and now we're starting to pull ahead. I mean, this is the difference, right? When you get to draw so many cards, and some of your cards are quote unquote real cards compared to Gatekeeper Vine stuff to enable your combos. Refurbished Familiar cracks in again for 4. There's Mirror Enforcer.
Yeah, that one's free.
And you can tell Lucas is playing much, much quicker.
Yeah, I think he knows that he's got this game pretty well in hand. Ooh. Maybe
Spy.
Not. But there's only 2 creatures in play. You need 3 for the Dread Return.
All right. So there might be a way to play one, right? We did leave a forest up. Question is, does Lucas have anything? There's a surveillance cam. Tap down the spy. Okay. Does that do anything?
Oh, I think this is not a spy that's targeting Pierre. Pierre's going to send this over to Lucas because Lucas's deck list only has 1 basic.
Oh,
very few lands.
Oh, we didn't think about this. Draw 2. Okay, wait. This might be a very sick line for Pierre. All right. Nothing seems to have happened. I got excited. I'm a little lost in the sauce. I'm trying to figure out what's happening. There's the toxic analysis again on the Mirror Enforcer. Gaining a bunch of life, getting a clue. Pierre, down to, I think, 10 now. There's makeshift munitions in play, but not quite enough artifacts or mana. Okay. So can Pierre,
Lucas at 10, I mean, there's just no... I don't think there's any coming back from this.
Yeah, I don't know what we could do. All right, looks like we're checking our graveyard out. This might be a game 3 situation. Remember, these rounds are timed, so if you're in Pierre's spot and you're for sure dead, you probably want to concede pretty soon here. Yeah, it looks like we are. Okay, we're going to get a game number 3.
Okay, this one is for the match. Other 2 matches have split, so the winner of this game will take it down for their team. And this is, Mason, this is what team events are all about.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be the person in this spot that comes through for the team.
Yep. And while this is happening, let's check out what our players are playing for this weekend here. They'll probably take a second to sideboard, so much on the line. First place, $3,000 per team, 30 points to our leaderboard. Second place, $1,500 and 25 points. Third and fourth, $1,120, 20 points there. 5th through 8, 570 and 15 leaderboard points. 9th through 12, 250 and 10 leaderboard points. And then the rest of the field gets some amount of leaderboard points. I don't think we have an updated leaderboard I can show you here, but we can look at our players to watch as well and see how some of their other teams have been doing while we've been out here covering all of this. And let's take a look here. As we see the team of Kaminowski at 2-1, Amir's team, at 2-1, and then a couple 3-0s in a row for Johnson, Nimitz, Hickman, Solomon, and Valenti. We have Valenti on your feature match area here right now, and then Gerald's at 2-1. So a lot of our players to watch have been doing very well so far. Nobody had a disastrous tournament. Sometimes that happens, right, Ross? The very awkward. We put you on the players to watch your 0-3 at the bar record, and it happens to all of us. But not this weekend. The players are coming out here to game.
Oh, when you stack 3 good players all on one team and tell everybody you got to beat 2 of them to get your win, it just gets that much harder.
Yes, it does. And the players are playing for an invite to champs this weekend as well, Ross. We're near the end of the year here. NRG Champs has been announced, I believe, for December 8th, if I remember correctly off the top of my head. We're going to have that be coming to you all when it comes to Magic, and more information about formats and all of that very, very soon. And a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of prize for those sort of events. We've seen the teams like Andrew Ellenbogen's squad do very well in the last couple of years. He actually made to the finals last year. I believe he's requalified already for this year. So I'm excited to see it. There's a very high caliber of player, right? Like Ellenbogen, speaks for himself, right? He's a Pro Tour champion, the longest running Pro Tour champion, some would say. All right. Looks like we're drawing up here. I'm not sure if Pierre Mulligan, looks like he did because he's messing with a card.
Yeah, there's one to the bottom.
All right.
Okay.
Forest.
And assuming Pierre kept with the same sideboard configuration, we know he has 5 lands in his deck, 3 forest, 1 swamp, 1 mountain. So he's going to need to get 4 more lands out of his deck before he can attempt a combo.
Right, land grant.
And it looks like there's also a Sagu Wilding, and that's getting cast. They're just shortcutting.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 lands out of the deck. And then the hand is Writhing Chrysalis, Winding Away, Lotus Petal. So with the Petal, Pierre could go for the more fair game plan and just jam the Writhing Chrysalis next turn.
All right. We got a bridge for Lucas.
In 2 turns.
Yeah, you're all good. So Winding Way comes down here. Yeah, and I'm going to guess we didn't name land on that one. A little draw for here. As we got picked up a bunch, like Walroot's another one, that Dinosaur, Lawless Giant. This is Dinosaur Dragon. Dragon's dinosaurs at the end of the day.
Has to play the Lotus Petal to avoid discarding the hand size.
Ross won't engage with my philosophical questions. Too much of a man of science. As it looks like here in Parsons' hand, we do have some strong cards, but one of the downsides, right, this affinity deck is you have a lot of tap lands. Now, a lot of your lands do double, right, as soul lands for the affinity costs. So it's a price you're willing to pay, but it does make these early turns very awkward at times.
That's one of the reasons why Affinity has become such a mid-range deck, is that your mana doesn't really work without the artifact dual lands, and with the artifact dual lands, it's hard to be very aggressive.
All right.
Nice. Wall of Roots, then that makes a green and pays for the Overgrown Battlement. So all right. Pierre doing a good job of just setting up his mana.
All right. Sewer Virulence Cam comes down, taps.
Doesn't generate any value with the tap, so that tells me that Lucas wants that artifact on the battlefield for affinity purposes. So there's going to be something like a Thoughtcast, Mirror Enforcer this turn likely to come.
All right. Another tapped artifact land. Boom.
There's a monitor.
All right. 3/3 on the board. We saw last game, Lucas, had Nile Spellbomb earlier in the game. That got fought through eventually. So we know there are some cards that can interact with the combo, but if Lucas does have them, it looks like he's, not deploying them just yet.
And with the Lotus Petal and all this extra mana, it is definitely possible for Pierre to have something like, play a card to get a land out of my deck into a combo, into a Balustrade Spy. So you don't need to have all 5 lands in play. Just get them out of your deck.
Yeah, that's true. It's a very sneaky way, too. You think you're safe. Boom. Search them out. All right. Looks like there's the forest. And with the dragon.
There's a Sagu Wilding dragon in hand next to the Lawless Giant and Writhing Chrysalis.
I believe so as well. A cool little alternate art version of that.
Yeah, just no spy yet for Pierre. So instead we'll go for a Writhing Chrysalis.
Okay. And then, we're actually just going to play the dragon. Oh, beats.
Let's go.
Yeah, just a big old dragon. Sagu, is it a 4 or a 3/3?
It is a 3/3.
A 3. Okay. So, same size as the monitor, but all right. Clark Fincher. Everyone is about to die here. As the Toxic Confusion comes down, it's going to give a lifelink Death Touch. Going to sack the Surveillance Cam.
I mean, this is still a 4/4, right? It's you're losing the Crookline Shaman, the Cam, the Trick, and your 3/3. Oh no, it's non-flyer. So
it's non-flyer. Yeah.
The 2 flyers will live.
Yeah. Now the Surveillance Hand taps it right once it dies, so your monitor can get in.
Yeah. So it's a 3/3, but also Lucas gets a clue from the Death Touch trick. So he's up a card in the exchange, and more importantly, he's really made it a lot harder for Pierre to start casting some of the big cards in his hand, like this Lawless Giant.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's also less material for that dread return, right? All right, looks like Wall of Roots again with the best art and Aquarian Ranger. Card
With
I
the worst
love.
art.
Yeah, that man, the OG art in Aquarian Ranger is so good. I miss that card, man. I miss elves. You don't
You
remember
and
this,
me
but I was
both.
next to you at a GP and I got a show and telled, and you looked over to me. There was no way you could have known who I was. And you go, "That happens, buddy," or "That's a rough," or something like that. And I was like, I got like turn 2 both games. So I like Lotus Petal, show and tell, turn 1 or whatever. And you're like, it happens. I was like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Missed day 2 of this GP. Super fun.
It does happen.
Yeah. All right. Looks like Generous Ent in hand and the Giant. I'm going to pitch the Giant. Makes sense to me. Racing each other. Notably, Lucas did gain life off that combo that cleared the board as well, which is weirdly mattering a good bit right now in this race. So here comes Generous Ent. That's going to be a food and a 5/7 reach.
Shortcutting the Quirion Ranger, being able to bounce a forest and replay it. So that's where the 5th mana came from, and then Wall of Roots provide the 6th. And that will stop the attacks.
All right. Two mana. Sack. Draw some cards. Get a third one. Which one is that one, Ross? I always call them Deadly Dispute, but it's obviously not. Infernal Reckoning?
Reckoner's Bargain.
Reckoner's Bargain. Ah, okay. Mirror Enforcer.
Yeah, there's Reckoner's Bargain and Fanatical Offering, and there's no Fanatical Offerings in this affinity list, so they don't have to play as many of the sack draw cards because of Thoughtcast.
That makes sense.
And they like the Reckoner's Bargain because sometimes you can sack, a Mirror Enforcer and gain a bunch of life against the red decks.
That makes a ton of sense. Okay. Generous Ent down. Got answered. Sagu attacking again. Got a little Vigilance combo here with Quirion Ranger. Your deck only has 5 lands. Not that big a deal to replay. And there's the Generous Ent again. Plus that extra food token. I mean, in the world where this is like a normal game of like beatdowns, getting this thing back on the board and 6 or life is going to matter a ton. Now, will this be that way the game plays out? Who knows?
Pauper is just a limited format with no bombs.
No bombs and Dark Ritual, which doesn't see play.
Hey, there's at least one Cycle Storm deck in the field today.
Oh, heck yeah. Hopefully they'll do well enough to get him on coverage. Galvanic Blast takes down the dragon. Going to get an attack in here. And okay, Gal Blast to finish off the Ent as well. Okay, Lucas putting up a real fight here. And I mean, Lucas, longtime player, lots of Pro Tours, very strong and limited. These kind of games probably favor him a lot more than playing through the spy combo stuff, even if he has the hate. Mass Vandal to pick up here for Pierre.
The affinity deck has so much more card advantage that he's willing to 2-for-1 himself to deal with some of the bigger threats out of Pierre's list. And that he'll still come out ahead in the long run. The real issue at this point for Lucas is he doesn't have that much pressure, and Pierre still has all the Balustrade Spies, in his deck. I guess it needs to remove the swamp. So he's kind of 2 steps away from the combo.
Yeah, bit of tension there. There's also some food. Don't forget for Pierre here as well. So kind of pseudo 17 life here.
Yeah, but you can't if he happens to draw a spy, he can just go for it and hope there's enough creatures and a dread return above the 1 land that's left. And you don't have to mill everything; you just mill enough.
That's true. Yeah. Now, obviously, Ross, if you went for that, your swamp would be your top card. But will Pierre be so lucky as you?
Okay. Another Kirkland Shaman. Don't really need to pull the trigger right now. Yeah.
All right, there's a dragon again. Sagu Wild Speaker or the Wildling.
Yeah, and there is some tension here. Do you want to play the Wildling and be able to block the 2/1 in the air, or do you want to get the last land out of your deck?
This is interesting. Okay, so Pierre got in there for 2, then reset with Quirion Ranger, and is just going to play it.
Yeah, he wants the 3/3 flyer. That's the way he's been playing this game. He seems to be really trying to go for the mid range plan. And with the refurbished familiar being really Lucas's only threat, being able to stop that and gain a little bit of life back is going to buy him plenty of time. And in that time, this deck is full of so many ways to search out lands. Like he knows that he's going to find one.
Okay, are we blood fountaining?
Looks like it.
Yeah,
you got plenty of mana.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of pretty good cards in your yard too. I mean, I'm not really sure what else is 4 mana in Lucas's deck. So maybe he was just thinking about doing it and decides I'm gonna hold off for now. Ichor Wellspring, draw a card. You like drawing cards, you like being grindy. Welcome to Pauper. Format for you.
Yeah, you only draw them one or two at a time though.
Yeah. But you do that a lot of turns in a row. It's like the old marshmallow test, you know? 1 marshmallow now or 5 marshmallows in an hour. Lots of people choose the 1 marshmallow now. All right. Lucas surveilling the board. I like this dude. It seems like both players' teammates are just like, I trust my teammates. You know, I'm gonna let them do their thing. Lucas is here. Pierre's here. They're the ones playing Pauper, not me.
Yeah, I think in most cases the teammates also just have no idea what's going on. So
yeah,
they can only be a hindrance.
All right, another shaman and a forcer add to the hand. Looks like
it's going to be wipe the board and then redeploy another.
It appears shaman. That way. All right, all these things die.
Yeah, except the flyers.
Yep. Draw a card from the acre. More cards. I think we have enough, because we have all the lands plus the blood plus the refurbished. So 14 for Lucas, 15 Pierre. Oh.
Okay. That's a card.
Oh, envelop counter.
Yeah.
Need a read envelop.
A nice judgment copy of envelop.
All right, counter the sorcery. Get it out of here. That's huge. I mean, that would have been a draw 5 for sure. Or also set up the combo if you hit the land. I mean, that was strong. Yeah, it's funny. This game was a mulligan for Smith. And, drew 5 on turn 2. But at the end of the game here, less cards in hand. Dragon gets in the way. Oh, wow. Okay. Enforcer's out and a shaman in play. And Lucas just like, this is the game plan.
The attack with the 2-1 is still a little awkward. It was just a free block. There was no follow-up play. And I think Pierre has Balustrade Spy land grant in hand, but the land grant can't find the swamp.
Oh, no. So is this the moment we talked about where you just have to pop the pedal?
Yeah. Oh, and doesn't go for himself. That's... I mean, there's also only 2 creatures in play, so even if you hit it, it's not lethal.
Yeah, I guess, and maybe it feels like you're supposed to build yourself still though to try and get the dread return, because the giant's there from turn 4 or 5, where we discarded it to refurbish familiar.
Yeah, even if you have to do a bunch of blocking, if you can set up your graveyard and draw a Chrysalis is 3 creatures by itself.
Great point. Yeah, that's actually a very cool part of the backup plan. I did not fully consider the implications of. Pardon me, as it looks like we're going chumps. Furbish Familiar, last card in hand. Make Smith discard.
Okay, well, I don't know what Pierre Smith can draw on this turn because he doesn't have any setup towards the combo.
Yes, same. I mean, I think everything's dead. It looked like there was a double block, and then Lucas was sort of showing like, all right, I'll play this familiar afterwards. Oh, I wonder if we're in turns. Like, this round's been going for a bit. maybe this is turn 5 of turns, and Lucas is saying, hey, I'd make you discard your last card. Will you concede? You obviously are dead on board. And I think maybe Pierre is taking a minute to be like, is there realistically anything I could draw? At least that's kind of my read of the situation. Maybe not. Okay, there's dice on the board. Maybe that is part of what's happening, is just sort of talking about like, what can I even do? Who knows? Sometimes these spots get a little weird.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything Pierre can do. So it's got to be either a turn issue or just a delayed concession.
All right. Well, Ross, it looks like, yeah, we're picking up our cards here. Not sure. I think that was a win for Lucas's team. So congratulations with, that, crazy Pauper game. I think really shows off too, just how like back and forth and interactive Pauper games can be, even from like the weird all-in spy combo deck, very similar to like Upsal spells you would see like in the other formats, but actually having some out of lands. I don't know. It was a very interesting round. Our modern match over in a blink. Cool little standard games there, and then a great Pauper match. So that's going to do it for round number 4. And we're going to take a quick break and set up for round number 5. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. See you soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG series Team Trios in Milwaukee. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam, and we are in round number 5, and it is time for some more Team Trios actions. We have 2 undefeated teams, Ross, at the end of 5 rounds of Swiss, and we are going to feature those 2 teams here, starting off with Standard once again, as we have a bit of a spicy matchup going on there.
Yeah, and this is a big round for these teams. It's 7 rounds of Swiss, and we're just over that cutoff for the 7th round because it doesn't matter how many total players are in the tournament in terms of determining rounds, it's how many teams. So it's 66 teams to start the day, which is 198 players, a big event, but you treat it like a 66 player event. And that means you're just over that 64% cutoff to get to the 7th round. So I think a team starting 5-0 has a very strong chance of being able to intentionally draw the last 2 rounds and book their tickets straight to the top 8.
All right. Marauding Mako turn 1, met by an opt. Another Spiral of Canal. Spellmental's deck sort of popped up, a little bit ago with especially the release of Sunderflock, kind of, put this deck on the map and sort of, ebbs and flows, but recently has been considered a pretty strong deck in Standard since the BNR. Obviously, it's relatively new, but has kind of a good matchup against green and sort of, creature-based decks, especially slow ones.
It's kind of the best Izzet deck left remaining with Storm Chaser's talent out of the format. And a really interesting decision for Matt Severa. Went for a Spell Snare on the Iron Shield Elf, showing how much he values that card in the matchup, stopping that card, because normally these Spellmentals decks really want to use all of their mana in the early turns and fill the graveyard as quickly as possible. And he had a charm that he could have cast there to either fill the graveyard or deal with the Marauding Mako, but Elf is such a powerful card against these Izzet decks because it's virtually impossible for them to kill that he was willing to play off curve in order to make sure that card got to the graveyard.
Yep. 3rd Spiral of Canal, just as you wrote it up, played for the turn. Sunderflock found off that sleight of hand from the Mystical Archive. 3 instant sorceries in the graveyard.
That's Izzet Tron, Mason. 3 Spiral of Canals.
Is it nice? That's as powerful as they get. All right. And this Mardu discard card deck, this deck was really popular for a couple weeks after, the last Pro Tour. Some players like Edgar Magalhaes really, I think popularized, even qualified again for the PT playing it at his RC and looked to be sort of like this deck that was going to potentially pop on the map, but never really stuck around in a big way, although having good finishes pretty consistently. I suppose Mario Charm looks like it's going to answer the Marauding Mako with the trigger on the stack here for some discards.
Yeah. Matt deciding I've got enough spells in my graveyard for now. I'd rather use it as a removal spell. So not something you often see out of this deck, but definitely something you want to be aware of when playing it. Got to use every part of the Buffalo. As far as the Mardu discard deck goes, I think one of my issues with it, Mason, has been consistency. It's a deck with really tricky mana. And if you don't have, a really strong early curve, it can be quite awkward. Cool But Rude has really helped in that regard, but giving the deck a much stronger late game, especially in combination with Carnage. But it just doesn't quite have the consistency for me to be a long-term player. But in any given match, in any given tournament, it's definitely a deck that has the power to take it down.
Yep. We saw Eddie Murkcrab came in, tapped down last turn, then Sunderflock comes down, resets the board, and passes the turn. I think we have another Eddie Murkcrab, and this is the power of the Spellmentals deck. It can just sort of interact a good bit early, cast a couple cantrips, and just slam these huge bodies that clock you incredibly quickly and force you to recommit to the board.
Yeah, this is exactly how you draw it up when you're playing Izzet Spellmentals. You want a good mix of lands, cheap spells, and elementals. Sometimes you don't have that. This is another deck that can sometimes be a little inconsistent, has a low land count, needs to have one of those early elementals in Hearth or Eddie Murkcrab to enable the Sunderflock, and it can take a little bit too long to find them. But when you curve out, you're relatively close to it and start casting these huge elementals, and you have a few of them on turn 4 and 5. This deck is also incredibly powerful, and that is just a super straightforward win in game 1 for Matt Severa.
Yeah, Eddie Murkcrab came down, tapped into those 2 creatures. Even if we didn't have that, they would have had to have chump blocked at least a little. So, brutal. Let's check out one of our other matches here. See what's happening here. Looks like we're going to do some Pauper action real quick. We have Jeskai Ephemerate versus Teamer Tron.
Yeah, and this match could go on for a very long time. These are 2 very late game oriented decks. Jeskai Ephemerate is just an incredibly powerful mid-range deck, and its ability to draw cards with this Ephemerate Blink engine with things like Muldrifter, Augur of Bolas, and then eventually moving on to Ghostly Flicker, I believe is usually their end game, although Actually not seeing any ghostly flickers in the list here.
Oh,
So
interesting.
just more. It looks like they're not as all in on the blink plan. Instead, playing more typical control elements, things like counter spells, scred, which is why you see the snow mana base, dispel. So this is really more of a Jeskai control deck using a little bit of the Ephemerate engine as its source of card advantage.
Okay, that's something I can get behind. And these Tron decks in Pauper, right? They are much more like control grindy decks on average, right? Than they are like in Modern, where they're kind of like these kind of like ooga booga, slam the biggest thing I can, hope it wins the game, or like hope to lock you out with a card like Chalice Trinisphere.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tron players, the Ooga Boogas are usually not printed at common, so
Yeah.
you have to get a little bit creative. But this is a deck that has gotten a boost recently from the most recent set from the Hobbit, and that's Giant's Boulder, a 1 mana artifact that scries 2 on ETB as 1 tap, make a mana of any color, which is exactly what these Tron decks want because they're trying to cast different colored cards, but they're trying to do it with Tron lands. And then once you don't need it anymore in the late game, it has 7 tap, sacrifice, destroy target permanent. So it becomes a removal spell for this deck as well once its mana fixing ability is no longer needed. But you're just going to see a lot of big, expensive creatures that are hard to kill because of their size and gain a lot of life because this deck really needs that help against the aggro decks. Or in the case of Maelstrom Colossus, generates a lot of card advantage with Cascade. Just 8 mana 7/7 with Cascade. Sometimes you can hit another big creature and have a huge swing that way. But those are the Ooga Boogas of Pauper, to use your nomenclature, Mason.
Which is the correct one. Let's check out Modern real quick here, as we do have Golgari Necro versus Ruby Storm. Looks like, somebody just won right as we were coming over here to see how Connor and Jacob were doing. We'll get
I
that
saw
update.
Dauntley Voidwalker in play, which is a pretty good sign for the Necro side, but Storm is capable of going off without using the graveyard if you chain enough of the draw twos and things like Hex Magic, and then maybe have Wish plus Grape Shot into a kill that way. So it does look like Necro did take that down. So the main deck graveyard hate for Jacob proving pivotal, and it's a clean sweep in the pre-Cyborg games, Mason, for the team on the right.
Yeah, I mean, the team on the right here, Kaplan Ba and Severa, just win all their game ones in a timely fashion. I mean, Ross, we're like 8-9 minutes into this round here. So this team is here. They mean business.
They're hungry. They want to get lunch. That's what that means, Mason.
Yeah. Oh, God, I can feel them on that. Looks like we're taking a consideration of a mulligan here for Matt. Looks like our hand's full of 1 mana spells, but I'm not seeing a ton of lands.
I think I saw Verge plus Island. Maybe it was just Verge, and that's the hesitation. But if it's Verge plus Island, that seems like a solid hand.
Yeah, but the Verge starts red, so there's got to be an island, and maybe it's just an art I didn't see in the hand there. That would be, pretty impressive. We have seen a lot of strong players picking up this Spellmentals deck in the last couple of days. We saw in the showcase yesterday, Luna Love of Team CFB and Jacob Pablo of Team Cosmos, both top 4 in finals, respectively, of the event there. So, some strong players are really gravitating towards this. And I feel like Standard's really underexplored. Early on, people love to quickly jump to stuff like Landfall, a deck I actually top-8'd a challenge with right after the event. Right after the BNR happened. But it's not like, I don't know, I often feel like my deck's good, but it's not like I feel like I have the best thing, or even I know what the best slots are supposed to be. There's that island. I see it in hand there for Matt, hiding out behind the Verge. Anyways, I think there's a lot left to be found out in Standard. So I'm very excited to see sort of the events of today and, the coming weeks of Standard. And, we have another set coming. The Hobbit just came out, but Reality Fracture is close behind.
And so there's a real typical process that you usually see undergo. And in step 1 is everybody gravitates towards whatever was the most powerful decks pre-ban that didn't get hit enough by the bans. And that's where you're seeing Landfall and Spellmentals and Mardu Discard. These are decks that were around pre-ban and will always get better because of those bans. But there's the second order effects of bans like this of what were the kinds of decks that weren't around at all because they were just invalidated by something like Storm Chaser's Talon or Badgermaul Cub. And now maybe those decks can thrive in the new metagame.
Yep, and that's what people say, oh, my Kaitos for sure, as we see the Scholar come down at X2. No 4-color control, by the way. That was a deck I saw a lot of people doomering about day one, Ross. Call that job security in the business I'm in. As we see a draw for turn.
Turns out 7-mana cards are beatable. Who knew?
Who knew? I didn't personally. Definitely strong, though. That tablet card's really good. I'm excited to see what comes of that in the next couple of years. You're going to discard a card. Looks like it's Carnage.
That one's castable. Can get back the Moonshadow.
Yeah, and this is a nice one. Get a little pull up on the screen here. 4-mana, 4/3. Mayhem is a lot like Madness, if you've ever experienced that before. But when this enters your turn of mana value 3 less from your graveyard to the battlefield, this creature can attack each combat if able. When this creature deals combat damage, player sacrifice it. So yeah, we're gonna get the Moonshadow back, but it looks like Get Out here is gonna counter the Carnage.
Yes, the Moonshadow coming back. We should still get a counter from the Carnage going on the stack. It left the graveyard briefly to try to enter the battlefield, and that was enough to trigger the Academic. So that'll be a 3/2 lifelinker, but the Carnage and the Moonshadow will end up in the graveyard.
Yep.
Players are going to check with the judge to make sure they understand how this interaction works.
It is kind of a weird one. So whenever cards leave your yard, the Academic gets a counter. And to Mayhem a card, once it is discarded, it leaves the yard to go to the stack, even if countered. So now it's possible that maybe Hickman didn't announce the trigger soon enough. And yeah, I'm not exactly sure, but I think that's probably just a double checking that this is how this actually works, because it is weird, as we were mentioning before.
The stack is such an ephemeral place.
Yeah,
nobody's really sure if it's real.
Yeah, I really do think this is one of those. Okay, here we go. Starting town, hit in for 3.
Hickman almost had Agrotron there, almost 3 starting towns.
Yeah, true. Sleight of hand here. Looks like we picked up another sleight of hand.
Okay. Well, that's exactly what Severa needs. He needs to fill this graveyard. An answer to the Hardened Academic would also go a long way. Not sure if he has a second Burst Lightning.
Looks like we found an island Steam Vents there. Picked up the basic island. Oh, I don't recognize this land. This is a cool printing. All right, Twitch chat.
That's a Spire Bluff Canal.
You think that's a Spire Bluff Canal? It looks like a spaceship.
I'm just trying to read the text on the card.
Yeah,
it looks like Spire Bluff Canal.
I think it's one of those like weird lands from the Marvel set, but you played that Pro Tour. You know better than us. Anyways, practiced offense here. Gonna put a counter. Gonna double strike. Gonna opt. Looks like it's a coast. Ah, the Storm Carved Coast.
Ah, that makes sense. That's also an SC. Okay, yeah. Same initials.
Yeah.
This practice offense, very importantly, gets the Hardened Academic out of Burst Lightning range.
Yeah, that is huge. And the flashback here, too, if we do it, that's an extra counter, too, right? Card leaves the graveyard to be cast for a second.
Yeah, I think that might just be lethal. Because I assume we came across for 8 last turn. I think Matt's at 7. Okay, there's an Eddie Crab. That'll stem the bleeding.
Do we have an answer to this crab to make sure Sunderflock doesn't come down? It looks like we do. Strategic Betrayal. That's going to sacrifice the crab and then exile the graveyard. That is huge here against the Spell Elemental stack.
Just a blowout. A complete blowout. And now it's back to square one. And Matt doesn't have the interactive cards he needs. He had a Sunderflock ready for this turn.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what he could, like, I guess.
That's a Winter Night Stories. Okay.
It's Winter Night Stories. There was a Sunderflock in hand. You are correct. But obviously can't cast that card now.
And I think that's a Burst Lightning drawn, but the Academic is a 4/3. He needed to find one of the usually you see the 1 mana 3 damage sorcery, but actually
Impractical Joke.
None. Yeah, Impractical Joke. Matt's on just 4 Burst Lightnings.
Wow. Okay, I mean, this feels like a moment where Matt's just trying to be like, hey, I got enough. But this Bloodghast, now we're going to flash back to practiced offense. That's going to trigger this. We're going to target the Bloodghast.
Yeah, 2 lethal creatures. You know, you have a 3-power double striking Bloodghast, but a 6-power potentially Hardened Academic. because you get a counter from the academic trigger and the counter from the offense.
Yeah, I mean,
But either way, you create 2 lethal threats here.
yeah. Maybe we're responding to the casting of this, but I don't think there's a card we can have that stops. Yeah. The fact that the flashback triggers the academic again, giving it that counter is huge there for Hickman. So gets a win for his team there. The rest of them are still playing. Let's check out our modern seat really quickly here, as that control matchup is probably going to go forever in the Pauper seat. Let's see if we're storming off. Dauthi Voidwalker back and play again here. Golgari Necro. Ross, talking about this deck, because Necro is a deck that people were super duper excited for when MH3 first came out, then didn't really do anything, but recently has been back on the map.
Yeah, it's gotten a few nice additions. Really, Witherbloom Charm, which is a flexible way to deal with things like Vexing Bauble that can disrupt your engine, but can also, in this matchup, it's a card that kills either Ruby Medallion or Ral, and that's pretty rare for cards to do. And then sometimes it just, lets you either get rid of the Necro Dominance or gain 5 life to draw more cards with it. So this deck really utilizes every mode of that card. And then Professor Delianfell is the other main deck, a green card. So another source of card advantage, another way to gain life for Necro Dominance. So it's gained a few more ways to keep its engine going. Because there are the games where you play a Necro Dominance early, you draw a ton of cards, but you don't really get there. Your opponent answers a few of them, and then you end up at 4 life, and you just haven't taken over the game. So now it's just a little bit more reliable going into the long game, and it has a lot of strong disruptive elements. Things like Force of Despair is excellent against the Devoted Druid deck, and then March of Wretched Sorrow is a staple in it, which is a nice cheap removal spell. Dauthi Voidwalker is going to be important here. So it's a deck that I think was a little bit too all in on the first, say, 10 cards you drew with Necro Dominance, and now is a little more well-rounded. And I think that's improved its standing in the metagame.
Makes sense here. Connor, somebody who plays a lot of combo decks. Every game, every format. Spent a lot of time playing Amulet in Modern in the past, but now back on Storm. I know Connor borrowed this white bordered deck, fully white bordered from a good friend of mine who I'm now recounting on stream, because if you fully white border your deck and you're seen in public, I don't know you, as it looks like we're going to play the land here. And can we combo through here? You talk about this, you can theoretically beat the Dauthi Voidwalker's hate. It's just a little hard.
Yeah, especially hard when you keep drawing Past in Flames. Well, looks like Connor's just going to set up for the following turn.
Wait, the fetch lands aren't white bordered?
Apparently not.
So we're not committed, is what I'm hearing. Okay. That's curious. All right.
Okay, I see a Witherbloom Charm in Jacob's hand. It seems like he's sort of morphed into this aggro disruption game, sitting behind the Dauthi Voidwalker and all the discard and removal, which is a pretty good place to be against Ruby Storm.
Mm-hmm.
If you're Jacob, you also have to be wary of the fact that there's now 2 Rals. So your 1 Witherbloom Charm might not be enough. I think there's also a Soul Spike there.
Oh. Yeah, very weird spot.
And he's looking at the Boggart Trawler. Yeah, maybe wanted to get the Past in Flames that's in the graveyard, because that just represents a couple spells. And at this point, you have to think that Connor's plan is to try to transform one of these Rals. That's how you win through Dauthi Voidwalker. You get yourself a Ral Ultimate.
Yeah.
And the 2 cards in the graveyard, the 2 spells in the graveyard can help towards that end, not to mention the additional clock from the Trawler. With Connor at 14, an attack from the Voidwalker puts him at 11. If you put the Trawler into play this turn, you've got 6 power. That's a 2-turn clock. So it would be a good time for it.
Yeah. Well, it looks like our standard match is back up. So let's go back and check there.
He went for the Trawler. We'll see how that goes for him.
Yeah, it's going to get rid of that graveyard. Meanwhile, in standard here, it looks like Marauding Mako got answered right away with a Burst Lightning, and then we were doing a little sculpting here. The Iron Shield Elf that we saw a big fight over in game 1 has stuck. Flow State, a card some people are actually starting to cut in this deck and some out. surprisingly. Such a strong card. As you see here, it grabs 2 things, but a lot of mana.
Yeah, but a full graveyard early from Matt. That's exactly what you want. It looks like he has at least a couple Hearth Elementals in hand as far as payoffs, and I think that's a Sunder Flock as well. So this could be a good turn. Next turn to land 2 Elementals. So even if there's a strategic betrayal, one of them will stick around to enable the Sunder Flock on the following turn.
All right. And I think that's a practice offense in hand too, right? That's a lot of damage if it is. Yeah, that's definitely practice offense in the hand for Hickman. Excuse me.
Matt? Eddie Merc Crab as well for Matt. If he could go for that to lock down both 3/1s, which would be good against the practice offense, but it's bad into strategic betrayal.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here.
I think there's also an Abrade.
Okay.
Turn Abrade into Raven's Crime, gain 3 life.
Yeah, you could discard the offense here too, and then flash it back later. All right, looks like Hickman's going to do that. And then get in for 3. Yeah, do you just play the strategic betrayal here to make sure nothing comes down, you don't get Sunderflocked? I mean, destroy your opponent's graveyard at this point of the game is pretty reasonable.
I mean, if Hickman could see Matt's hand, he would do it immediately.
Yes. Yeah. The question really is, I like this a lot from Wesley.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Matt's not realizing that this doesn't work the way he wants it to work.
Yeah. So you can't play the crab there. We just get edicted. I mean, I guess you could.
Another Hearth Elemental. His hand is 6 elementals.
Oh my gosh. You got to go on an adventure, right? You just gotta
and lose 5 of them.
I think you just have to. I mean, if you had a land for turn, I could see it. I could see the vision, but you see the practice offense in the graveyard, Ross.
Yeah, that's almost lethal. That's 12 damage next turn.
You won't be able to shock. You don't have that. Yeah, I mean, this is a disciplined play by Matt. You know, you have to do it. It feels awful. I definitely lost not making a disciplined play in the past before, but draw 2. One's the Emeritus, and I think the other is Sunderflock.
It's very clear that Matt thought he could get around a betrayal by holding the Eddie Merc Crab to the unstep, but that just doesn't work because you can't let the betrayal resolve and then still cast the crab. What he needed to do that turn was play 2 Hearth Elementals, and he thought he had a different line around betrayal. He didn't, and he was punished.
Yeah. Discard, draw, combat, swing, 9 down to 5. No practice offense needed here. Just units on the board. That's a handshake. Matt taken down Wesley Hickman. Great job pulling the trigger there on the strategic betrayal. And now has got the first win for his team. Let's go check out the Connor. Pick back up in that Ruby Storm game. And it looks like that game is still going.
Well, we noted that Kaplan, Baga, and Severa had a great pre-board sweep, but it's been all the other team here in the post-sideboard games. And suddenly it's the team on the right needing to pick up some wins.
All right. We got Storm. We have a little handy-dandy mana counter and storm counter. All right, I'm going to guess odds are not in Connor's favor here as we just touched our life pads. So that's the Ralph flip happening.
And it's 7 Storm, but presumably at least one of those 7 is a Ral, maybe 2, because there were 2 Rals exiled on the previous turn. And I see the Soul Spike in the graveyard for Jacob. So I'm guessing 2 of them are Ral, and one of them is Jacob's Soul Spike. So I think it's only 4 instants and sorceries cast for Connor on this turn.
That would make sense. I'm curious too. When did we Soul Spike? It's an interesting question. All right, it looks like Connor does have 4 red mana. Has the Wish we can see face up over here. What are you gonna do though? Because you're not at a point where you can kill. You could Grape Shot down, the board here for Jacob. By the way, we talked about how quickly the team of, Lewis, Jacob, and Matt won their first games, but Nathaniel won game 2 with just Ephemerate. So the comeback is looking real here.
Yeah. There's a Galvanic Relay in the sideboard. If Connor was to wish for that, He could even just try to transform the Ral and use it to kill the Dothy Voidwalker, and then be able to set something up the following turn with all the relay cards once his mana is untapped again. Or he could just hit a lot of good cards and transform the Ral for an ultimate this turn.
Yeah, that's interesting. Use the minus. I wonder too if you can get your ult big enough that you can like minus and then ult through it all.
I guess relay is only the next turn, not until the end of next turn. So he wouldn't be able to kill this turn. He would have to be trying to set up for next turn with Galvanic Relay. There's also Empty the Warrens.
Yeah, I'd just make a bunch of goblins. But do you have enough goblins to sling through for lethal? Probably.
If you transform the Ral and deal with the 3/2, there's a Boggart Trawler in play and one card in hand for Jacob. So presumably your Horde of Goblins is good, and there's exactly enough mana to... Oh, there's plenty of... Oh, that's the... Yeah, there's enough mana to cast it.
Okay,
cast the Wish, 2 red floating.
I think below red is Ral.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ral is on 5. Okay. Now it's on 6.
Goes for Valakut Awakening.
Okay. All right, we can flip the Ral now. And
that is enough to ultimate.
We get to resolve this Valakut Awakening through this Dothy, whole hand. I think it's 2 cards, maybe 3. We'll see in a second. You draw that many +1. It was 2. Picked up a Ritual for sure. All right, we're ulting this Ral. Uh-oh. Mana. Draw 2. Redraw. Mana. Ral. Redraw. All right, so another Ral means we can sort of go again, but we only... Yeah, you can't play this right off the Ral ultimate, so you can only play instant sorceries.
And there's no additional mana, and there's only one... Oh, no. Is the Sacred Foundry in play and the Sunbaked Canyon?
No, the Sacred Foundry, I believe, is Ren resolved. Like the Wish was. So I don't know if we played a land or not for turn. I don't remember where we were before we went over to our standard match. Honestly, these players might not even remember at this point. This has been a long turn. Now, Connor does have some redraws. Can also Valakut Awakening. All right. Redraw. Wear Tear. Manamorphose. Okay. Redraw. Manamorphose. Ritual.
There's all the mana.
I mean, can Connor shock in a land?
Yeah, if he has a land drop, then this is going very well for him. He's got a couple rituals. Looks like he has a Ruby Medallion in hand too. And then another Ren's Resolve.
All right.
Might be a Ral.
Oh, X is 0, draw 1 on the Valakut Awakening. Little free cantrip there.
Okay. So yeah, didn't have another land drop to make. So instead, it's just another setup. And there's plenty of resources for Connor to attempt another combo next turn.
Yeah. And Jacob can attack for 6, but Connor's at 7. The Canyon will be offline. But like you're saying, there's plenty of mana once we get the Ruby Medallion down. That is one in hand there. So yeah, Connor down to 1 here.
The big question is what... Ooh, there's a Necro Dominance.
No.
Oh, God. So do you go digging for a Soul Spike?
I think you do. I mean, unless you like have seen a bunch already. I think there's also a Black Force in hand, which would answer Ral. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right. I bet I miscounted there. Although maybe we're specifically trying to stay out of like Grape Shot U. Let's see. All right, both players are looking together. We found the Soul Spike, and that's going to do it. All right, on to Pauper for our deciding match there. Okay, oof, that was a crazy one.
Game 3?
In game 3, yeah, we saw Nathaniel won the game 2 with Jessica Ephemerate during the Storm Madness. And we are deep into game number 3 here. Now, we talked about this earlier in the round. These decks will go a little longer. So probably buckle up. But that is a big body in play right now for this Tron deck.
Yeah, Maelstrom Colossus can end the game in a hurry. It's a 2-turn clock. And looking at the Jeskai Ephemerate deck, what are they playing to answer that? If you have enough lands, a Skred can do it. If you have enough creatures, a Thraben Charm can do it. There's a one of Ride's End that will do it.
Gotta get Price of Freedom in here and start working on land destruction in these decks too. Cleansing Wildfire, no more.
There's Dust to Dust, but to cast it, Lewis would have to put another artifact on the battlefield.
Bizarre interaction in that.
you need 2 targets.
Attack 8. Block Ephemerate. My favorite thing
It's
to
a
do
good way to buy some time.
Get a Scred. Okay. A couple of those can work together. Ephemerate again.
There's a Dust to Dust.
Okay. Need that second target. And I think a second white as well, right?
Yes.
All right. Mountain. Is that Murmuring Mystic?
Yeah.
I believe so. All right.
Another good one against Colossus. Lets us make a bunch of chump blockers.
Ancient Stirring's counterspell in the hand here. Murmuring Mystic, pretty good. Honestly, like in Pauper has been my experience. Just kind of runs people out of cards. Gets a lot of bodies.
One of the best late game cards for any blue deck, really. So all these decks have such high quality, cheap spells. Murmuring Mystic is the best way to convert them into an overwhelming board presence.
All right, so we have, oh god, what's the word from Kaldheim? When you hide away the card face down, you morph the spell. Foretell. Gosh darn it, man. I used to be so quick, so agile in that stuff. Now I'm old. So we're foretelling Behold the Multiverse. Surprised there's not a magic altar to that card. Oh, here's a stone you talked about.
And if that doesn't get sacrificed, we could Dust to Dust. Now, still only the 1 white source.
Yeah, still only the 1 white. I wonder if Lewis is thinking about this. Okay, Scred, does that kill it? Oh my, we have a lot of snow.
7 damage kills a 7/7.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
navigated this beautifully.
Yeah, doing a great job here.
We normally think of Tron decks as these decks with the overwhelming late game, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because we're used to them playing things like Ugin and Emrakul and huge Eldrazi. And honestly, it seems like the Ephemerate deck's late game is the stronger one here. All this card advantage, all the quality removal, it just operates on a similar axis to what Tron is doing, but a much more mana efficient axis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, when you can set up like Ephemerate loops too, once you have Counterspell in the graveyard, it's so hard to resolve anything that matters in the game, right? Like you have to have like double good cards. And sometimes it's not even enough, right? Because you have to like also be making them use the Counterspell every turn, so they have to keep ephemerating. It's just a lot. All right.
Lewis is going to keep trying here. He's got some cards in hand. He's going to make some attempts, but I think Nathaniel has this one pretty well locked up.
Yeah, here's Ephemerate.
Yeah, and as he's ephemerating and looping and answering all the stuff from Lewis, he's also building a bigger and bigger battlefield of birds.
Yep, got back a Cleansing Wildfire here, so that's going to make sure we also don't have Tron. Ephemerate, buys back Ephemerate with the Archaeomancer. Archaeomancer can't attack here. It's got Ephemerated, but there it goes. Yeah, Wildfire your land. Why is Price of Freedom an uncommon? Why isn't that one in this deck?
Good question.
Yeah, that one just blows up artifacts too. You can't do yourself, but this deck doesn't do itself.
It is an uncommon.
Oh, it is. Oof, power creep. I knew that one's too good for Pauper. Verhey saw the file and he was like, no. Up that one to uncommon.
And it's artifacts too. You could play it against Affinity.
All right, and there's the handshake. That's going to do it. So congratulations, Nathaniel, Connor, Wesley. They are going to be 5-0. So that's going to do it for this round of Magic coverage. We have some deck techs from our competitors that we're going to show you and let you see what's going on there. But we'll be back as soon as round 6 starts for more Magic, so stay tuned.
I'm here with Wesley Hickman, 2025 Energy Champs, here to talk about some Standard.
Hi y'all, this is Mardu Discard. I'm sure y'all have seen this deck around. Just going to give you a little bit brief overview of some of the different moving parts of the deck. I think the best way to describe it is a high synergy aggro deck. What I mean by high synergy is that many of these parts work together, and if you draw them alone, they won't be that powerful. So you usually want to start off with a 1-drop creature that is enabled when you discard cards, hence Mardu Discard. So Baradi Macro, Moonshadow are your premium 1-drops. Next up here, these are your discard outlets and enablers. Each of these works a little bit differently, but overall the goal is to trigger these by putting cards from your hand into the graveyard, while also creating value, which moves up to the next step here. These are our value threats, so Bloodghast, discard it, play a land, bring it back. Carnage, discard it, cast it, bring it back. And of course, the famous practice offense, which we've seen throughout Standard, pump your whole team and swing out. The main synergy of the deck is Cool But Rude. This is the card that you want to see every game. Whenever you discard a card, you deal 2 damage. This is what really drives the archetype. So while you're playing the deck, you may think this is a fast aggro deck that wins on turn 4-ish, but really the deck can play a really long game with Cool But Rude, leading to turn 6, turn 7 games where you save all your cards, level up your Cool But Rude, slam your Hardened Academic, discard your whole hand, deal your opponent 14 damage or so in 1 turn to really beat your opponents out. When it comes to matchups for this deck, I chose it for the Energy event because I really think there'll be a lot of control and landfall. Both of those being strong matchups. I want to avoid playing Spelementals and maybe Dimir midrange. Haven't done enough practice there. I do expect some people to be playing it. I do think we have a lot of game there, but overall, I do think this is favored in the field.
All right, thank you. Top 8 of Champs 2025, here to talk about some Pauper.
Hi, yeah, I played in the Energy trial today for Pauper, and I'm going to be playing the Pauper seat for teams tomorrow as well. The deck I'm choosing is Jeskai Ephemerate. I think it's the premier control deck of the format. I am not very practiced at control in my long story career. I do not spend much time on control decks. But this one in particular spoke to me largely. It just felt like it could counter the very strong combos of the format, such as Elves and 4-land Spy, while still being able to interact well with the creature decks of the format. And I didn't see a need for in Pauper to really produce a very fast clock. So control sounded theoretically good, and so far it has been good for me. Today I went 5-2. The only 2 losses I had were to car mates, people I drove here with, and they were also good matchups that just broke really, really strangely. This deck, it's got a little bit of removal like I talked about. Skred. Fanged Flames is here as an answer to one of the best threats in the format that's sticky. Sneaky Snacker, because it exiles it as well, but it also just 4 damage is a fine amount of damage to deal to other things. Ride's End also works against Sneaky Snacker, but a little worse. Three-Ribbon Charm is more specific. I'm not even sure I want to play this card. It's mostly enchantment and graveyard hate, but if you do get some creatures out, it can be regular removal as well. It's because I wanted more answers to Spy more than anything, and it's very good at it. Even the matchup is already good, I lost it to it once today, and you can lose.
Yes,
this Union of the Third Path card is largely because one of the most popular decks and strongest decks in the format is this mono-red Madness deck that deals a lot of face damage pretty quickly all at once, so you can't always keep up all your mana to counter all their burn spells, and you also have to deal with their gutter snipes that get there. So this is something you can do in the early game that will gain you a bunch of life to keep you buffered, so that their big turn you can counter 1 or 2 of their spells and still not die. The selection in this deck comes in a lot of different forms. Augur of Bolas is my favorite because it blocks a lot of early aggression, so it's another way to gain life and buffer yourself. But the like value-based stuff, you have Mole Drifter is really good because we are in Ephemerate deck. That's kind of what I was going to get to next, is how good Ephemerate is in this deck. Behold the Multiverse is just a generic draw spell, but it lets you put away some mana and then fork by leaving up 2 mana for counterspell. You can use the 2 mana later on Behold the Multiverse after you've already foretold it. And then Lorien Revealed, if you're in the late game, draws 3 cards as well. And the other draw spells are Archaeomancer and Ephemerate. Archaeomancer doesn't really draw a spell, but because it works so well with Ephemerate, I call it that. Ephemerate, on the other hand, whenever you target any of your cards that matter, it's always going to be drawing cards. You target Augur of Bolas after you've been blocking a bunch, it's usually going to be drawing 2 cards because you've targeted it twice. You get to take an instant or sorcery. When you target Mole Drifter with the Evoke, the cool scam thing you do for 4 mana, you get 4 cards and a 2/2, as well as the ability to later on draw 2 more cards, so kind of 6 cards. Is what draws a lot of people to this deck. I play fewer Mole Drifter than other people because I think when you don't draw the Ephemerate, it's miserably bad, and when you do even, you don't really always have the ability to spend 4 mana on your turn until the very late game, and I just don't want to spend too many slots on expecting the late game to happen. And then Archaeomancer loops with Ephemerate, and that's how you create a game state your opponent can never come back from. When you have Ephemerate, target something, and then when it comes back and rebounds, it can target Archaeomancer, bring back the Ephemerate from your graveyard to your hand, and just do that every turn, drawing an extra card every turn for free. The win con in this deck is Murmuring Mystic, because it creates like a lot of blockers and a lot of attackers over time once you've cast the billions of instant sorceries in this deck. You don't need very many of it because mostly this is a control deck, and usually control decks don't concern themselves too much with winning. Good thing Murmuring Mystic also blocks well. You have card selection. I was playing 4 Preordain and no Brainstorm for a long time. I started recognizing that this deck could get rid of the top 2 cards of their library a lot of different ways, between Perilous Landscape, Lorien Revealed. Augur of Bolas works with Brainstorm quite well, and even Preordain does as well. You just have a lot of ways that you can just not worry about it. So I went up to 2 Brainstorm recently, and I feel really, really good about it. Dispel is more copies of Counterspell that protect your either Murmuring Mystic, Archaeomancer loops, or just like, sometimes there's good instants in this format. I've bored them out a lot lately, but they're still very nice to have main deck. I'm very happy to be playing a control deck finally and it not sucking. A lot of them have always sucked in the past. I'm expecting to do really well tomorrow. I've had a lot of success with this online so far, and that's what I got.
All right, well, good luck, and hope to see you soon.
Yeah.
Here with John Wager of Team Flexlot, here to talk about some Standard.
Hi guys, I'm playing the Team Trios event this weekend here at NRG Milwaukee. I'll be playing Standard for my team, and my deck I've chosen this weekend is Black-White Life Gain. As a longtime competitive player, life gain decks are almost never the thing to be doing. It's almost always a trap. But this Black-White Life Gain deck has some real legs, and being able to curve some of the cards that are in the deck, you can create some pretty overwhelming board states. Like your 3 key cards are these: Maseo, Amalia, and Case of the Uneaten Feast. So what makes each of these cards really good is that if you curve these cards, you're going to put a lot of pressure into play very quickly, attacking with as large as a 5/5 Amalia on turn 3, while also milling up to 3 cards, and Maseo being able then to reanimate a 2-drop creature out of your graveyard on your 3rd turn. A lot of decks can't really compete with that, and the other strength of this deck is that it's incredibly resilient to removal, because like our favorite friend in Modern, Case of the Uneaten Feast has a wonderful Underworld Breach impression, where in the late game you can sacrifice it because you've gained 5 life, and you can start casting all the creatures out of your graveyard. And once you kind of get to that point, most opponents are probably going to pack it up. So if you're looking for a deck to play, as your RCQs, I'd highly recommend Black-White Life Gain. Just come with a lot of pen and paper.
All right, thank you so much, and good luck.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Team Trios in Milwaukee. I'm Mason Clark, joined by Ross Merriam, and we're in round number 6 of 7 here today. This and one more Swiss, then we're going to crown a top 8 and a winner all tonight. But Ross, our players in the feature match here, so let's head on down as we've got a modern match to start off this round. We have the hot newness devoted druid on your right here for Oliver, and then Casey Moon on your left with Esper Blink.
Yeah, very interesting matchup. Very clear roles in this matchup. The Devoted Druid deck is going to be aggressive, try to end the game quickly. Casey and the Esper Blink deck are going to try to stop them and at some point turn the corner. And I think that's going to be the key here. If the Esper player can turn the corner relatively quickly, they'll be in good shape because this Devoted Druid deck is very, very good at reloading and finding another combo to go off multiple times in a game. So if Casey prioritizes the clock and has good early interaction, then I like the Esper side. If one of those two things falters, then don't be surprised to see the Devoted Druid deck win a quick one.
All right. Looks like Dried Arbor is the draw for turn here. Gonna play Wooded Foothills. Maybe Greenton Zenith for an Arbor. Decides against it. Just going to hold, maybe get a little Surveil action coming in. Sculpt the hand.
No one drop from Oliver. It's not ideal, especially without a ley line, but with a Dryad Arbor, you can start generating additional mana once a Badgermaul Cub hits. That said, you do risk the chance of your Dryad Harbor dying and you losing a land to opposing removal. So there's definitely a risk reward calculation there. Would not be surprised if Oliver goes for Surveil land. And there it is.
Yep. Underground Mortuary, black-green Surveil land. Going to sculpt the hand a little bit. We talked about this deck in a previous round, but you were telling us how this deck is very good at sort of, going off and killing. This generates a lot of mana. So I'm curious to see if it can fight through all this Esper Blink deck's grindy nature. I think it's probably like one of the grindier decks in Modern, maybe not the most grindy.
Yeah, it's definitely very straightforward Magic in what it's doing. You kill stuff, you generate card advantage, you draw extra cards, you kill some more stuff. Eventually, you have a few creatures left over on the battlefield. You start attacking your opponent.
All right, fetch land. Badgermaul Cub, flick to the front here. Looks like we're going to do a little shortcutting. Fetch and then Cub down. Looks like a Felia in hand for Casey Moon. The powerful dog from MH3. Temple Guard is going to be the fetch.
Okay. All right. This could be a big turn for Casey. If he has something like a Quantum Riddler plus a Fatal Push for the Cub, and then you get to blink the Riddler with the Philia and generate a ton of pressure, draw some additional cards, hopefully find something like a Solitude to take care of the next threat, he's firmly in the driver's seat. But a weak turn here, especially no answer for the Cub, and this game could be over next turn.
Yeah, all right. So it looks like Fatal Push is in the hand. I spotted that one. See, it's a very Time Raveler as well. Not quite what the doctor ordered when it comes to this. One of the few through.
The Teferi can bounce the Earthbent land.
Okay, that's a
Be
little
an interesting play. And then you can blink it out with the Philia, leave it on 4 loyalty so the Badgermaul Cub can't attack it down the next turn.
That's interesting. I wonder too, but then your dog could die to the Cub. I'm not sure if you're happy with that. Probably depends on the contents of your hand. Dog normally does a lot of work in this deck, but sometimes it is just good enough to get the kind of play Ross is talking about here. All right, looks like it's Overlord coming down.
Okay, so it's going to be an Overlord plus push turn. That's excellent.
Yeah. All right, we found Quantum Riddler. Whew, almost
Just
with
in the nick of
there. Yeah. Fatal Push coming down here. Going to answer the Badgermaul Cub. That's gone. Felia's going to flicker the Overlord. I don't know if we can actually flicker lands.
You cannot, not only non-land permanent. And
yeah.
This is exactly how you draw it up as the Esper Blink player. A little bit of a stumble there with no turn one play for Oliver, and Casey has taken full advantage. He has the breather room to be able to develop his own battlefield, and now he is not really at threat of dying, and he has a ton of pressure, and he can use this Overlord to dig towards as many copies of Solitude as is necessary to stop any future combo attempt from Oliver.
Yeah, Flicker Wisp in the hand there. It's just on the table because it's open information. Quantum Riddler doesn't have the same nicety. It hides itself. It's a Sphinx. They're known to be tricky. All right, putting the Flicker Wisp back in hand. Looks like it's been written down. And it looks like very awkward. Like our land is Dryad Arbor. I could be mistaken. There's Badgermole Cub. And there's Dryad Arbor.
Okay. So this is threatening a ton of mana next turn, at least 6. That's definitely something that Casey will have to respond to. But since the clock is already established, he can spend all of his remaining mana and cards towards stopping the opponent.
Oh, this is brutal. I think you can Flicker Wisp these lands as well and Fatal Push some of this stuff. And yeah, we're going to bounce the Mortuary, draw a card.
Bounce the land that enters tapped.
Fatal Push in hand here. I mean, you can attack now your Felia, Flicker the Teferi, and then have Fatal Push. Overlord also might mill into a Solitude on the attack trigger. Looks like Quantum Riddler, something. Emperor Bones already in the yard. Looks like we're going to take Emperor Bones. We have a Quantum in hand. We're fine in that regard. 8 coming in here.
The Emperor Bones could represent a big attack from one of the Riddlers in the graveyard. Maybe that ends the game a little bit faster. If you're Oliver, you can't really afford to chump block here. You need all of your resources to try to combo.
Yeah, and then Fatal Push. Oof. All right, well, I mean, this is interesting. Actually, I really do wonder if you had just played the Flicker Wisp on these lands, if the game would just be over, right? Like it'd be a very similar spot. You wisp the one land that comes back, it's gone. I don't know. It's a really tough spot either way.
See a Green Sun Zenith in hand for Oliver. I wonder if that was in his opening hand, because then he could have Zenith for a Dryad Arbor on turn 1 and made a better play to the battlefield. And that could have cascaded through the rest of this game and potentially given him the mana to deploy a lot of the rest of his hand. And so I think he will regret the decision to not play that Zenith. I think it's a play that players often don't make because they think about all the things the Zenith could be later in the game. But oftentimes when it's in your opening hand, and especially when you don't have another 1 mana play, getting that Dryad Arbor is the best thing you can do.
Yep, let's check out standard. I don't know how many Dryad Arbors. There was 1 in opening hand, so maybe it's a one-of situation. But yeah,
usually 2 in these builds.
Okay. All right. So Jacob on your left, landfall. Jenny on your right, landfall. And we're in game 2, by the way, already, it looks like here.
Yeah, the landfall matchup is quite fast. It really is about a few key cards. And those cards are Mightform Harmonizer in game 1. But in games 2 and 3, everybody boards up to 3 or 4 copies of Miltstrider's Resolve. And you board up to 3 or 4 copies of Hydra.
Mm-hmm.
Mossborn Hydra. And now those become really critical cards. And it's just about who can make the biggest trampling threat, or potentially unblockable sometimes with Escape Tunnel and Ice-Till Explorer. You can make it unblockable and then pump it. Everything else is a little bit of window dressing. And you see the players here, they've started with a lot of the other cards. Keen-Eyed Curator can sometimes be good at exiling fetch lands from the graveyard so they don't get replayed, or exiling Earthbent lands so they don't come back. Because if you exile them with the trigger on the stack, they don't come back. But as a body, it's not particularly relevant. So certainly edge Jacob here.
Mm-hmm.
He has the biggest things.
Yeah, and has the Mightform in hand, like you were talking about.
Okay, yeah, and that'll be excellent. Mightform is great with Lumber and World Wagon, so if he has something like Warp Mightform, Crew World Wagon, play a fetch land, double one of the creatures, attack, get a land from World Wagon, double the other one, and leave up the fetch activation to double a second time on whichever is unblocked, that should create a lethal attacker.
All right. Looks like Earthbender Ascension going to turn our forest into an Earthbend forest.
Yep. But this is still only one blocker, so we know there's Harmonizer in hand for Jacob. If there's also a fetch land, this game is over.
All right. I think there is a fetch. I think that's Escape Tunnel near the top. It's a little hard to see. I also maybe see a Maelstride's Resolve, which I think would do a similar amount, right? Like you can crew,
Resolve
stride.
plus any land would be good enough as well.
Yeah.
Because then you have 2 triggers of Harmonizer and both attackers. It would easily be lethal.
Yeah. Mindform Harmonizer, standard all-star, a couple different decks now. It had his own combo deck for a little bit. Now it has its own sort of mid-range low-key combo deck.
I'm honestly a little surprised that we haven't seen people go back to the Harmonizer combo deck post-ban.
All right, we're going to warp Maelstride, yep, and then Jenny's going to pick up her card. She knows it's done. They're going to go on to game number 3 incredibly quickly. By the way, A. Adams and Cliff, let's go jump down there as they are in game number 2. Cliff won game number 1 with the Spy combo versus Blue Terror. Looks like we're in the middle of something right now. Mesmeric Fiend has gotten a Tolarian Terror. And here's another one.
Taking a look at A's build, in terms of ways to stop the combo, there's not a ton. It's 4 Counterspell, 2 Dispel that don't really do anything, 2 Spell Pierce that will be good against the Winding Ways and Leave the Stampedes. So, and then the sideboard, there's 7 Red Blasts, 4 Spreading Seas, 4 Steel Sabotage. Maybe you try to bring in Spreading Seas if there's only 4 or 5 lands in the deck and you can turn them into islands. But as long as the Spy combo player can get some mana creatures on the battlefield, the Spreading Seas aren't going to completely lock them out of the game. For A, this is really about finding those counter spells.
Mm-hmm. All right. Little shuffling. Quirion Ranger in hand. Some walls as well. Can't quite make out which one that is.
That's Overgrown Battlement at the top, and then a Wall of Roots after the second Mesmeric Fiend.
I think so. And I think there's the dragon as well. The Sagu.
Little Sagu Wildling. Now, looking at Cliff's lists, like our previous Spy player, we've seen they have 5 lands total. It's 3 forest, 1 swamp in the main, and a mountain in the sideboard, enabling Writhing Chrysalis. Not sure if that sideboard splash has come in, so this might just be a 4-land configuration for Cliff, in which case 1 more land searched out of the deck will set up a clean deterministic combo.
And we do have the land searcher in the hand. So now it's a matter of finding that, assuming we go that route. All right.
Yeah, and another Fiend, maybe saving that for the combo turn, though I'm not sure if they have a second black source.
Not sure
the swamp off the Wildling will do it.
Yep. And A. Adams, quick attack, and then all this mana past the turn. Looks like we could play Quirion Ranger, reset our forest. I guess you can't reset the forest, excuse me. You'd reset normal forest, not the one that's Spreading Seized. All right, Elves of Deep Shadow, Black Source, get this Merrick Fiend down. Counter spells.
That's a good number of counter spells to have.
Yeah, that is a good number. And just enough mana, too, for it all. So I'm going to take one of the counter spells, just work through it.
And that Artful Dodge means that Cliff has to start chump blocking now. 1 more attack from the Terror gets them to 8, and then Artful Dodge and Flashback over 2 turns is going to be 10 damage.
That's a great point. So yeah, the chump block's got to start now. Here's Quirion Ranger. Maybe we're going to search this last land from our deck. You have Langray in hand. I think our modern match is also maybe starting up. So let's go over there, as this is probably going to be a bit. And that was our main feature. Yeah, it looks like a couple turns have gone by. While we were gone, Dryad Arbor's been played. Bird of Paradise got Prismatic Ending. That looks to be turn number 2 as a Wrath of the Skies. X is 0. Goodbye, Dryad Arbor. Get out of here.
If you're Oliver, trading 1-for-1 with the Wrath is a win, but does look like he's land light. I think that Dryad Arbor was played from hand, which is definitely a strong sign. There's not other lands, and that's why you saw Casey pounce using a premium sweeper to take out just a Dryad Arbor.
Emperor Bones takes Dryad Arbor. Maybe some mana fixing for Casey in the future, but for now, just a card out of there. Devoted Druid comes down off the fetch.
Okay, so top deck second land, and now suddenly this is a card that is threatening a combo as soon as next turn, and Solitude will not work because of Vexing Bauble, unless Casey has a consign for the Vexing Bauble trigger.
Yeah. Yep. It looks like there's a Fatal Push here on an untapped Watery Grave. All right, that's going to answer that. Quantum Riddler in hand here for Casey as well. So at worst, you got a little warp, get a card. Eating the Devoted Druid from the graveyard is also pretty good with this Emperor Bones, just so you can't Tyvar it back. So that's pretty brutal. Here's Riddler. Draw. I think there's another Riddler in hand. I'm not sure if it was drawn off the first one or it was already there.
Decent interaction, some card advantage, but a lot less pressure from Casey this game. So Oliver is going to have some time to try to draw out of this situation, find more copies of Devoted Druid, maybe start going with a Badgermal Cub plan.
Oh, there's Containment Priest and Solitude. Interesting. I mean, like you said before, Solitude's offline with the Vexing Bubble. So yeah, let's get this Priest. And then, yeah, now Druid's under the Emperor Bones. That means no Tyvar minuses will get that back. Post-board games do slow down a lot, right? Typically. But we'll have to see if Casey can get across the finish line here. Endurance in hand for Oliver. Could be a blocker. Devoted Druid number 2.
Containment Priest will shut down Nature's Rhythm, which is the easiest way for Oliver to combo from this position. Really difficult for the Devoted Druid deck to get Vizier onto the battlefield through a Containment Priest. There's only one copy of it in the deck.
Yeah. And now Emperor Bones is going to exile the Devoted Druid from the graveyard. Is going to exile the Solitude, which then exiles the Devoted Druid, then gets in here for 7. Yeah.
Oliver, of course, responds to the Solitude by activating Devoted Druids, untap a couple times, puts it into the graveyard, but the Containment Priest ensures that it's not coming back from there anytime soon.
Yeah, it looks like Oliver has Hoof in hand. Sometimes you want that. Not right now. It looks like Endurance also in hand like we talked about before. We're going to flash in Containment Priest. Then fetch.
Now, here's the big turn. Does Casey sniff out the Endurance and not attack with the Containment Priest? Because if Oliver's able to ambush that Priest, maybe there's a way out of this.
Yeah, that would be pretty devastating.
So it doesn't look like Casey attacks with the 4/4. Everything should be fine.
Yep. Can even play that Quantum Riddler to get another card.
And create another lethal attacker. Oliver's already down to 7.
Yeah, it's been a couple turns of this, and I mean, the Emperor Bones getting upgraded last turn along with the Solitude Body really upped the clock. Looks like the hand is just Quantum Riddlers and Ophelia for Casey. All right, beginning of combat, going to get rid of that Devoted Druid again. Love it, just an attack with the Emperor Bones, not falling for the Endurance.
There we go. Now I think this is just Casey's match. That was the one potential stumbling block that was left.
All right, Riddler, draw 2. Dog was played first. Could have got cute with it. Could have flashed your dog in response to your trigger. Drew a fatal push into planes. Plays the planes. Fatal push up. You were saying before it looked almost impossible to win, and now with that piece of interaction, I think it's going to be really tough. There's endurance. Get rid of that graveyard. Put those lands back in your deck. Draw. There's a Shang-Chi in hand.
That's definitely a start to a good turn, but I don't think the tools exist for Oliver here.
It's going to be tough. Looks like we're just getting rid of all the creatures under Ember Bones, now that it can't activate its adaptability. All right, there's Grist. I don't know. Okay, we're just going to pick up our cards there. Not enough. So Casey Moon wins that one for the team. Let's go check out standard players and see how that's going. All right, looks like we're in the middle of maybe a clarification for something with a judge call, but it's not looking good here for Jenny, as Jacob seems to have a very, very big Earthbent land and an Ice-Till Explorer and a Maelstrom Resolve on said Earthbent land.
Both had Elf Ascension starts, it looks like, but the Ice-Till Explorer really gave Jacob a huge advantage in this game. Neither player with a Mossborn Hydra. Jenny's going to need something along those lines in the next turn or two if she wants to come back.
Yeah. It's going to be a little awkward. Looks like Pauper is 1-1. My guess is something happened where we didn't mill from an Ice-Till Explorer. Or maybe there's like a what's the number of lands have been played situation, but looks like play is going to continue here in a second. All right, well, there we go. Jenny's untapping. I was going to say Escape Tunnel, draw for the turn.
I mean, if Jenny has something like Mossborn Hydra fetch land, make it a 4/4, and there's not another resolve for Jacob, or something like a Harmonizer to set up a kill, the Hydra can steal the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Mossborn Hydra runs away with games.
Yeah.
It is definitely... Yep.
If it's just something like an Ice-Till Explorer of her own, she's behind the 8-ball there. She's just going to spend her turn catching up a little bit, and then Jacob is going to pull back ahead. She's never going to get back to parity. And it was really the resolve on this Saz's Chocobo that pulled Jacob ahead in that way. She could have it her own Ice-Till here and start making a huge Chocobo. Now it would give her the biggest creature on the battlefield, but that's no longer an option. So she really needs one of those strong over-the-top cards to pull ahead here. And I don't think she has it.
No, I think she has the Hydra and the Ice-Till. I think she's figuring out which is... Yeah, because look, behind the Keen-Eyed Curator, there's a Hydra-looking friend. So yeah, I think the question might have been, one, like, should I, what should I be playing? Can I play multiple things? All right, so we're going to start with a Keen-Eyed Curator. Okay, maybe going to try to fight over the fetch land in the graveyard and just see if we can turn off the opposing Ice-Till. Yeah, we have Mindform Harmonizer as well in hand.
Okay.
So, I mean, yeah, Jenny has all the tools here. It's just a matter of how she wants to play them.
She's going for a more interactive line, trying to stop the opposing Ice-Till. If Jacob's hand is poor, that'll be a fine line. She'll have time to deploy the more powerful cards, but if his hand is good,
it could be dangerous.
It's going to be too slow.
I wonder, does Jenny have a kill next turn with like Ice-Till and warping in a Harmonizer? Like, can this Keen-Eyed Curator in addition? There's a Harmonizer.
Fetch land here is lethal. Because you can play it, put the Harmonizer trigger on the stack targeting the big land, then put the Ascension trigger and make it a 5/5. Then you sack still in response to the Harmonizer. Order the triggers the same way. Now it's a 6/6. It doubles twice. Now it's 24, which means at 20 life, Jenny has to double block with both creatures and go to 1. And then the Elf and Ice-Till can also come in and deal 3 more damage.
Yep. Now Jacob
Just
does
about
need to-
careful ordering of triggers so that both Ascension triggers resolve before either double trigger. So then each Ascension trigger essentially becomes 4 more damage. It's 1 damage doubled twice. If you let each of them resolve, then you're going to lose out on 2 damage, which I guess is fine. You'd have to specifically order your triggers in the worst possible way to miss out on lethal.
Well, let's see. I think Jacob's going to figure it out.
Although I don't see an Ascension trigger happening.
The Ascension already went on the Earthbent land. And the blue dice, I believe, is the double.
Now it's a 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now it's a 5, yeah. And we're just not tracking the Ascension because there's no reason to.
Yeah, usually once it gets to 4, both players just agree. We don't have to keep moving that.
Yep. All right, we're going to eat the Fabled Passage. That forces a tap blocker.
And there should be another mill. Okay, it's not another land, which would make it infinitely lethal.
Yeah, I believe this is 22 the way it all broke down.
No, it should be 24. It should be 6 double twice.
I don't think we did the I think 5 got doubled. Yeah, I think 5 turned to 10 in order to potentially play around some sort of interaction, because I think Jacob's like, well, I have lethal either way. Because they have
Jenny also had to tap the forest to stop the
exactly
thing. And then there's an Earthbender Ascension. So
yep. That's going to do it for the team of Casey and Jacob. Congratulations to them. They're going to move on to 5-1. Still one more round left to be played for them. For Jenny, she had a lot of good cards there, but nothing could really beat that, combination of cards. A little unfortunate, but that's also sometimes what happens. I'm sure Jenny's done that to plenty of her opponents today playing the green landfall deck. It is very powerful. Definitely feels like the bar you have to clear for a standard deck right now.
It seemed like Jenny was on the play that game, but started on that Chocobo, whereas the opponent started on Llanowar Elves, and that's just huge advantage to the Llanowar Elf side.
Yeah. As long as you have anything to do with it, that's going to get there. Chocoboing is good, but not as good as Llanowar Elfing. We are going to take a quick break before round number 7. We'll be back very soon with more Magic the Gathering action. See y'all soon.
Energy Series champ, here to talk about some Modern.
All right, hi, I'm here to talk about Devoted Druid combo. This is an old/new deck that was very popular in Modern 7-8 years ago, around 2018, and has made a bit of a resurgence recently thanks to a highly impactful new card from Marvel Superheroes. So the core interaction of the deck is the combo of Devoted Druid with Vizier of Remedies. Devoted Druid is a mana dork that can put a -1/-1 counter on itself to untap itself. And Vizier of Remedies has a static ability that reduces the number of -1/-1 counters that are put on creatures. And so when you have both of these in play, you can untap Devoted Druid by putting 0 -1/-1 counters on it, and you can just keep doing it as much as you want. So that gives you infinite green mana, which you can then spend on a variety of payoffs. The way we're consistently assembling this combo is through a variety of creature tutors, the primary two being Nature's Rhythm and Green Sun Zenith. The sort of cut and dried fast kill in this deck is a turn 2 Devoted Druid. Into turn 3, your Devoted Druid you can tap, untap, and tap again to get 2 green mana, plus your 2 lands you spent to cast it, which lets you cast a Nature's Rhythm for 2. Find Vizier of Remedies. You can then make infinite green mana and use the Flashback Harmonize ability to get whatever payoff you want out of your deck. You also have Green Sun Zenith for redundancy and for some additional mana ramp. We're supporting the mana tax on these X spells by playing a variety of mana dorks. The primary ones being Delighted Halfling, Birds of Paradise, and Dryad Arbor, which can be found off of Green Sun Zenith on turn 1 with X equals 0. And we are enhancing the power of these cards alongside Devoted Druid with the new sort of mana dork doublers that have come out over the last couple of years. Badger Mole Cub, and then Leyline of Abundance, which I guess is 6 years old at this point. So these can lead to some very explosive kills where you have like 5 mana on turn 2 or 3, and you can kill people out of nowhere. The traditional weakness of this type of creature combo deck that's based around mana dorks was to removal. Devoted Druid in classic builds would have to get played and then sit in play for a turn to be able to tap for mana. We no longer have to worry about such things, thanks to the new card from Marvel, Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu, which gives all your creatures haste for activated abilities and is tutorable off of both Green Sun Zenith and Nature's Rhythm. This lets you, in situations where you're playing against a more interactive opponent, sit there and build up mana and then just win out of nowhere without exposing any of your combo pieces on their turn. We also have Tyvar Jubilant Brawler, which performs a similar role, gives all your creatures haste for abilities, but can also recur things that have gone to the graveyard or just spin for a 2-for-1 on turn 2 or 3. Once we have assembled our combo, our primary route to victory is with Duskwatch Recruiter, which has an activated ability that lets you get a creature from the top 3 cards of your deck. If you have infinite mana, you just get to get all the creatures from your deck. And then you win with either the simple way, cast a Walking Ballista for a whole bunch, and then activate it targeting them, or you play Craterhoof Behemoth to get a large creature with haste and trample, and then Tyvar the Pummeler to give it infinite power. This also acts as redundancy for Vizier of Remedies, as with sufficient mana, Tyvar the Pummeler plus Devoted Druid is an infinite combo, where Tyvar's activated ability keeps buffing Devoted Druid, which lets it keep untapping, which lets it keep generating mana to keep activating, yada yada yada. Now, we do still have to grind through some removal. Tyvar and Nature's Rhythm are not quite enough, so we have some extra redundancy. Fiend Artisan lets you convert 1 tutor and some mana dorks into both combo pieces in 2 turns or with a Tyvar untap. Agatha's Soul Cauldron lets you copy the untap ability of Devoted Druid from the graveyard if you're playing against an opponent with a bunch of destruction-based removal. And Eternal Witness lets you recur any important combo pieces that have just ended up in your graveyard, either by getting milled by Tyvar or getting killed. The other big advantage of this type of creature combo deck is that we get to play these tutors, so we can play a whole bunch of really high-impact one-of sideboard bullets for different matchups. The primary ones in this deck are Crawl Harpooner, which can be found off of both tutors, and is primarily in this deck to remove opposing Clarion Conqueror, which just hoses your whole deck. You're playing a bunch of things with activated abilities. Crystal Barricade, which is your answer to Prowess and other decks that run a bunch of damage-based removal, like Lightning Bolt or Galvanic Discharge. Collector Oof for decks like Affinity that are really reliant on playing a whole bunch of artifacts. Boromir, Warden of the Tower for decks that are reliant on Solitude to interact with you, as well as Wrath of the Skies with its sort of Selfless Spirit-like activated ability. Endurance for graveyard decks like Goryo's Vengeance and primarily Living End. Sun Cleanser, which is a little bit targeted and is primarily to turn off opposing copies of Wrath of the Skies by targeting your opponent to make it so they cannot gain energy. And Chomping Changeling for removing high-impact artifacts and enchantments that would mess with you, things like Cursed Totem, Grafdigger's Cage, or Pithing Needle.
Well, thank you, Grayson, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Pauper trial today, and I was going to ask what you were playing, but you're showing it.
Deck. Best deck.
So what made you pick Spy today?
Played a few leagues with it, was winning a lot. The meta was looking premium for Spy, so I put it together, made a little guide. It's nice. Deck's nice.
Nice. So tell me a little about your top 8 journey. What do you have to fight against to get here?
I faced Affinity, played really, really badly. My opponent flooded. Then I played against Tron. I played really, really badly. My opponent flooded. And then I played against Elves, and I stole the match on the draw, and then I stole game 3 on the play.
They always say Magic's, better lucky than good.
True. I got really lucky this tournament. But I played really well in the first, 6 rounds or whatever. You got to play well some amount of the time.
Of course. Do you have any comments about the deck? Any interesting matchups? Anything through the Swiss you want to talk about?
One thing I want to talk about is my deck list in particular. My team decided to do the Juke package of Mountain and 4 Writhing Chrysalis in the sideboard. Thought that was really nice. The Writhing Chrysalis came in some of the fair matchups. Opponents didn't expect it, the beatdown plan. Otherwise, it's pretty stock Spy. Spy's a good deck.
Of course. Are you going to be playing this in the team event tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
Who's your team?
We got Oliver Vogeli, I think is how you pronounce it. We got Oliver and Jenny Zappa.
Sounds good. Well, hopefully we see you in another top 8 and maybe even victory tomorrow.
All Basic Forest team.
All Basic Forests. Well, thank you for the interview and good luck tomorrow. I'm here with Kamari Bolger of Team Flexlot talking about some Standard.
Hi guys. Okay, so I am going to, through trial and error, I eventually settled on the deck I've been playing for a long time, which is 5-color Roaming Throne Elementals. These are all my children. I love them so much. This deck is, I kind of like to say it's similar to Tron in other formats. I'm trying to get early development to get ahead of my opponent using cards like Ashling Rekindled, which flips to add 2 mana of any color to only be cast for CMC 4 or greater, and Flame Braider, which is just like Soul Ring for elementals. I also run Roaming Throne, as every creature in my deck is an elemental, and what I'm trying to do is just go over the top of my opponent. If I get to turn 3, turn 4, especially when I get to keep my mana dorks, I just start casting elementals every turn, which is a really hard pace for my opponents to keep up with. For the low to the ground decks, I play an assortment of interaction that is 3 burst, 3 bounce off, and 2 ill-timed explosion. Ill-timed is very good against landfall. It can completely clean off their board state, even now that they're off Badger Mold Cub. Along with bounce off and burst lightning, able to stifle early development and keep me in like tempo with my opponent. Once I get past those early turns, I'm going to use a combination of Vibrance, Wistfulness, Deceit, and Sunderflock to keep my opponent off the board and just drown them in card advantage. Additionally, I have a nice little tutor package for my Vibrance, which can search for a land if I pay double green into its cost. This is very useful and has won me a lot of games. I run Vinestalk, which is a 5/5 blue plant creature with trample if I animate it. These 2 lands are very pivotal for casting all of my variety of colored elementals, so Secluded Courtyard and Cavern of Souls. Cavern really helps me keep myself in play and in the game against control decks with a lot of control magic. So Spelementals and 4-color control, along with blue-white control, and sometimes even Doomsday Excruciator. Pit of Offerings and Quarry Mountain Monastery are 2 of my utility lands. Pit of Offerings can exile 3 cards from graveyards and taps for any of the mana of the exiled cards, along with colorless mana. And then Quarry Mountain Monastery enters tapped unless I control a plains or island, which I often control an island, and allows me to exile the top card or impulse draw a single time every turn. Majorly, what I'm hoping to see is a lot of Spelementals, as all my creatures are unable to be bounced by Sunderflock and therefore a lot harder to interact with, as well as Landfall and Control. With Control, Wistfulness is able to keep their tablets off the field, and I can get underneath them actually, which is my main game plan. Against Doomsday Excruciator, that is my hardest matchup. So I have to rely a lot on my sideboard Graveyard Hate, my Pit of Offerings, and just running through with Deceits and Roaming Thrones to just grind them out of the game. I usually have to go underneath Doomsday as well because they have a lot of top end, but they struggle often to get off the ground. So I'm hoping that I have a much more consistent deck facing down them. Besides that, Mardu Discard is going to be a little bit scary. It was the deck I was looking at for a while, but I just couldn't stand its Spelementals matchup. I think it actually is not very strong into that deck. So I'm hoping to dodge Mardu Discard and Doomsday and run into Landfall and 4-color control. I'll see you either earlier in this rounds or later.
All right, good luck and have fun.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back into NRG Championship Series. I am Corbin Hostler. I'm tagging in to do the final round of Swiss here with Ross Merriam, who has guided you throughout the day. And I know we had a bit of a break there. They're getting everything settled down on the floor. And we're going to get right to it because they're waiting on us. It is time for some round 7 magic here at the NRG Championship Series. You see on your left there, Jacob Baga, Lewis Kaplan, and Matt Severa. And on your right, David Bawarsi, Travis Voigt, Graham Thompson. We'll get all those deck lists in as we go here. But we're off and running.
Yeah, and these teams are 5-1. So this is a win-and-in match for the top 8.
And a pretty good start for Travis with that. The whole deck appears to be white bordered, actually, but a nice Tameo there.
Strong start from this Dimir deck. They definitely want to be playing from ahead, more of a tempo style. The Golgari Necro deck, if given enough time to set up its engine and resolve a Necro dominance, will take over the long game. So Travis is definitely the aggressor in the matchup.
Yeah, and that's why you see Jacob fire off a removal spell there on that Tameo. Of course, the Necro deck aiming to get to its 3-mana namesake Black Enchantment and take over the game from there. So any interaction it can handle over the first few turns, even if it involves some card disadvantage, worth it. However, follow-up Tameo here from Travis as well to maybe it puts on a different kind of pressure, obviously, than something attacking your life total, but altogether is still at least a relevant play for him to make.
Absolutely. See if there's another response to this Tameo to keep the battlefield clear, though. Tameo not the biggest problem from the Necro deck because it does not attack the life total directly. The creatures that drain your life total, like most do, end up sort of turning into card advantage because it's a loss of potential cards from the Necro itself.
Yeah, and for those who didn't catch it, that was a Force of Despair that Jacob used there. You're exiling a black card from your hand. As we talked about, you don't mind, obviously, the card disadvantage in the circumstance when you need it like that. And it's another, obviously, of that cycle. Maybe it's taken the longest to come to more regular play in the format, but free spells tend to find a way. And especially when they're clearing the way for this. There you go. That's the turn 3 Necro Dominance played out by Jacob. We'll see what the response here is from Travis.
And if Travis wants to win this game, it probably needs to be some sort of counterspell. Force of Negation. There's no spell Pierce here, so I think it's just Force.
We're tapping a mana for a...
Cling to Dust trying to find Force.
Yep. Does not look like he quite got there. So, okay, there you go. Looks like Necro resolves. Looks like Jacob draws some extra cards. And now all of a sudden, the pressure's on Travis just by virtue of the extra cards you might get over time off of Tameo. Going to significantly pale in comparison to what Jacob is now sitting on.
Yeah. Spending 2 mana for 1 card or 0 mana for 10 cards. Which one is better? It's unclear.
So what does Jacob want to do from here now that he's done the thing his deck wants to do? How does he want to close it out, Ross?
From Jacob, it's really just about managing his life total. He doesn't want to go too aggressive with the Necro too early and end up having to discard a bunch of cards and effectively losing out. He wants to, draw a healthy number. He's going to go above 5 usually, digging for some, free spells like Soul Spike and whatnot. And then, rebuild his life total with those various life gain effects. So it's really about a pacing of the Necro dominance.
Right.
Don't overdo it, but draw enough to make sure that you find the cards that you need to answer whatever Travis is doing. And you should just overwhelm him in card advantage.
Yeah, and he takes it easy this turn. Just plays out the Boggart Trawler there, hits the graveyard of Travis. He just gets out onto the board a little bit. But for him, like as you mentioned, he's got those free spells. The way to just continually dig deeper really is Travis, who's kind of got to find a way to do something here.
Yeah. For Travis, it's about attacking the life total as quickly as possible and making sure that, the Necrodominance draws as few cards as possible. And
now, is this a
Orcish
Bowmasters
Bowmasters is a good way to do it.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is actually a great way to answer a lot of what's going on, as a matter of fact, here. So really nice follow-up here by Travis. We'll see how it plays out. It plays out very quickly. It doesn't last long on the battlefield. So looks like it bites the dust. There will be a zombie token made. But crucially, that means you don't kind of just, lose to your own combo, lose to your own card there with the Bowmasters, just with the Ultra Punish. It does take the Trawler out on its way in. So that 3 mana gone to the wayside for Jacob. I think that he did get the Cling to Dust exiled for whatever that might end up being worth. But he's got a bunch of cards and not necessarily a bunch to do with them here.
That was very good patience from Jacob. He had the Soul Spike the turn before, obviously, from drawing with Necrodominance. Could have used it to kill the Tomio, but has realized that the Tomio isn't much of a threat. And cards like Orcish Bowmasters could be. Saved his removal spell, used it on the more high-value card. He knows he's ahead, and when you're ahead in a game of Magic, the number one goal is to figure out what cards your opponent could draw, could play to get back into the game, and play in such a way that you don't allow them to do that. And that's what Jacob has done there by being patient with the Soul Spike. And now he gets rewarded by being able to refill his hand with Necrodominance without being under much pressure from the opposing creatures.
All right, Travis thinking on what to do here. Sends it back over. Jacob to figure out how to use our mana this turn. Now, last turn, it was more the free spells that were more impactful than the ones he spent mana on. But he is going to try to keep turning the corner here as slow as it might go. So we start off here fetching a land. You got 4 mana to work with this turn. Obviously, a grip full of cards. We'll see what he wants to do, staring down Tamio and a couple of, and a little bit of, I guess, just the 1/1 soldier here. Army. Oh, his own Bowmasters. Okay.
Take out the opposing army, make one of your own.
Well, certainly he continues to play on just sort of gumming up the board a little bit, putting things into play that can work on Travis's own life total as he fetches down to 13 here.
Yeah. Jacob's playing this very patiently. He's not even overdrawing. He just drew up to 5 cards both turns. So he really is trying to make sure he garners every single inch, every single ounce of value that the Necrodominance can provide.
Yeah, you don't want to get, too greedy, go too deep, as they say, and end up having just lose randomly to, a Bowmaster sneaking in a bunch of damage, that kind of thing.
Yeah. There's another Bowmaster for Travis, but there's a push ready for Jacob. So you play the Bowmaster in response to the opposing Bowmaster so that your Orc army is going to live, because Jacob's Bowmaster is targeting the army of Travis. So now Travis's second Bowmaster trigger will grow the army to 2, so it survives Jacob's Bowmaster trigger. Push will take out the Bowmaster from Travis, which is the most threatening part for Jacob. He can take an extra damage from the army and still be okay.
Yeah, just kind of trading resources blow by blow, except he has the ability to refill as long as he can keep that life total mostly safe here. And it seems to still be at a pretty reasonable spot even after that attack. So also Travis, he's going to run out of cards at some point, and that he's going to either have to start cracking clues further, or he's just, he's still got a decent grip right now, but obviously nothing like Jacob, who just decides I'm going to take quite a bit into hand this turn, actually. Yep, you spot Necrodominance up there. Skip your draw step, beginning of your end step. You can pay any amount of life to draw that many cards, but your maximum hand size is 5. So you can overdraw just to sculpt your 5 a little better. And if a card or token we put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. Now, you might have, been familiar with all the various cards or decks that were called Necro over the years. This is the most recent iteration of it with Necrodominance here. And you're seeing why with Jacob just able kind of to go toe for toe while refilling the hand pretty effortlessly. Still at 10 life here as a big turn for Travis on this attack here, trying to make something to get back in the game or to get Jacob's life total whittled down far enough.
Yeah. And for as many cards as this Necro Dominance has provided Jacob, he's not overly flush with resources relative to his opponent.
Right.
5 cards in hand, 4 lands in play, a 1/1, and the Necro. Travis still has a pretty full grip and 5 lands of his own. So Jacob's life total is slowly whittling down now at 8, and it doesn't seem like he's found exactly what he needs to take over this game.
Yeah, this is a big turn for him here. He just was able to refill last turn. Now he's got access to all of those cards in hand. And hey, I mean, you're staring down, 2 power of all things, right? You should be able to answer that in some way. So we'll see, though. You said it. His hand, it seems maybe just not full of the exact resources he needs. He has a lot of cards, not necessarily a lot of the best cards, but we'll see what he's able to do here. Starts it off with an Edict.
This takes out the token.
Oh, or does it? Takes out the Cameo.
I think there's another Bowmasters in his hand for Jacobs, so he's planning to play that and grow his own army to trade.
It's non-token creatures, so yeah, Travis had to get rid of that Cameo there.
You get to pick. You can choose token, non-token, or Planeswalker.
Right. Jacob got to choose. Yeah.
So he wanted to deal with the Tomeo, and I think it's because he knows this Bowmaster can deal with the army.
That's right. Yeah, as long as you just put a body in front of the army in some way, you're doing fine. So actually see Sink into Stupor here on the inside here by Travis, trying to interact with the Necro. Well, probably at the end of the main phase, I guess. Trying to interact with the Necro itself.
Well, okay. It looks like Jacob did draw up to 5 cards, though, and he went down to 6. So I think that was on the end step, which may be a bit of a misstep from Travis, because it's not like Jacob even has to discard an extra card, because once the Necro's gone, you go back to a 7-card hand size limit.
Yeah, and here's the Bowmasters coming up the ground. I mean, you're at 6 life. You do get your trade-off. So 5 mana here for Travis, who has, you mentioned it, a grip of cards of his own. Can he figure out a way to push through the last couple of points? Because for the first time in this game, I believe we have Jacob with a creature in play and Travis with nothing, which means he's going to have to find some other way to get on board or poke through 6 points here. Talking it through with his teammates, you can see across the way there, Lewis Kaplan, David Baworski, 1-0 going in the way of Spy combo there with David. Meanwhile, over in Standard, Graham Thompson on Demir Doomsday, down a game to Matt Severa on Spell Elementals. So
things are even for these 2 teams as they vie for their spot in the top 8. Okay. Arctide Region would be a good threat, but that's a great answer to it.
Yeah, Force of Despair, we mentioned, just a little situational, but in a lot of spots where you need it like that, good, and more importantly, free. So at least in terms of mana. So there's another threat by Travis taken care of, and now you get to untap if you're Jacob. You do have to try to redeploy the Necro Dominance here if you want, and you would expect that Travis might have some way to interact. So we'll start things off with poking Travis down to 12 life. Three mana. He also, I spot a Shieldred in hand there. So some options it looks like here for Jacob.
Yeah. Once you have that Force of Despair should be in the graveyard. They put it in exile because they got into the habit because Necro Dominance has been on the battlefield, but Necro was off the battlefield that turn. But if Shieldred hits for a Necro trigger, then this game will definitely be over. Because then you just pay down to 1 life and then gain, all the way back up and then some.
Looks like it is going to eat the dust here. I assume didn't quite catch it. It's got to be a counter spell there from Travis. Answers it. So, okay. Necro Dominance not in play. Now, Jacob still does have some amount of cards in hand. Obviously, we mentioned the Shieldred and also this Douthy Voidwalker that is a pretty decent way. I mean, look, it's for all the powerful combo exciting cards that have been played, it's 11-6, and that's 3 unblockables. So The clock is on a little bit as the hand there gets revealed. Thoughtsei's actually putting Travis down to 6, which is just going to be a couple of hits from the Dalthy.
Okay, so Shield will get taken with the Thoughtseize, just a Witherbloom Charm left. That looks like a Fatal Push on the Voidwalker.
Okay, nice turn there from Travis.
Then a Psychic Frog. I mean, the Charm can answer the Psychic Frog. So Jacob has an answer to it, but only has the 1/1 left over. And then there's a couple of clues from Tomio. Travis has done a really good job of navigating this game and gotten himself into a position where he can still win, despite facing down a Necro Dominance that triggered 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, multiple turns. 6 to the life totals are 7 to 6 is what I'd say they are. Not the other for sure. All right, so Travis can crack those clues. You mentioned he's got 5 mana to work with here. So depending on what he draws, a lot of the spells in the deck are very cheap, or even no mana. I mean, but even for say, one of the 3 mana counter spell, he could pay to crack it, draw it. So a lot of spells are going to be available to Travis here. So we've got I think probably a long way to go as Shieldred hits the graveyard.
It's the counterspell. Travis is very clearly trying to avoid cracking these clues and triggering the Orcish Bowmasters, but I think he will want to eventually if he doesn't find an answer.
Yeah, as long as he's finding good cards, like, that counterspell for that Shieldred was that you're happy to just kind of, I guess, let the turn progress from there. But yeah, he's going to have to start finding some kind of answer here. So he does start digging and finds a frog. So he's at 4 life. But he has a frog, which is, I guess, a blocker in this circumstance.
It's a blocker and then a potential attacker. Can you? I don't think you can get it up to 6 damage in one swing. And then the frog trigger will then trigger Bowmasters. This is a really intricate dance with both players on low life totals.
Yeah, Travis also does have 2 mana to crack that clue. So depending on what he thinks he needs to do at the end of Jacob's turn, which is, I believe, where we're at, he's going to face quite the decision here. This game's been fascinating.
Yeah. So Travis can't connect with Psychic Frog without exposing himself to lethal on the crackback, because he'll take 1 from the Bowmaster trigger and then it'll pump the Orc army up to 3 total power for Jacob. But Jacob going to play conservatively and deny the cards with a chump block. And now, another frog.
Yeah, it's a nice draw from Travis, who hasn't even needed to go into the well for those clues, fighting back with these late frogs that I guess don't quite threaten lethal theoretically quite yet, but they're very good. We'll see what Jacob's got a few cards in hand. Oh, that's a Darien spell.
He could go for lethal, or he can go for a professor.
Oh, he goes for lethal.
But is that Cling to Dust? Yes. On a creature
to gain life.
3.
Wow, what a play by Travis, gaining the life up to 7, allowing him to survive the soul spike, which we'll see if that gives him the game. I think it might, though. That was a huge play just to survive, because yes, Jacob had the option to play the Planeswalker, kill a frog, and go about that route, but instead he went for the glory. It did not quite work out, and now the frogs are attacking.
Well, it's hard for them to attack. Travis should be at 3, right? Gained 3, then took 4. And Jacob should be at 10. So there's still a life swing. So 1 frog comes in. So that should be Jacob to 8. And Travis down to 2.
Yeah, Travis is at 2.
So... okay, now let's use Cling to Dust to gain some more life. This might be the most times you'll ever see Cling to Dust target a creature in one game. That's not, Esper Gorios. Wow, that was such a big decision. And you can't blame Jacob for going for it, because, for the most part, the Professor is going to get stopped by a counterspell the same way the Soul Spike will. Cling to Dust was kind of the one card that really punished the line for Jacob.
Yeah, it's tough too, and it would have been quite the decision, because he's only 1 mana off of just straight up casting the Soul Spike at that point too. So you can talk yourself into playing a different spell, because even if I draw a land, I can just hard cast this thing. But yeah, I decided you're right that there's a counter spell. It got me either way. I may as well try to end the game, but doesn't work out. Now, we'll see. I guess if he's able to find a way to force through 2 more damage, he's sitting with this Bowmaster, which is very much complicating things for
There
Travis.
should be
He comes in
5
with
damage that he needs at this point because there was
frog.
the other cling to dust on the end step. So I think Travis is now at 5 and will go to 4 after the frog comes through and draws a card.
There you go. Yep.
And Jacob should also, it's on 6. And I think there's an Otawara as the draw step for Travis. So he can now bounce the Orc Army if anything bad happens and only take 1 from the Bowmasters if he loses the untapped frog. Looks like he's still going to go for this. And that will force a chump. Oh,
yeah. Well, okay. So you're going to bounce it now.
Is there a spell snare at hand or some counter spell to stop this?
I was going to say, because as long as you have the cling to dust open to gain life, you're also not even dead to another spike. So, but I guess you need the cards. But okay, he bounces the Bowmasters. Bowmaster comes right back down, and yes, there's a subtlety for it. So no cards in hand now for Travis, but he does delay the Bowmasters from returning, or at least with it thinking about it.
Interesting line. It commits a lot of resources, and with Jacob so low, those extra cards could have threatened lethal on this turn. Especially if you just, say you just cast the subtlety and now you have a 3-power flyer. You can jump the 2/3 frog, discard a card, and that's just lethal in the air. And you still have the Otawara.
Really tight game here. Team's been playing all day long. Remember, we're in round 7. These teams playing for the top 8 here at our Team Trios event.
And Jacob bottoms the Bowmaster. He realizes he needs something better than that at this point. And now Travis can crack these clues that have been sitting around all game. There was a spell snare drawn. I can't make out the other 2.
It kind of feels like he's gotten back into this, obviously, with the carefully navigated how he drew his extra cards from these frogs in the late game, was patient with those clues, and now feels like if he gets 1 more on tap step, it's probably going to be good.
Well, he's just going for it. I have 3 cards. I have 6 power. And yeah, no removal for Jacob. That's game 1 for Travis Boyd.
Nice start there. Meanwhile, over in Standard, Graham evens it up with Matt Severa. They're heading into a game 3. We might be able to pop over to that. David and Lewis obviously still vying in their second game as well, but that was a nice showing for Modern, a nice interactive game well late into the turns. For a format that is as powerful as it is these days, that one went deep and was 2 decks that were very much not the combo kill you on turn 3 type builds. So all right, we are
very well played game from Travis Boyd to beat that early Necro dominance. And for Jacob, it really just comes down to the Soul Spike versus Professor turn. I think if he goes for the Professor, probably wins that game.
Yeah, that was a big moment there. So with that said, one of these players over here in the Standard seat probably will be the first to give their team a match win. Matt Severa on your right, playing Blue-Red Spelementals, and it's Dimir Doomsday, one of the cooler decks to ever hit Standard in the time, at least since that I've been around the game, I would say. Pretty sweet build. It's come back around, obviously, in the wake of a couple of bannings. And here we are playing for the top 8.
Yeah, and this is a very different kind of matchup for the Is It Spelementals deck. We normally see them using their elementals to control early battlefields from landfall, from aggro decks. Here, the creatures really just stand on their own as threats. And the idea is to try to land them with some sort of protection from the opposing removal spells, because this Dimir Doomsday deck has so much good black removal that kills big creatures. Sometimes you could overload their removal by setting up a big graveyard and dropping multiple elementals in one turn, and that's a way that you can get ahead. But it's really going to be about generating card advantage and protecting these threats while also protecting yourself from the Excruciator combo.
Yep, and that was 2 cards drawn off a flow state there for Matt. So step 1 accomplished. So he's got just a full grip of cards in his hand. 2 mana open. Deceit from Graham here is probably prompts some kind of response from Matt, and it's just to reveal my hand. Actually, here you go. What do you want?
a bunch of Eddie Merc crabs, and the graveyard is full of spells, so I imagine those cost 2. There's a spell snare, which is very good at protecting your creatures from the opposing removal. All the removal that kills them costs 2. And then I think that's a Winter Night Stories and a Charm.
Yeah, pretty stacked hand for Matt. Obviously, you're sort of elemental flooded, but in this case, it works out pretty well. You don't mind if that gets hit with a deceit. You're just going to be the one presenting the pressure all of a sudden just from turn 4 on. So if you're Graham, this went from, okay, good, I feel okay about this, I'm about to attack my opponent's hand, to, okay, well, now I need a plan of my own to deal with this, and you just instantly feel yourself perhaps going on the defensive. Now, that said, Eddie Merc Crab, 3 of them in the hand. We'll see how Matt's able to pilot them out over the next few turns, as that is not targeted by the deceit.
And I like taking the spell snare there. Effectively, both spell snare and Eddie Merc Crab are going to trade for a 2-mana card of yours, like a Disdainful Stroke, a removal spell, and you'd rather force Matt to spend 2 mana on an Eddie Merc Crab than 1 mana on a spell snare over the course of those trades.
Yep, and we do see a stroke there, and now
Graham says, I want to get some card advantage too.
All right, he'll go ahead.
Flow state, Graham has stock up. Both players, this effectively becomes a mid-range matchup. Both players have plenty of card advantage. They have removal, they have counter spells. There's discard on one side, maybe graveyard hate plays into it. Graham doesn't have too much graveyard hate in his list. It's just 2 copies of Strategic Betrayal. But we saw Matt Severa earlier today, Mason and I, get absolutely wrecked by some Strategic Betrayals. They could be devastating if Graham can find one.
Yeah, you do like how Matt's able to play at instant speed here with his threats, which I think is a maybe a big strength of his deck that can demand answers. But it also is something that Graham can do, is play at least at somewhat at instant speed. But you do see Matt here trying to punish the mana he spent on the stock up by playing out double crab here. One of them eats removal. But you know what? That means you untap with one as well, and you've got Graham tapped out. So I guess in the end, of the 3 elementals, one of them has made it through, and we'll see how far Matt's able to take it.
Yeah. Now the goal is for Matt, use my selection spells, find a spell snare to protect this or negate some sort of counter spell, or failing that, find a replacement threat.
Say also relevant, keep an eye on is just players making their land drops here, right? If both players do have enough card advantage, then it is going to come down to who can double spell the most. And you saw Graham basically, the way this has gone with the Sunderflock follow-up, sort of max punished for just the audacity to spend 3 mana on the stock up. And now all of a sudden he needs some very particular cards out of it. Now that said, if he does have them, he's in a good spot. But I think I spotted, maybe a counter spell in the hand there. If you have counter spells and not removal, you might just be dead in 2 turns. So it's a lot of pressure that Matt was able to put on him there by playing out those crabs at instant speed. His flow states, his +2s costing 2 mana versus 3. It all kind of comes down to who's just the most efficient here. So this is a good way to get back in it, is the board wipe coming out from Graham.
Yeah, Deadly Cover-Up was one of the cards he selected off of that stock up last turn, recognizing that by tapping low for the stock up, he was giving Matt a window to unload his hand of threats and stick one, and Graham wanted a way to catch back up if that were to happen, and that's exactly the way this game is playing out. And now Matt has the option of either trying to find more threats with this Prismari Charm. Could have bounced, I think, one of the elementals back to the hand. Pretty sure Prismari Charm can target your own things.
Yes, it can.
Yeah. He goes for the dig, and it looks like he found a Hearth Elemental, which is a really strong card here because Matt's hand is small enough that he can go for the Stoke Genius and generate extra card advantage with the Hearth Elemental. Okay, so Graham decided to take Flow State with the Collect Evidence. Not too surprising because 3 Eddie Merc crabs had already been cast, so there's not too much value in taking crab. And in these heavy removal matchups, you often expect your Spellamental's opponents to board low on Sunderflocks. the bounce ability isn't as necessary, and they can be awkward if your opponent has the removal for your early elementals. And so you're not expecting too many Sunderflocks left in the deck either. So I think Flow State probably is the card that Graham identified as the most impactful that he could take out of Matt's library.
Yeah, you see Matt's hand. If you're Graham, if you think if I can come up with just maybe 1 to 2 more answers here, then we're more or less at parity, and I can get back in this. So I may as well take the card that's going to stop him from refilling. So we'll see what Matt is able to do with it here, though. He's got a couple cards to work with. He's got a few options, but Graham has a couple still in hand as well. So you kind of, if you're Matt, you have to assume whatever the first thing I do isn't going to be good enough. And that's why he's just going to start the turn by digging with the charm.
Yeah. And he doesn't have a lot of great finds off the charm. He's basically trying to find something he can play alongside the Hearth Elemental. So like another Eddie Mert Crab would be ideal, but there's only one of those left.
Just continuing to dig with Opt, but that was a get out, I think.
Oh, yeah. And Get Out's valuable enough that he's going to forgo the Stoke Genius and just play Hearth Elemental as a 4/5. Definitely one of his better cards available. You could use it to counter something like a Doomsday Excruciator here, or you can use it next turn to just bounce the Hearth Elemental and use Stoke Genius that way.
Oh, well, there you go. There's one of those strategic betrayals we talked about. So creature down for Matt, graveyard down for Matt. Back at ground zero.
Yeah, I think that might have been another Get Out drawn. So the good news for Matt is that he's set up to stop some of the big threats from Graham, but Graham may just win this game with those Restless Reefs sitting in play if he's ahead enough on cards.
As any board that it looks like, just if we ever get to this point where neither player has cards, which is unlike, there's so many refill spells in Magic, even Standard, that not as often you see players just down to just the lands in play. But if when we do get to that point, Restless Reef is one of the best. If you're Matt, you may be there sooner rather than later. Not been able to really progress much on the board in a while. Now here we go. We got a Stallion that's hit play, or attempted to hit the stack anyway, but 3 steps ahead for Graham, takes care of that. And here he goes. He's got some mana spent by Matt and a chance to get out ahead of board of his own. He's got, I think, at least 3 cards in hand. Just going to start one off by, all right, digging on his own.
Yeah, Graham's very content to just pull ahead on cards. He's discarding a Doomsday Excruciator there. No reason to go for things too quickly and play into what Matt might have. He can bide his time, set up a hand with a lot of counter spell backup, and find a Spider Band later in this game to access the demon from the graveyard.
And I don't know if you spotted this down on our lower third there, but David Bewerski has defeated Lewis Kaplan 2-0 over in the third seat. So that is 1 match over to Travis Boyd and Graham Thompson's team. So that means if Graham can win this, if he can pull this out, and he's looking to be in a pretty decent spot here, if he can find a way to actually turn this advantage he has into a way to close it out, and he's getting closer every turn, that would be the match in the top 8 for his team.
Yeah. The team on your right, Kaplan, Baga, and Severa, need every remaining game of this team match to take it down. Their backs are fully against the wall.
And Deceit's not going to make it any better. Now, this does, of course, eat the get out from Matt Severa here. But after that Winter Night Stories from Graham, you just have to figure there's more where that came from. So, all right, now this is a good way to get going again here from Matt. He at least finds some card selection, dig a little deeper, but just passes the turn back.
I think it was Sunderflock that went to the bottom, but I'm not sure what went to the hand.
All right, looks like 5 mana here is what Graham's thinking about. Oh, well, that's how you get faked out. My bad. I should have waited for the spell to hit the stack. Thinking this turn through here, which means he's got several options among the 4 cards in hand. Now, Matt did dig and then pass the turn back. So if you're Graham, you do kind of put him on more than nothing at this point. So you may be thinking about what interaction you want to leave up here at the end as he's deep in the tank. We're back to the 5 mana, and here it comes. So is this a deadly cover up just to hit the graveyard?
Just to hit the stallions out of the graveyard.
Okay, just for the cranial extraction bit of it here. Interesting. I guess you also get to see the hand. Huh. Okay. Well, that is certainly a way to spend 5 mana if you're Grant Thompson. You're just trying to think about what can I actually lose to at this point. If I have a couple of spells, removal spells, I'm probably not going to lose to random Sunderflocks at this point. Well, maybe Stallion's the only thing that can actually get out of hand if I have nothing else to do with my mana, and I'm pretty sure my opponent is, in a lull. This may be the best way to spend it. I mean, it's that, or you could have Restless Reef attacked for that amount. But that is a very interesting play here from Graham that I guess really does lower the threat density left in Matt's deck here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Graham, Matt has found the exact perfect card to punish in Hearth Elemental. He can now cast both elementals this turn. Has 2 spells in the graveyard, so Hearth costs 4, and then that cost reduces the cost of Sunderflock by 6 to 3. Once again, forgo the Stoke Genius, and I guess would rather have 2 cards than the Sunderflock. Okay.
Interesting. Well, hey, if you're Matt and your
Elemental?
opponent just wrathed an empty board, surely there's more where that came from. You wouldn't give up his only wrath to do that. But I don't know. Interesting game, the way this one is played out here. I think I spotted another one hit Matt's hand. So he does pass a turn with just the 1 threat in play. We've got 1 mana open. So after all of that, we will see where Graham ends up.
I see a Disdainful Stroke in Graham's hand, but I'm not sure what else. Okay, it's another Deadly Cover-Up.
Okay, that makes sense.
And this one can hit the Hearth Elementals and take the one out of Matt's hand.
Yeah, this is when you know you are deep in the Demir sauce, is when you are at the point of just, I'm going to exile every relevant threat out of your deck is the way I'm going to play this game. I'll worry about winning the game at some future point. If you can't beat me, you can't win.
Yeah. So Graham has seen Matt's deck. He knows how many threats are left. I'm not sure, maybe there's 1 Eddie Merc Crab.
Could be one. Yeah, we've seen 3.
Ghost Vacuum. I saw it while Graham was flipping through the deck. And maybe a Ghost Vacuum taking some of Graham's threats and turning them into 1/1s can be good enough.
Yeah, maybe. All right, well, good luck, Matt. It's a tough spot to be in. A couple of lands there in play, and it looks like he may be on the wrong end of this here. He's just forced to play the land, pass the turn back, and it is the Archmage of Emeritus here for Graham Thompson. So I think Ancestral Recall may be in our future.
Is that an Eddie Merc Crab drawn? I think Matt has found his only remaining creature. Graham knows that's the only creature left and has a Disdainful Stroke. Still tapping a lot of mana here. Ooh, and there's another Sunderflock. Man, it just keeps drawing all the elementals.
All right. Well, it looks like we are over to Graham's turn here. He's untapped, talking it through with the teammates. You untap with the Archmage. You usually feel pretty good about where you're at. And here comes the Doomsday Excruciator. So looking to close it out is Graham. But actually, I guess it may not matter as we pop over to Travis and Jacob here in Modern. I think perhaps Travis picked that up.
Unclear, but I think Graham has this one basically locked up. Yes, Travis did win, so this is going to end up being a clean sweep for the team of Bewersi, Boyd, and Thompson.
Well, I'm glad for our sake we got to what is pretty clearly it seems like the end of the match here. Now here comes the crab for Matt as they play it out. Yeah, that makes sense. So the excruciator turning sideways as well.
So that should be 5 cards in library for Matt. And
okay, here comes the Sunderflock. Does bounce both the excruciator and the archmage. And gets in for damage. So okay, presenting presenting a lethal threat, I guess, is Matt Severa here. So what can Graham do with this turn? This did swing back pretty quickly with Matt finding his last couple of remaining threats. Archmage of Emeritus is just going to re-hit the battlefield here for Graham.
I'm surprised we didn't go Demon first. Being a 6/6 that it doesn't trade with one of the creatures. Oh, it's because he drew Bitter Triumph. So we can play Emeritus plus Bitter Triumph.
Yep, that takes care of one of the threats. And if you're Graham, you pretty much know that this other elemental might just very well be Matt's last in the entire deck. So he wants to plan out exactly how he does this here, figures it out, hits the Eddie Merc Crab in case, you know, I guess that would be the one that would have flash if it were to get bounced and something weird. But passes the turn back. Now you're no longer in range of dying on this turn. And you feel much safer if you're Graham. So Matt goes digging with an opt and instead extends his hand. That'll do it. It is the clean sweep. David, Travis, and Graham taking the match. They are going to be moving on to our top 8 here at the NRG Championship Series. So that was a bit of a whirlwind, Ross, but hey, I'm glad to be joining you for a round. Well, I guess we'll have Mason back for the top 8, but that was a heck of a way to round things off in the Swiss rounds here today.
Yeah, very well played match. You know, that game 1 of Demir midrange against Golgari Necro, just a real masterclass. And so a team that very much has earned their way into the top 8. And it was a great way for me to end my part of the day here, bringing you this commentary. Like Corbin said, I will be making way for Mason's return, and he and Corbin will be guiding you through the elimination rounds as we crown 3 champions here in Milwaukee.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Corbin Hostler. We said goodbye to Ross, who made it through all of the Swiss rounds with you today. And we say hello to Mason Clark, who is joining me for the top 8.
Hey, Corbin, I'm so excited to get it back in the booth there. I got a little bit of time off, got to see a last awesome round of Swiss. And now it's time for the top 8 and figure out who's going to be our champion and which team is going to champs in December.
That's right. So we're going to probably hop right down into this game for you because we are ready to roll here on this top 8. And we have, of course, all the big NRG names in the top 8. But beyond that, we've got some great decks. So on your left, you see Pierre Smith, Grayson Nimitz, Sean Wager playing as a trio with some great NRG players there against a trio of good players who've got a ton of NRG accomplishments of their own on the right. Evan Vetter, Vinny Fino, and Zach Amy. So that is 2 excellent teams squaring off here in our quarterfinals. We've brought you in down on the standard match. John Wager on your left playing Orzhov Life Gain against Zach Amy's Demir Excruciator here. So hopping into the match, and we see the Bat take a strategic betrayal or a removal spell of some kind, I think. Can't tell for sure.
Yeah, we started to take Deceit, but we decided Bitter Triumph was the actual answer. Yes. You could use the Bitter Triumph as a way to remove the Bat, right? I think the idea maybe also being that Deceit's going to just make us discard a card as well, or in theory could answer the Bat. But, we drew the little rabbit that could, and just fine to have that be taken if that's what's going to happen here. This matchup can be a little tricky. The Orzhov Life Gain really is an engine-y mid-range deck that kind of creates a kind of this Turing machine of the sum of its parts, where I gain a life. When I gain a life, I make a bat. When I make a bat, I draw a card. When I make a bat and I draw a card, you lose life and I draw another. It does a lot of that. The Demir Excruciator is a very controlling combo finish deck. It's going to just kill you and make your deck have 0 cards in it, basically, very quickly here. Assuming we can draw lands, it looks like Zach is a little stuck on lands.
Yeah, we might have a bit of a dud here in the first one, unfortunately, but he's got some time to dig out of it. I mean, he's obviously only taking one at a time from the bat here, but eventually you will fall too far behind in mana. And as you've spelled out, really just the value that the Orzhov Life Gain deck, very close to calling it a bat deck, can assemble here.
Yeah, and Dracovan Encampment's a great mana sinking spot like this. John's flooding, Zach is screwed when it comes to mana, but with this sort of mana sink in a land here, we're going to be able to get some extra 1/1s, push some pressure, and get some extra life. And with the case of the Uneaten Feast up there and Amalia, this is actually going to be of a lot of exploring, and Amalia might get out of control when it comes to size very, very quickly here.
Yeah, kind of turned the quarter pretty quick there from just having this bat to, okay, actually now my pieces are coming together and it's actually going to be really intimidating. So Zach Amy did, of course, find that Gloomlake Verge there. So in theory, he can play the game a little bit, but just is not able to spend any mana there at all and is now just going for a stock up. So not a good spot to be when you're at 11 life staring down an Amalia that already has counters going for it. So that said, you've got to play your stock up here. Theoretically, this will get you another land drop. Maybe you have a Wrath on the next turn if you're Zach, and you feel like if you can just pull through, you have a shot to get there. So big turn here for John.
Yeah, this is a really, really important turn. Gotta push as much damage as you can. Like you said, you're gonna get Wrath, whether it's Deadly Cover Up or Day of the Black Sun. All of those are pretty huge problems. Gets the road out of the way. Happy to have that one gone, as it's not really a card in this matchup. But yeah, I mean, we pushed a lot of damage this turn, right? Like, they aren't showing it, but an extra 2 1/1s are being put into play off the Dracovan Encampment. That's where the life gain's coming from. That's where the Explorers are coming from. So we've done a lot of damage to Zach, but, assuming we can cast his Wrath, which I think we can, it's going to be pretty hard to kind of close the door out here unless we just have some really good draws off the top.
Thinking it through. Taking a look at the graveyard here. So not just immediately slamming whatever he ultimately opts for here, but here we go. We do have the board wipe.
All right. Looks like Deadly Cover Up. And I think we maybe were figuring out, did we want to, collect evidence there in order to remove all the copies of a card? Given right. John has a pretty big graveyard, seemed pretty reasonable and at least worth a second to think about, like, should I get rid of these Amalias, these Deep Cavern Bats?
Yeah, in our last round, we actually watched the Demir deck bit by bit remove every relevant creature out of Matt Severa's deck via deadly cover up, even when there was nothing in play. We saw it played as a 5 mana, half a cranial extraction. It was quite the ending to the match.
Yeah, and Lunar Convocation gain taken here from the Deadly Cover-Up is actually probably one of John's better draws. That's, one of the bigger payoffs for this deck when it comes to like having both a mana sink and, an engine to draw more cards. So losing that here is actually really, really big. I did not realize when there's hit the graveyard so early in the game from the duress, but yeah, that was probably John's best draw step after this Wrath. And so we're going to need to really, string some good ones together here. So I do think Zach is probably a little lower than our life total is displaying. I could be mistaken, but I think he's
let's see if we get that updated. Meanwhile, Grayson Nimitz on the Devoted Druid combo does pick up the first game of the entire match over Espergorio in the hands of Vinny Fino. So first blood over to the team on the left here, coming in that combo heavy format. Meanwhile, speaking of combo, here's a Doomsday Excruciator from Zach.
Yeah. So we're going to exile all but the last 6 cards in our deck. And Zach has double Emeritus of Ideation in hand. That is the Ancestral Recall one, if you don't know them by name. And that is going to put John under the gun pretty quickly. The Demon does force a draw too. So, if you do nothing, the Demon will make you lose the game first. But obviously, Ancestral Recall is going to make John lose first here.
Yeah, so Zach's at 2 life. Voice of Victory hits the battlefield, which is an interesting one in that if it's allowed to attack, it does just help push through 1/1s. But surely with the grip of cards Zach Amy has in hand here, that Voice of Victory is not going to be able to close it out. But we'll see how he progresses through this turn. Obviously, Archmage of Emeritus, just incredibly powerful card all around, but when you need to, you can, when you want to, really, you can Ancestral Recall yourself. And when you need to, you can Ancestral Recall your opponent just to end the game many times. So I think that's probably where we might see this one end up, but he may feel the need to just go after this Voice of Victory.
Yeah, interesting here from Zach. It looked like he's starting to fire up the Reef. Yeah, but the Reef would not be lethal. I think we'd have a card left.
Yeah, he goes. Yeah.
Oh, and this plays into a road, right? I mean, maybe I'm mistaken. I thought we had a Day of the Black Sun in hand, which
I thought so as well. That's why I thought it was interesting. You may have to deal with that Voice of Victory so that you don't just kind of die to a couple of random 1/1s when you're at 2 life. So, but here we go. He looks like he is able to answer it on top of playing out the Emeritus. So, crisis averted. It seems like Zach in a good spot to lock this one up if John just can't find something in his last turn here.
This makes total sense. Yeah, the Bitter Triumph the Bat had under the whole game was hiding out in hand. I just miscounted Zach's mana there and thought Zach was on 6 lands. And so I was like, what's going on? But it all makes sense now when you think about it. As the second case comes down, Zach can now fire up this Restless Reef, attack, mill John for 4, and then activate Ancestral Recall on the Emeritus and win the game. You can also just recall twice here by casting another one. And that's a good for John.
If you can play, why play 1 Ancestral Recall when you can play 2 Ancestral Recalls?
So true. And that's going to do it for game number 1 here. It looks like, by the way, our Modern seat also already finished one of their games. So we're going to hop on down to Pauper. Let's take a look over there and see how those players are doing here as we are in the team event. All right.
Yeah, Pierre Smith on your left, Evan Vetter on your right, Blue Fairies versus Spy combo.
All right. Now, Blue Fairies is the deck I love in Pauper, misspoke. It's my favorite deck. I've got like nice arts for everything. This is just so much fun as we've seen Into the Deep Hour coming in. And if you haven't played with this deck, you're really like a tempo-y deck at its core. You're going to nickel and dime your opponent. You've got some little creatures. You try to, get them there for more value and just prevent your opponent from doing what they want to do.
It's like playing Merfolk.
Yes, exactly. It's just better PR. Oh, Deep Circuit Hacker is an enchantment, so the Mass Vandal takes it down.
You'd be surprised how many things in life you can claim are like playing Merfolk.
Yeah, when you're a Merfolk player, everything looks like Merfolk. God, son, waiting here in line with you at the water park just reminds me of this one time I topped it at PPDQ in 2003. As we are going to see here, Spellstutter Sprite was playing a turn to keep the pressure up, and it looks like Evan's got a couple different counter spells in hand.
You ever go to the aquarium and just decide which of the fish look like various merfolk? No, just me. All right, back to the magic.
It looks like getting in there. Now, notably, if you haven't interacted with ninjutsu before, the way it works is once your creature's unblocked, you can then spend the amount of mana to put the ninja in, and it remains unblocked there. So using those fairies is a way to get these, ground ninjas across for a little bit more and get some cards. I mean, I haven't played versus the spy deck often with ninjas, but when I do, it has always felt pretty good of a matchup. They're just trying to resolve a few cards, and you've got a couple counter spells. Obviously, sometimes they can get you. They're doing some really powerful stuff really quickly, but it does look like Pierre is in a really tough spot here.
So we're fairly deep into this one right now, with just a massive board and play for Pierre, but the evasion, the swarm of bodies for Evan. I mean, he has him down to 9 life here, and he has his own grip of cards to interact. All right, so we'll see how he wants to line this attack up. I see at least one spell stutter in hand along with the other various counter magic. So he's got plenty of options here, does Evan, when whatever he does decide to do. And here it comes. I believe we're moving to attack step, and it is just the team all coming in. So some of it's evasive, some of it's on the ground. But at 9 life, Pierre has to at least line some blocks up against everything here.
Yeah, and one of the benefits of this is, you can maybe get like a couple creatures on for Dread Return and make it awkward. And then with these intruders, you now shrink some of these creatures so they don't actually kill yours in combat. And you can maybe sneak across a little bit there, as the Current Ranger does die and doesn't trade off with the Moon Circuit Hacker. Very tricky deck.
Yeah, very solid there. So, and now you see, speaking of just ton of creatures, that's just everything in play here by Evan. Is a chance to try to finish off the game next turn with the evasive creatures if he gets the opportunity.
Yeah, and we saw a nice try double spell moment there from Pierre. Used another Mesmeric Fiend to eat a counter spell, or to try to eat a counter spell. Excuse me, got spell stutter sprited, and then winding way to maybe find that spy and sup a win, but it got counter spelled. It's so often just a draw 5 in this deck. Yeah, it looks like we're going to let one of these ninjas through. The Moon Circuit Hackers are looting in comparison to, the Ninja of the Deep Hour.
Yeah.
Pretty big difference.
It's a great update on the great riff on the original card, because they do draw you a card, of course, the first turn they come into play. Very, very, very good fit in this deck at a good power level, but not quite Ninja of the Deep Hours level in combat. So, okay, when the dust clears here, Pierre Smith down to 3 life, but still has at least a handful of creatures in play to try to advance his own game plan. But he's staring down just, I think it's literally 7 different creatures in play out of Evan Vetter, just threatening to overwhelm him if he can't find some way to clean it up. And doesn't look like he can.
Wasn't able to do it there. One of the other problems, too, as we jump over to Modern really quick here, let's see how those players are doing, is you got to have all the lands at your deck. So even if you had the spy, that deck typically plays 5 lands. So it's a little hard sometimes when you're on the 4 lands. You can, of course, chain, ability to find a land and to play that into spy, but it does ask a bit more of you, especially against a combo deck. As it looks like Grayson did win game number 1 here with Devoted Druid versus Esper Gorgios. I know the Devoted Druid deck can sometimes struggle against like the Esper Blink variants, which are kind of the cousin to the Gorgios deck. They're a bit better at grinding. They've got a bit more incidental cards that line up pretty well. Like Emperor Bones makes it so Tyvar's a little worse at times. But, that was a quick one. Makes me think Grayson maybe had like a Ley Line of Abundance draw.
All right, well, here we go. Starting things off, it's a Fiend Artisan for Grayson Nimitz. We'll see if that prompts a response out of Vinny here.
It looks like Vinny's doing an end of turn Gorgios. That's not bad for turn 2.
Yeah, end of turn Gorgios. The Atraxa get the reload in all around pretty darn strong for your turn 2 play. That is Look, I was going to say Fiend Artisan is one of those cards that, yes, it only costs 2 mana, but putting 2 mana to play a card you need to untap with in Modern is can be asking quite a lot, and this is why, because this is a huge reload here for Vinny, who is down a game, so he had the opportunity to be on the play for this one and get this Atrax and just winding up how he wants to refill his hand right now.
Yeah, so Psychic Frog's the easy one because you don't have any other choices when it comes to creature. It looks like Force of Negation and Wrath of the Skies are going to join Psychic Frog along with the fetch land. You could take Spell Snare. Totally reasonable. Devoted Druid is a 2-mana card, but I think Vinny wanting to fight over the Tyvars, the Nature's Rhythms of the world. Those cards are often what in things. But notably, there was no Ephemerate there in those 10 cards, and I don't think I see one in hand either. That might mean this Atrax is leaving. And, listen, a draw, 4 of the best cards on the top of your deck is not bad, but not enough to win a game.
Yeah, it certainly isn't going to win the game on the spot. It's, it does reload to such a point that you hope it's enough. And I guess there we go. Guess it doesn't, because the Thoughtseize follow-up leads the players to shuffling up. So I guess we're probably on to a game 3 here for Modern. Wonder if we can swing back over to Standard, perhaps, where Zach Amy is up a game. But as it stands right now, it looks like Evan Vetter, Vinny Fino, Zach Amy, I believe that their team is sitting at 3 wins, whereas it's just 1 thus far for the other squad. So welcome back to the booth. I'm Corbin Hostler, Mason Clark. We're in the quarterfinals here, in between games between these 2 squads. And hey, that was Team Trios. That was a fast start to the quarters here.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that you see sometimes, and this might happen when we get closer to the finals, is some teams will start really conversing about every hard decision.
Right.
And that will slow pace, of play glacially. But especially for these teams that have so many strong players who are veterans of this, right? Like, I think over half the people in our feature match here have played in our champs either last year or previous years. Like, these are well-known, well-veteran players. They trust their teammates, It'd be like, like if we're all on a team together, I'm not going to double check your work, whatever. It's like, hey, we're on a team. I trust you. Let's play quickly here. And I think also just the nature of some of these matchups is leading them to be lightning fast. Maybe Grayson was hiding a little bit of information. There's a sideboard card in the form of the Thoughtseize. Maybe he could win from that spot. Seemed a little unlikely if the Thoughtseize was going to be good, but sort of just being like, hey, let's keep going. This game's over. We don't need to sit here and play. So I appreciate the rapid pace of play once a game is wrapped up.
I certainly appreciate it from this seat. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'll appreciate it a lot more in the finals.
I remember watching, some of the Reed Duke squad over the years playing, and you have just, 3 excellent Magic players, 3 of the best Magic players in the world, all on a team. You're like, oh, wow, they must, if they consult on every decision, I have no chance. But in reality, what they do is they trust their teammates to play the game. Then when they ask for help, you get that long conference, but it's really in between, because it's too many cooks in the kitchen, as they say, right? You can just overload someone's brain thoughts, and even if you're helping in some sense, you can be just distracting and leads to a silly mistake in combat, that kind of thing, right? So there's a real art to it, which is to say, I suppose, whether you're playing a team physical sport or team Magic, team chemistry does matter.
It matters so much. All right, we're back in the Standard. Excuse me, back in the Modern. Misspoke there. Let's see if we can get, I believe the Devoted deck can kill on turn 2 with its absolute best draws. Let's see if we can do that.
Yeah, Grayson gets to go back on the play here. With his team, I guess, his chance to lock up the winner here. We'll lock up the first match of the quarterfinals. Remember, we have all 8 teams here in the quarter, so we'll have 3 rounds here in the top 8 to bring you.
A lot of Magic to be played. A lot of different decks, too. I was looking over the top 8, and I think I only saw 1 repeat deck among teams. Don't quote me on that exactly. Sometimes also deck names get a little silly online. But, pretty impressive. I mean, if that was the case, or even close to it, right? To have, 24 players and there not be overlap says a lot about sort of the state of all these formats.
Yeah, Standard's obviously maybe the most talked about right now with the recent bannings that have opened things up. And we've seen, a breadth of that on display today. In fact, some of it here with this Orzhov Life Gain deck is the kind of just, oh, I get it. These cards work together. You can do this, you can do that. And it kind of all adds up to more than, the sum of its parts. And that is the kind of thing that was kind of drowned out by the power of just some of the one drops in the earlier format. But here we go in modern. Grayson Nimitz has got a pretty fast start of his own. The ley line and the Green Sun Zenith, just ideal start here. But March of Otherworldly Light from Vinny Fino to deal with that, I guess.
Yeah, getting to exile that Dried Arbor there. I mean, that's in theory, Vinny could have died next turn. So getting that march there as one of the answers to Dried Arbor was super duper clutch. Now, Grayson still has Leyline of Abundance in play. Maybe a card we can hop on screen here for people who haven't played back in Old Pioneer, one of the first bans in that format. But basically, your mana dorks make an additional green, and you can spend, I believe, 6 mana to put a +1/+1 counter on every creature you control. This is one of the ways you can win once you have infinity. Excuse me, it's 8 mana to put counters on all your creatures.
Badgermole Cub before Badgermole Cub.
Exactly. Yeah, honestly, yeah, it is Leyline Badgermole Cub. That's a fun way to think of it.
And this also gave you the payoff all in one. So it allows you to ramp. And then if you do infinite mana shenanigans, allows you to pay it off all at once. So second Dryad Arbor entering the battlefield here for Grayson.
Yeah, Vinny playing, a little bit of an unorthodox card in the form of Jace Fringe Prodigy as well here. This was a card that we saw Team Cosmos play at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities in their version of Goryo's, and they seemed to like it, but it kind of fell out of fashion pretty quickly. And honestly, it was a card I always thought was quite good in the deck, so I'm glad to see Vinny here, maybe rocking just one, but has the first copy in it. Gives you a little mini a mini Snapcaster Mage on the backside while setting up your combo. Just a nice way to kind of bridge your two plans.
Yeah, exactly. And you can't, especially in this deck that can generate a lot of extra cards, even the loot isn't irrelevant a lot of times, right? You can get just value out of it, and it's a good spot to play it. And you see, here it goes. It picks up a Polluted Delta here for Vinny, pitches a different spell. I'm thinking about what to do here because he is obviously under pressure, and that's why you see a Solitude hit the battlefield.
Yeah. And yeah, Superior Spider-Man leaves the hand. One of the other newer cards to this deck, allowing you to kind of have a mini Goryo's, but also, another Solitude in situations like this, right? You play against a match with a lot of removal, Solitude up again.
Yeah, I mean, 2 pieces of interaction while advancing his own board with the Jace. Pretty good start here for Vinny, trying to pick up this third game in the match against Grayson Nimitz, who is, I don't know how much he's actually down in terms of the ability to put together his combo, but he's definitely been stymied from rushing it out all that quickly. So with a full 3 mana open here as Vinny hands him the turn, this is a good big spot, because remember last game we saw this is a spot where Atraxa could just enter the battlefield, right? So you have a lot to think about over the next turn cycle here for Grayson.
Yeah, I think it says a lot too that, Vinny could have technically flipped his Jace this last turn, right? You could fetch, surveil anything away, do the Solitude play first, and then Jace loot. We had everything we needed for that already in hand, but really wants to keep sculpting, keep interacting. And that's low-key just terrible news for Grayson. As no matter what, next turn, we are going to be able to flashback that March for Lower Light if we want it, which means the Dryad Arbor's gone. And when it comes to, the Badgermole Cub type stuff, that's going to be pretty painful in addition to the Leyline Abundance, which, sometimes this deck can hard cast a Crater Hoof.
All right, there's a Duskwatch for Grayson. That's more part of what you wanted as at the end, not at the beginning here. So that said, it does have the ability to dig him a deep for cards if he wants to go that route. But definitely a window, I think, setting up here for Vinny to take control of the game a little more. And he does now run the Surveil Land out, ships a card to his graveyard. So if he activates Jace, it will transform. And that's what we see.
Looks like the second Goryo's got picked up.
Picked up, put down. Jace flips over. We'll see what he wants to do with Jace here. You mentioned it does have access to removal if he wants to go that route. Now, maybe that involves losing Jace. We'll see.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess in theory, last time I was talking about it in the context of killing off Dryad Arbor for a single white. You only have the card in hand's a Spell Snare. You could play your fetch land, plan to surveil, and then just march down the Duskwatch Recruiter to prevent any sort of card draw for Grayson. It's an expensive way to have card draw, but Duskwatch Recruiter is going to be able to allow you to sort of sculpt your game plan.
Yeah, I think that's a good play here because lowering your Jace down to 2, you theoretically will get to untap with it, even if the Dryad Arbor pokes at it. So nice play here, I think, from Vinny to pick up this window of, if he does get to his point where then he's untapping with Jace. Now it doesn't, giving minus to the combo deck maybe isn't the strongest thing in the world, but it does provide some pressure in that if the turns just pass and pass and pass, you're going to rebuy a spell at some point. So just what this Jace, once it flips, is more of a value engine than a game-winning engine. But it will have the opportunity to provide more value from Vinny here if he's able to just survive sort of the next round or two of threats from Grayson, who does reveal now that Vizier of Remedy is activating the Duskwatch.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, that's the only copy in the deck as well. So, that's a card that if it gets discarded, it's gone. We have Tyvar and some stuff that can get it back, but it's getting picked up in the hand here just to have access to that potential wham, bam, thank you, ma'am moment. Because in theory, I mean, if that's stuck and Devoted Druid, for a turn cycle, it would be over.
That's right.
A little harder than I make it sound, but
Well, yeah, and Vinny right now is sitting on, you mentioned that Spell Snare, and if he doesn't have an opportunity fire for the Spell Snare, you can always fetch for a Surveil land and sort of help improve your next draw perhaps as well. So along with the Gorios. So Vinny is definitely in a position that he can turn this game in sort of a moment's notice if the right window is presented. So Grayson just can't let up here. And instead we spot a Devoted. So yeah, so that's what he does. He puts out Devoted Druid here to maybe not give Vinny that window to turn the corner. He does just so we are.
Looks like both players shuffling up. Vinny going to get a Surveil at the end of turn. Well, it's not Gorios or Vinny is in a master class of slow rolling. But speaking of slow rolling, Zach isn't doing it. Up 1-0 for the team of Vinny.
Yeah, that's right. So if Vinny Fino is able to pull this one out, that would be the quarterfinals match over to his squad. So there goes the Druid, which he's still holding on to this Spell Snare in hand. Now he let that Druid come through. He's able to remove it. Jace is able to plus, and now Jace is in a position where at this point it would die, but it can minus again for another spell should Vinny need it. So he hasn't found Atraxa yet to go along with that Gorios, but he's doing everything he can to just keep the board clear until then.
Yep. Great play from Grayson Nimitz, by the way. Prismatic Ending, and we saw this earlier with March Early Light as well, both exile. That means, your Nature's Rhythms can't get them back, but you can put -1/-1 counters in response to untap your already untapped Devoted Druid, putting it in the graveyard there. So that plus the Tyvar activation, really great stuff there. And that's why Grayson Nimitz, is here in our top 8 feature match, not watching the feature matches. Small things like that make big, big differences.
That's right. So now he's going to just, I guess, spam the board out here with the Delighted Halfling. But then the follow-up is an Abrupt Decay, and that's a huge Abrupt Decay on Jace, and that Jace now doesn't have an extra free spell. And now those creatures get to swing, but that is Jace number 2.
Yeah, Gorios Vengeance, end of the turn, let you loot with your Jace again, flip your Jace, basically +2 loyalty. Nice play there from Vinny. And this is one of the upsides of the Jace we talked about before. Your Gorios don't rot in your hand as much, right?
He was ready for that too. He that is someone who knew, I can get this play. This works the way I want it to. He was just that Abrupt Decay felt like it was for Grayson a chance to climb back in the game, but instead it just helps Vinny out here. Now we'll see what he ends up doing with Jace now that it is at 5 counters. He's thinking over the turn. He's just staring down a couple 1-power creatures. So, but you have to get somewhere at some point. So we're just going to plus the Jace, keep yourself from getting poked. And here's a Psychic Frog. Speaking of turning the corner, this is the way that the deck so often does it. If he can get somewhere with this frog over the next couple of turns. So Grayson Nimitz untaps at 9 life, thinking about what to do here. He's got several cards to choose from.
Yeah, I really want to like highlight just how much like the small inclusion of a card like JVP really makes huge differences, right?
Yeah.
Like the fact that this is both a way to combo and play this mid-range game has been really, really good in the face of what we've been battling against. But looks like Grayson is maybe going to win here because that's Vizier of Remedies. Tyvar can't be counted thanks to Delighted Halfling. Now we have a Gorgios. What's it going to bring back in response? That's Superior Spider-Man. We can bring back Solitude. Hit the Vizier of Remedies. That's gone. Exiled.
Incredible stuff there from Vinny. Just game could have ended, instead able to put himself in an okay spot. But that happened in the blink of an eye, the way it can in Modern. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, great line there from Vinny. He drew the third Gorgios. He hasn't drawn anything big, but by having these sort of, half-step legendary creatures in his deck, really able to convert these Gorgios into real cards here. And now Grayson Nimitz has no way to go infinite this turn, I believe. Now, we do have a lot of mana. We can maybe, produce a ton of mana and do some powerful, wacky stuff. But I think that might be
it's a Spike Feeder.
Okay.
Or sorry, Spike Feeder, Quill Spike.
Quill Spike, yes. Yeah. So Quill Spike, for those that don't know, because it's maybe not the world's most common card here. It's a 3-mana 1/1 for Golgari mana. You can remove a -1/-1 counter from a creature you control, and Quill Spike gets +3/+3 until end of turn. So I was mistaken. I think this actually is infinite, right? The problem is just you can't actually kill because there's 2 blockers and you have 1 attacker. Yeah, and you're seeing these dice come out. So the shortcut here, Grayson has infinite because he can remove a counter, and every time he removes a counter, he goes up 1 mana from the Devoted Druid thanks to Leyline Abundance. Like you said earlier, that's just a Badger Mole Cub variant. Think of it that way. So Grayson's saying, hey, I'm going to do this and make all my creatures, 99.99 or whatever. And now, the only card left in hand is this Delighted Halfling, which I guess we technically could have played and had it be 99.99, but we can do all this in response. And so now we're in this really weird position where we can't attack for lethal. So we're not even attacking because the Spider-Man is going to go away in a second, it seems. And so now Vinny has to figure out how he's going to win through this board of, it looks like there's 470 trillion counters, if I'm reading this correctly.
No, you are reading it correctly.
Yeah, so that's the game state we're in.
Wrath or bust for Vinny. We'll see. I don't know that this portends him having a wrath immediately. He can minus Jace to get his spell back. I'm not sure what he has in his grace. Looks like he might be
surveilling for it.
Surveil a spell into his graveyard. Yep.
Yeah, I think we have no reach creatures as well. So in theory, Psychic Frog can jump. So you have 2 redraws this turn, I think.
Force a negation into the graveyard. That doesn't do it. Here comes the frog.
Yep. I don't think there's a reach creature. I mean, there's a piece of paper covering half the creatures. So we kill the Tyvar. Looks like these players think that the frog has flying and no reach, so I'm inclined to trust them. Looks like Vinny's teammates are taking a look at what we have in the graveyard. This is really big. That's an Atraxa. And now you can minus. I love this. Get your Gorgios to Atraxa. But
this is the worst thing to say. Is that good enough?
I don't know if it is, but Vinny seems to think that he maybe has a small chance. So I'm going to guess this is all happening in the main phase. So you can
I think
still
so,
pitch.
yeah.
All right, so we found Wrath of the Skies, but I don't think we have any energy floating. That would answer a Dryad Arbor, notably.
And then you can maybe try to... I don't have a block.
Okay, so Ephemerate is step 1, I think. I think you need to get more Solitudes. Like, I think you have to...
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, Solitude, Ephemerate. And then you Ephemerate your Atraxa. That's going to find the part where cards we're missing, basically. Then we're going to kill all these things. I mean, the fact that Grayson didn't play this Delighted Halfling might actually lose Grayson the game. He only has, I think, 3 attackers. And there are, if we find Solitude Ephemerate, assuming there are 4 attackers, Solitude Ephemerate still does it there. This could be one of the craziest energy moments of all time. I guess, to be fair, if you do this, your opponent gains 407 trillion life, which I'm not sure how you win through. But I guess that's a problem for future you.
What's Jace Ultimate?
Oh, Jace Ultimate. There, you're right. Mill your opponent out. Yep. I love it, Corbin.
Yep. It'd be incredible considering how big Jace has already been in this game.
It would be the GOAT. All right. It looks like we found a Solitude, but I don't know if we found the Ephemerate.
Just counting them out still.
Yeah, just double checking we don't actually look at extra cards. So it looks like there's 9 cards by my count, which means one more. Oh, Vinny's flipping it. Traxa. Okay, that's going to be a concession.
Wow, what an ending. It was so close for Vinny Fino. They're almost pulling it out, but no, it is Grayson Nimitz and Devoted Druid taking it down. But remember, Zach Amy won in the standard seed over John Wager, and that means that our quarterfinal match here, your number 1 seed on the left to the number 18 on the right, it all comes down to this. Now, Pierre Smith is down a game with Spy Combo against Evan Vetter's Blue Fairies, and we are, looks to be deep into this one. 3 Ninja the Deep Hours deep, in fact.
Yeah, I mean, wow, sorry. I'm coming down from Cloud 9. That was that last game, an all-time NRG match. So many lightning facts, sick moments.
That was amazing.
It was so good. Here, though, it looks like we've got an interesting game on our hands. It looks like a Relic of Progenitus has been popped. I'm curious what it got in that exile zone there for Pierre. Because, you know, if it hit like the only combo pieces, for example, if we got like those milled pretty early, this could be a really, really hard game. If it was forced to be popped early, you know, maybe due to missing lands or there was just a little bit of value, then this could be a really great spot for Pierre, as there's not a whole ton of pressure. The body language is telling me that we feel the pressure. That could just be because the whole team, is relying on us now. But
yeah, there's that. Yeah, this could not be bigger stakes here. Players playing for the top 4. You're staring down a lot of extra card draw from Evan Vetter, who was able to roll through you in game 1. You're down to 8 life. So what is the follow-up here for Pierre Smith? It is another Masked Vandal, I believe.
I think so.
Not sure how far that gets him here.
I don't either. Fairy Miscreant coming down. This card's great. Just get you a little extra value. Scry 2's a lot.
Yeah, draft as many as you can back in that format. It was one of the ones that was fun to try to go in on.
Sick.
Probably not good, but definitely fun.
I did not draft much MH2, so it looks like there's the Spy. Do we have Counterspell in hand? Now, notably, This is just game 2, so it's not even over if Pierre wins here.
That's right. Now, Pierre does have multiple cards in hand, so he's choosing to go for this. It's not out of desperation. He's going to force Evan to have an answer. And Evan, I don't think, has quite as many cards in hand. So we'll see how this goes. It looks like it's resolved.
Okay. There's 3 lands in play. Now, the lands can already be in hand, right? This is one of the funny things about this. You know, we talk about it being 0 lands in deck in order to guarantee the win. But you can have all your lands in your deck. If you mill the right cards before the land, it just doesn't matter.
Sure, and there's 1 left.
Yeah. So let's see.
Yeah, good so far. Oh.
There's Mountain. Okay. I wonder if we have more spies in hand. And this was like a bait spy to eat a counterspell and work towards the next one being lethal.
That Mountain came out of the sideboard too. Unlucky.
Wow. Hoisted by our own petard. All right. Ooh. Of 1 mind, draw 2. Gotta love that.
Yeah, you got plenty of mana to work with too. Does Evan 5 islands even after doing that? A grip of cards in hand, one of which is a replacement land, one of which is a snap to interact. He just has to find a way to not get comboed out here.
Yeah. And we're also so dangerously close to getting across the finish line too. These Mass Vandals being 1/3s is just so backbreaking against these Ninjas of the Deep Hours.
Yeah, they are quite the wall.
Yeah. I mean, I doubt you would ever do it, but you can even like double block to kill a ninja.
The limited brain did kick in. 2 1-3s against the 2-2. I like that math as a blocker.
Yeah, it's just pretty soul crushing. Now we do have a snap here. Snap's a great way to rebuy, some of your spell stutter sprites and stuff like that. Will also maybe clear the way on a kill. Bouncing the elf to the hand. Okay.
Okay. Yep, that enables one to get through, which enables the hacker to get ninjutsu'd in, which will draw Evan Vetter an extra card. Allows him to then replay it and do some additional scrying. Did a lot of cool blue fairy things, but didn't necessarily progress very far in terms of ending the game against Pierre here. It looks like he's going to get another shot at doing something with his deck and the Balustrade Spy in play.
Okay. Gotta say, someone I mentioned I love this is the Pauper deck I have. I love blue fairies. It's so much fun. What you just described is definitely like the experience playing this deck. It's like, dang, I did a lot of cool stuff. I went up half a card for sure.
Exactly.
And then someone's like, Infinite, you're dead. And I'm like,
prototypical cool. Pauper right there.
Yeah. They faithless looting, discard a fiery temper. I think to myself, how is this happening?
Here comes an actual one of the true power cards of the deck. It is the former standard and extended every format, basically all-star spell stutter sprite that will counter a lead the stampede. I believe is what we caught there. So that, or may have just said
it was the elf again.
Yeah, sorry, the elf comes back down there.
Oh, looks like we check out. Vinny's talking to Grayson, saying, "Dang, that game was crazy."
Yeah, that's right. There's the elf that hits the graveyard there. The spell starter sprite comes down. That's another reach or another flyer. So a little bit of evasion still on the field for Evan, but I don't know if it's enough because he just sends the turn back to Pierre here.
It's so funny, Pierre's playing a deck that has 5 lands post board, and Evan, I think correctly, has Force Spike, in his deck and in his hand. But it just actually isn't very good because there's so much mana in play.
Yeah, that's Overgrown Battlement too. Just going to make sure that there's even more of it along with the other mana dorks. What a team of blockers Pierre has created.
Yeah, and this is just, I say this all the time when I commentate Pauper, this kind of like war of attrition towards these absurdly weird haymakers that are common. This is the Pauper format, right? You nickel and dime. Your small edges matter a lot. And then, end of the day, it's a really high skill testing format that is not for everyone because it's not as fast as, some other formats. But those who love it really, really love it.
Yeah, so despite one player only having 3 lands, we're in fact extremely deep into this game. All right, so obviously if you're Evan here, you just want to come up with enough flyers to try to poke through. What is Pierre hoping to actually do here now that he's sort of got the walls up and isn't immediately dying?
I mean, the goal is to set up the combo, which is we mill our whole deck, and then we'll revive a Lotleth Giant to shoot Evan in the face for,
enough
damage. Yeah.
Believe the Stampede's a good way to get there.
Yeah, and this deck...
Go ahead.
I was just saying, this deck, it's often to draw 3 or 4.
Yeah, draw 3 right here. Say that's what he needed from this point on, was to find a way to convert the board stall into a way to get ahead on his own. And I'm not sure that the creatures all that he got off that are the most impactful, but they are digging him deeper, getting a little closer. Plays out the Caretaker, and now has a couple more cards in hand. Even gets to tap the Overgrown Battlement here for value if you'd like.
Yeah, and there's Merrick Fiend's actually a really great way when you go for the combo, if you have a little extra mana like we actually have here, to just clear the way, right? And force Evan to have double counterspell. Now, Evan's deck's full of counterspells, but we know Evan's actually just on like double island right now, Force Spike. And to lead the Stampede resolving is a pretty good indicator that Evan doesn't have a hard counterspell, or that if Evan does, it's his only one.
All right, Pierre working his way through it, thinking it through, trying to even it up here, which would send us to a game 3 if he's able to pull this one out against Evan Vetter here. Yeah, here comes the Fiend. Just gonna take a look.
All right, we're getting a little view of the graveyard for some of the cards we missed before we hopped in. Looks like, is the Force Spike going to connect?
The Battleman has been tapped. The overgrown, the wall has been activated. There's a Caretaker under there, but it has sickness. Now there might just be floating mana from the wall.
Yeah. All right. Looks like maybe Evan was just hoping. I don't know, but Double
Maybe
Island.
he forgets he's got his wall mana floating. He
That's
said,
true.
"Yeah, he got me. I chose not to pay one."
Yeah, I think letting him have the Force Spike probably is not going to be the end of the world. So, yeah, reasonable enough.
All right, but now the information is known. Evan has nothing in hand that is going to prevent Pierre from closing it out when he gets there. So, just needs to figure out his way to navigate this last stretch here as Evan takes a draw step, looking for hope.
Drew counter spell.
Okay.
That's as good as they come. I mean, if Pierre had the spy and just slams, because it's like you've had one turn to prove it to me, would get absolutely owned here. We'll have to see what happens on this turn, but we're in just this bizarre holding pattern. Pierre also probably did bring in Writhing Chrysalis, would be my guess. Just a good pivot plan, works towards the combo as well, is 3 buys for a Dread Return, has reach. So that might hit the battlefield, and we might just see what happened is Pierre turtles up behind all these creatures like we have been, and then an attack for 4, an attack for 4, an attack for 4, and eventually the game ends.
Yeah, say you mentioned nickel and diming your way to victory. That would be how you do it right there. There's a ton of creatures in play on both sides here, but almost none of them actually able to break through. So we'll see over this next turn who's able, whether it's just, as you mentioned, just a large Chrysalis that gets there, or we have something a little more explosive. That counterspell from Vetter is going to just kind of make sure we just probably stay in this little stall for a little bit longer.
Yeah. I wonder if Smith's thinking about rumbling in the red zone with some of these Vandals. It might just be who is separating creatures with power versus without.
Yeah, say you've got a long way to go there, and attacking with 1/3s is, I mean, it's a lot worse than blocking with them. You got to do what you've got to do. But yeah, just trying to think whether that actually progresses you at this point is Pierre thinking it through, because it does seem like that might be the way it goes, is that if he does end up just creating 1 or 2 big creatures that come in, that any point of damage could matter. But here we go. He's going to go for a much more aggressive play. Dread Return.
Okay, what is Dread Return buying back? Is it Generous Int? All right, Generous Int hits the board 5/7, and then we're going to use the battlements to play the other Generous Int. I wonder if you're Evan, if you just have to counter this. I mean, it's a 5/7 reach that also makes a food each. Excuse me.
Yeah, that card's called the Abyss, and there's 2 of them, so that's danger if you're Evan Vetter. 5/7 is pretty good. Funnily enough, Generous Int, a player in both Pauper and Modern. Card apparently just that entire cycle of land cyclers from Lord of the Rings just seen play everywhere, and here you're watching it as a pretty good finisher at the top end of this spy deck in Pauper. Now, this would send us to a game 3 if it gets there. So Evan, about to take his turn, has to try to figure out a way to either get a little more evasion in there or figure out a way to just deal with the board. Does not look like that was the case. So we may soon be to the stage of the game where Pierre starts turning some of his own creatures sideways, and then we might be off to a game 3 here. So he's got a grip of cards, just wants to make sure you don't make any missteps as you play this out, playing to keep your team alive here in the top 8. Just one of them.
I like this. Just hit for 5. No reason to risk it all. And Pierre has the Lotleth Giant in hand. We've drawn it. So we can actually hard cast that as a way to do some pings. Now, I don't know how many creatures are in the graveyard, but I know there's a couple. So it might just be that, Pierre needs to hit in for, let's say, 10, and then there's lethal. Or potentially, okay, attack for 5 here, get you in a kind of an awkward spot, and then, play this giant, deal 4 or 5-ish damage. And then I believe it's a 6/4, have it start rumbling in the red zone on the future turns.
Yeah, and if he does clear out a couple of the 2/2s, then yes, the Masked Vandals begin to rumble, and then the end is in sight.
All right, there's the giant. Oh, I like this. We killed off our own Wall of Roots to push a point of damage.
Yeah. Adds that last counter, sends it to the graveyard. You do get the mana. You use it directly for the giant now. I think this runs into the counter spell that Evan had, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm mistaken that Evan, I thought he drew Counterspell, but I mean, maybe I just missaw the card.
He might have just not wanted to go through it because he knew that he was in trouble anyway. And there you go. Pierre Smith picks it up with Spy Combo, evens things up against Evan Vetter. So we're going to get a chance to take a look at the deck lists here before we move into the third and deciding game. But this has been a lot of Magic in a very short 30, 45 minutes here, Mason, and it's been pretty good so far.
It's been great so far. I guess when you think about it, I really feel like the Generous End had to get countered, like the second one, because you can't counter the Troll once the Dread returns like in the yard, because then it just comes back again for more. But yeah, it's such an interesting spot. Anyways, let's take a look at these deck lists as we do have a little bit of time while as our players sideboard up and shuffle up.
Yeah, I think you're probably at the point you're countering the Generous End. The writing is more or less on the wall anyway, is I think maybe where we're at there. So I'm not sure it would have given Evan much better of a chance, but he'll look over to his sideboard for a chance at game 3. Here we go. You check it out. You see this list in all its glory and all of its 1-drops. It plays a lot of them, especially once you start counting ninjutsu costs on the hackers. So able to get off the ground. In fact, it flies off the ground very quickly and deals a lot of damage in the air, and then usually uses those flyers to poke through at the end. That did not quite work out there. So what in the sideboard is Evan Vetter looking at to try to help his matchup here, Mason?
Yeah, I think his best card by kind of a country mile is Relic. Relic can stop the combo, can stop the Dread return. It can get Masked Vandaled, which is maybe what we saw happen, before we got there in the last game. It gets popped a little early. But if it can, pick away at the graveyard, get your redraw, stop something that's kind of important, that's all pretty good. And then honestly, Bind the Monsters is not bad in this matchup. We saw how these games do kind of get stalled out. Having that as a way to kind of, you lose a lot of life, but it's fine. Often if your opponent wins, it's via a lot of damage. So, we can use that as a way to kind of push through. But the rest of our sideboard here, unfortunately, is not, I think, that well equipped to fight through this. We have 5 different blast effects. So, if this was a mono red matchup, we'd be ready. With these annuls that aren't really doing a ton, these steel sabotages I don't think are converting to real things. Maybe Crypt. I think the Crypt's also a tap thing. So maybe that would work as well. Actually, I think it's just a shrink.
This sideboard had some real plans. The 4 blasts, the sabotages, along with the annuls. It has a very focused sideboard plan in the matchups where you want those cards. But yeah, you said it. Maybe only the relics are actually great here. It's a very proactive deck anyway, right? Like it's got a suite of counter magic in it, and the snaps for a little bit of interaction. But for the most part, it wants to be the aggressor, wants to be the tempo deck. And as soon as it lost that, it kind of lost any momentum in the last game, almost regardless of what your sideboard ends. So it's very much you want to curve out in as your deck often can, but just 1 or 2 key pieces of interaction. So board in your relics, maybe you draw 1 relic, and that's really all the deck needs to back up its primary plan.
Yep. Let's take a look at the 4-land spy deck. Take a little glance over here. So I mentioned this when we played our last round. The last game, right? Writhing Chrysalis, pretty good. It's just sort of this like pivot plan against decks that are trying to attack you or counter your combo. It sort of demands an answer all the time. We saw the Mountain did come in. Kind of a good sign that the Writhing Chrysalis was also sideboard in, even though we didn't see any in that game. Beyond that, Mesmeric Fiend, we saw that one. There's 3 in the main deck. That makes a lot of sense, right? Just a way to kind of get rid of your opponent's counter spell or sort of force one. Maybe you could make some more arguments for like the 4th Masked Vandal. We definitely had 3 that last game, but there are 3 in the main deck. Does answer things like the Moon Circuit Hacker, like the Relic of Progenitus. I imagine there could be a lot worse. This spy deck is one that like is very popular, but I've personally never really played and haven't just queued into that much, despite I would say having a decent number of Pauper games under my belt.
Yeah, Bellatrate Spy has obviously been a combo card, and I guess honestly it wasn't necessarily when it was first printed, if I recall, but at some point over the years just became a broken combo card in every single format it had an opportunity to do so in, and that includes Pauper, which is one of the formats where it's actually remained legal. The idea of these 0 land or very few land decks that operate with Spy in that way. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. We saw, one last game where the mountain actually got revealed and, impacts the way things go. That is not something you often see, say, in your legacy Balustrade Spy combo decks of the day. So pretty interesting build, very much a Pauper deck. The Lotleth Giant win condition is just really nice. So nice touch, I think.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. Thank you, everyone who's following along on the Twitch stream as well. You might be watching this on the YouTube VOD in the future, but if you're watching here on Twitch, we're great to have you. Thank you, everyone who supported the stream, like Wallace Runner today, gifting some subs. We love bringing you all high-level Magic the Gathering and other trading card games, and it looks like our players are finished sideboarding, discussing. They took a second, went to the bathroom. They're back, ready for game number 3 in this match. 1-1 is the score.
They knew they had to put on a show for this last one. Everyone's watching. You have not only the crowd around you that you always have at the top 8 for events, but your teammates are right there next to you, putting a lot of pressure on you, and you got everybody watching. So huge match here. Chance for either of these teams to advance into the top 4. I imagine this is the last match going of the round, so we should have a chance to get pretty quickly into the top 4 once we do get there. So you'll see Evan Vetter on your right playing Blue Fairies, get to go on the play this time around, with Pierre Smith on the left with the Spy combo. Still working on the sideboard, I guess.
No, I think one of the sleeves has something up, and since it has the pride flag, you could tell like the scuff because it's in the color. Because I saw Evan kind of point to one of the colors on the flag there. So
got it. All right. Well, getting ready to draw opening hands here. Remember, it was the modern game. Grayson Nimitz took first, while Zach Amy won over in the standard seed with blue-black. Blue-black mid-range, whether it's an excruciator variant or not, I don't know if it's just because people really love playing it and they always play it when they get the opportunity, or if it's, truly quote-unquote good. But Dimir mid-range and standard being good is always been a good sign to me over these last few years.
Yeah, it is very interesting. And, it's kind of cool that Dimir has been this like kind of solid tier 2 player in standard for the last couple of years, right? Like we've seen Kaito and Curiosity, now this controlling deck, the kind of the middle ground between the two with its Excruciator. Looks like a double land grant.
Yeah, we're off to the races here. Evan does have a 1-drop, as they always do. It's a miscreant. Double land grant for Pierre Smith gives them a couple basics to work with from the beginning here. You spot a Chrysalis in hand as well as a Battlement. So not sure exactly what all else is there, but mana not going to be an issue for him in this one. They're just able to get things started off very quickly.
Yeah, and being on the play matters a ton. I mean, if you get like a Ninja the Deep Hour in here, that might actually be able to connect a couple times, which is pretty important. So we'll have to see how everything kind of goes. Vitugazi Inspector here is in the hand. This is a reach 1/3. And so as an initial cast, you can collect evidence on this, and if you do, it enters with counters and gain some life. But the big thing here is reach 1/3. Weirdly kind of the abyss here, and if slammed next turn could be a huge issue. So curious if Evan has a counter spell for that. Looks like snap in hand. That's a way to bounce it.
Yeah, snap probably a good pickup. Is certainly going to want to tempo his way to victory here. Gets to start the attacks and does have the Moonstrucker Hackett here. Pretty ideal follow up. You get to draw the card for sure, but you also you get to poke through an extra point of damage as well. It just passes the turn back with the 1-man open. So I think we will see that used one way or the other here. As cycling removes the third land from the deck for Pierre.
Yeah, maybe Evan trying to represent one of his. This is open deck list at this point. One of his force spikes here and make it so Pierre definitely doesn't slam into it. We'll have to see. The Generous End does get that force, which means if we left the mountain in, which I imagine we did with our Writhing Chrysalis in hand, we are 2 lands away from having the combo. Which we've featured this like a couple times today, Corbin, and in my time in the booth, I don't think we've actually seen it combo.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Pauper to know, quote unquote, how good this particular deck is. I know that it has to be on the list of decks you are annoyed playing against, pretty high up there, because it is in a format where we talk about just nickel and dime people to death, one of the few decks that will literally just kill you. So there is that aspect to it, but we'll see though. So if you're Pierre, you do have to kind of wonder if your opponent is representing Force Spike here. What do you want to run out on turn 2?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the Vitu-Ghazi will be around for a bit, but now that the Ninja's in play, I mean, if you have like a Wall of Omens, that's great, right? Like that would just kind of stop everything. So while Vitu-Ghazi is maybe the best possible, you have a lot of ways to kind of meet in the middle.
Right. In case you do get Force Spiked.
Yeah, and that's often like one of the things about slots like this is like if Evan does have Force Spike, he would definitely want to use it here. And yeah, he does. So
it was the Overgrown Battlement that was the thrown under the bus there by Pierre, which would have been a high upside play if he had untapped with it, and of course adding some extra mana. But Force Spike for Evan, pretty good. He's on track so far. The plan is working. You're using the tempo of going first. You've used every mana available to you so far. You're going to be able to put your opponent down to 16. Now it's just kind of a question of how much evasive power can he put into play to then try to get through with the snap later on. So big turn for him here. But I also spot a Relic, which is a good pickup in a different way this game might progress.
Okay, so the Miscreant into Of One Mind, and then like you mentioned, we did pick up that Relic, which we could potentially slam here. Now you slam it, you maybe get got by a Masked Vandal, which is pretty frustrating.
Yeah, I would say you might be able to spend that 1 mana on something else. You're going to think it through. Of One Mind again, so just draw 2 more. So Spellsetter Sprite I saw hit the hand there now. So once he untaps, he's going to be in a great spot. So it is turn 3, and Pierre is under the gun here.
Yeah, and this really is a great spot here on the Ninja player, having all of these land drops. And that's a big thing with this deck too, is you actually want, like you mentioned, to not only use your mana every turn, but use a lot of it. Like if turns 1 through 4, you use every mana effectively, you've pulled really far ahead. So we'll have to see how this goes. Pierre here still trying to get all the lands out of his deck so that he can Balustrade Spy himself, but maybe he can just Writhing Chrysalis away to victory. This is the one turn the counterspells are going to be down probably for many, many turns to come.
Okay, so if you're Pierre, you made the choice last turn to run that Battlements out into the Force Spike. This turn, the shields are down, despite, your opponent has a grip of cards, but you have the opportunity to resolve something, and you have 6 or 7 of your own cards. So what does Pierre want to go with on this key turn here? He's down to his life total at 16 is fine for the moment. That can swing in a hurry once your opponent starts countering your spells and adding their own creatures into play at the same time. But he does have a little bit of a window here to make an impact. Double spelling would be, I'm not sure exactly what he'd have here, but any kind of double spell would obviously be ideal.
Yeah, if you could go like Wall of Roots, Vitu-Ghazi, just get an 0-5 and a 1-3 reach, that's tough.
Yeah, which is a good reason to save the wall over the Overgrown Battlements, which cannot produce mana the turn it comes into play. But he just goes, it is the Vitu-Ghazi Reacher here.
All right. Collecting that evidence. That also gives 2 life for Pierre. And plays Aquarian Ranger. Okay. That's a funny one. When your deck only has 4 or 5 lands in it, the return of land to your hand cost is much, much less a cost.
All right. Well, if you're Evan, that was not necessarily what you wanted to see. Pierre was able to use all 3 of his mana and double spell. So now you're staring down a couple of things. Unfortunately, reach. So all of your hard work over these first few turns has not necessarily left you in an overwhelming board position. So he's going to need some more tricks to keep things going here.
I'm not sure why we're shuffling. There must have been something. Something happened. It's funny, snap here. It's a 2-mana spell. That's a lot to commit, but then it untaps your 2 lands. So much less of an issue.
All right. Well, that maybe clears the way a little bit. It doesn't answer it long term, but it does allow Evan to turn both creatures sideways here and see if Pierre wants to commit that Quirion Ranger into a block.
Yeah, this is super interesting because obviously the Moon Circuit Hacker represents a loot, so that could be even more counterspells coming Evan's way, which could be its own problem. But having this Quirion Ranger in play to untap your mana dorks and also reset your land to have access to 4 mana, right? Especially if you don't have a 4th land in hand, is pretty valuable. So I could see a world where Pierre maybe doesn't actually block just to be able to kind of dump the hand this turn and then let Evan have that 1 turn of looting and sort of filtration.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we are going to take the block here.
Yeah, it doesn't want Evan to reset that hand anymore. Unfortunately for Pierre, Evan with a pretty nice follow-up here. The other Moon Circuit Hacker gets ninjutsu'd in. He's going to draw an extra card. He has another 1-drop to follow it up. He needed a pretty good turn, and that was pretty much it. I mean, you see Snap used to its full potential there to tax your opponent for all of 2 mana, but it was an important 2 mana. And as we've gone through this game, this is turn 4. Evan has had, if you just think about normal land drops and spells, 10 mana available to him. And if he's spent 10 and he has a couple mana open. So
Yeah.
He's done pretty well on just generating more mana than his opponent, which is a huge part of Magic, but especially with these hyper efficient low to the ground Pauper decks.
Mm-hmm. And that is, you're trying to kind of, strangle your opponent on efficiency, make it so they most of these decks only have a few key cards. So if you fight over the key cards, you can get pretty far. Like, yeah, here's this Wall of Roots, and you just probably have to fight over it so that you cut the mana off from Pierre and sort of hope that, he gets untapped. And this is huge. The fact that he only got to do one thing, it got countered, and now you have this 4 power on the board. That's a 4-turn clock. That's assuming there's no other ninjas. And oh my goodness, Ninja the Deep Hour picking up the fairy.
Yeah, just a picture perfect set of turns there for Evan. Just absolutely perfect use of mana. Now he's got a spell stutter set in hand again. Pierre without having obviously a 4th mana. So yeah, I mean the decision to block with that Quirion Ranger when he did, maybe limiting what he's able to do moving forward here. But Evan just had the max punish with the cards he had available in hand. So, all right, Pierre, you are at down, I believe, lower than 16 life, trying to find a way out.
Yeah, and there's the Vitsugazi into the spell stutter. I'm not even sure how many more plays Pierre has. We know there's a Writhing Chrysalis from the early game with the land grant. And now you get a card from the Deep Hour, a redraw from the Moon Circuit Hacker.
Yeah, and I see one of those sideboarded cryo spells in there as well. So it's just more interaction coming from Evan Vetter, who is sensing that his team is very near to the semifinals. And in fact, they are in it, because there you go. Pierre Smith extends the hand on the counter spell. Evan Vetter takes it down, sending himself, Fitty Fido, and Zach Amy to the semifinals here at the Team Trios and NRG Championship Series. That was a hell of a match to finish it on.
Yeah, I mean, that whole game was very interesting. That whole match was very exciting, and so many little decisions mattered so much. Just shows how much at least I love Magic and why a lot of us love Magic here. It was a great one. I can't wait to see more of them in the top 4. We are going to take a quick break, get those players into that feature match area, and we'll be back with our top 4 matches in just a few minutes. See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, NRG Championship Series, and we are headed into the semifinals. I'm Corbin Hostler, joined by Mason Clark. We're going to take you the rest of the way. Thank you all for hanging out with us today throughout the team trios. It has been Pauper, it has been Modern, it has been Standard. We've seen some great matches along the way, and I'll tell you, we've got some cool decks, Mason, lined up for this top four.
I'm really excited to see this. We are going to be starting with Standard here. And we have kind of, the punching horse, or the punching bag, I guess you should say, of Standard. Demir, mid-range, kind of a workhorse deck versus Mardu Discard. This was a deck that popped up a lot after the last Pro Tour, then went away pretty quickly. But after the BNR, everyone's still trying to figure out, okay, we kind of know Mono Green Landfalls are level 0. It's the most easy, obvious deck. What can beat up on that deck? And Mardu Discard makes a bunch of sense. That deck traditionally struggled against interaction plus fast clocks. That's what this deck does. So I'm curious to see which one of these two decks is going to come out on top, as the other matchups are pretty interesting too. We might talk about those as we hop around the feature match area.
Yeah, practice offense seems like it's going to find a home somewhere, and at some point always. And this is the current place where it looks really good. This Mardu Discard deck, when it gets off the ground in sort of its preferred order, looks really strong. So I think we're ready to go to hop into that match. Here we go. Top 4 action at the NRG Championship Series. On your right, Blake DeSuarte. On your left, Wesley Hickman playing that Mardu Discard. He'll be against Demir mid-range. Lion Chin on Mardu Cycling didn't quite get the memo from the team.
Yeah. Demir mid, and Mardu Cycling, Why can't you just be like the rest of us?
Nate Perigo on your left is in the Pauper seat with Jeskai Ephemerate, and Connor Bonuccio is playing Storm, Mono Red Storm there in that Modern seat as well. But we're going to get things started off here. One drops for both players here in our Standard seats. Wesley Hickman leading things off as well. Now looking at turn 2, whether he wants to interact with the Spyglass Siren or just progress his own game plan here. Now, the Mardu Discard deck, when it, like we mentioned, it has that 1, 2, 3 start, is capable of some extremely powerful things. And I do think I spot one of the ideal 2 drops in hand there for Wesley.
It does look that way. Take a second to think about how I want to execute this turn to the next. Cool but Rude is a great way to kind of make your draw come together. And I like this from Wesley. Sort of thought about everything he wanted to do and then executed on it. So we saw the cool but Rude cast, attack, discard that practice offense, draw a card here. And you don't get, your something put in the yard there to decrease Moonshadow's counters. But that's a pretty good card to have in the graveyard, as it does have flashback.
Yeah, it's like drawing a card, right? It's like we talked last round how good it felt when you drew half a card in the mono blue deck. A little different rate here in Standard, but pitching that flashback card always feels good. So we'll see now how Wesley wants to follow it up. He does have a third land drop here, so pretty much all options are going to be available to him. All right,
the Moonshadow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this makes a ton of sense too. It's just you're going to start discarding these cards. Let's get these 1-drops that scale up underneath this Demir mid-range deck.
Well, this is an incredibly fast start for Wesley here with the double 1-drops, with the attacking 2-drop here. Now we're going to start discarding cards and start growing our Moonshadows.
Discarded Inti, maybe my favorite Magic card of the last couple of years. But it's okay because we drew another one.
Inti is a heck of a card. Does a couple small things that all add up to be a very large pile of value. So Wan Shi Tong is actually going to jump in the way here and trade. So this does slow down a little bit of that discard engine for Wesley, although the Moonshadows now get to drop another counter each.
Yeah, I was curious if Wesley was going to discard, there's a Tersa in the hand, like discard that or maybe the other Inti in order to get another counter to push more damage, but decides to wait for right now. Makes a good amount of sense. Your Tersa can discard it later. The Inti is a good card advantage card. Probably vet a land or something, maybe with something like that. As Blake has a land to pass the turn. I like this Wan Shi Tong in the main, by the way. We talked about mono green being sort of, public enemy number 1. That's a really powerful card against that deck.
All right. The follow-up is a Tersa here for Wesley. Going to get more draw discard, which is more triggers for those moon shadows, growing them both twice more up to
5/5s, right?
5/5s. Yeah, getting very big, which means one of them is going to have to get tapped down here by the Flood Pitch Drowner, which will actually tap and stun it. So you can buy yourself 2 turns with 1 Flood Pitch Drowner. But I mean, this is good job slowing things down for Blake, but he's going to actually just need 2 removal spells at some point to deal with those. And at the same time, there's still the Tursa, there's still the Cool But Rude over here for Wesley. So tough spot, I think, for Blake to try to dig back in this one. Just an absolutely brutally efficient start from Wesley.
Yeah, and I like this block by Blake. He had to get the board decreased. Now, you could have used your, Flood Pit Drowner to return that 1 Moon Shadow, but I think, with this Kaito in hand, just stun them both down for a little bit and just give yourself a little bit of breathing time and hope that Kaito can kind of get you out of this. Looks like a land was drawn for turn. Cool But Rude was picked up off the redraw from the last Cool But Rude. We haven't leveled up our Cool But Rude either. Normally you can level that up pretty quickly, and then every time you discard a card, your opponent takes 2 damage.
Yeah, which is a big part of why this deck has sort of the staying power, in that even if you deal with the creatures, you can still sort of end up just getting burned out. And here comes another threat. So this is a big draw from Wesley here. Gets to continue the pressure.
Yeah, and I'm curious, it's got to be going at the Kaido, right?
Yes.
11 life is just too much to be sending 2 points to the face instead of killing a Planeswalker.
Yeah, no, I mean, Hardened Academic, that haste, just huge for Wesley here, assuming it does go at Kaido, as you would expect. Resolving the Cool But Rude triggers as well. So he got a lot to do, and there goes Kaido. So in what looked like an okay turn for Blake on the Dimir deck, now all of a sudden just looks like disaster, unless there's an actual board wipe in his future.
Yeah, and don't know if we have any of those in the main deck here. Another Kaido is picked up, and there's another Flood Pit Drowner. So, lots more stunning, but with the current board state, it's not getting better. And you see, Hickman here thinking about eyeballing, leveling up this Cool But Rude. Discarding that spell kind of tells me that we think we have a lot of ways to use our mana already. And with Practice Offense plus Cool But Rude, that's going to probably represent lethal or near close to it. So
I would imagine so, yeah. I mean, one of the Moon Shadows is back in. That's 6. It's 8. Yeah, I mean, it adds up really quickly here for Wesley. But the Flood Pitch Drowner is going to buy Blake another turn. Not sure how much he'll be able to do with that. Looking at his deck here, it appears to all be 1-for-1 removal spells. I'm not quite sure he's going to have any way to catch back up against multiple Moon Shadows and the Academic, but he does have the Flood Pits to try to buy some time.
Bloodghast gets discarded. That means Cool But Rude does too, which means we have a land, which we do. You get to buy back the Bloodghast, which then it grows the Hardened Academic. Very 6 standard deck.
Powerful. It is an extremely cool collection of cards that work together across 3 colors, and it also happens to be capable of starts like this, where I'm sorry, but if you're Blake and you didn't have, a Languish type spell or something to wipe the board on turn 4, you were just you just had no shot against this opener here from Wesley. So great open for him as the swings come in. Right after this, we'll see if Blake's able to put up any kind of a fight.
Yeah, like this from Wesley as well. Did a good job kind of thinking about, okay, what interaction could you have? All right, let's just put it on my Bloodghast. Yeah, it's not my biggest creature, but it's the best through interaction. Great play there. Going to 1-0. Let's check out our modern match and see how they're doing in the Storm versus Dimir midrange.
Yeah, I'll tell you, there's a Day of Black Sun in the sideboard, and that's basically it for Blake. So he's going to be needing to sculpt a couple games to look nothing like that first one if he's going to try to hold on against the discard deck in Standard. All right, here we are in Modern. It looks like we're already off in the combo turn.
Yeah, I mean, with a little helpful indicator from Connor there, we can tell that we're on 7 Storm, 4 from the Ral, and then we have 1 red floating. So it looks like Connor just getting the Rao flipped while we have the opportunity so we can start manually ticking up towards that ultimate as we've hex magicked away our grape shot.
This is game 1 here. So no sideboard hate for Zhang will be involved yet. So if you're Connor, you feel pretty confident to just kind of keep going as deep as you can. And that's pretty much what you just have to do with the Storm deck anyways. Just you don't get a lot of time in the current Modern format to set up complicated turns. You basically just have to go as deep as you can, as soon as you can, and see where that gets you. But here it ends up with a 7 counter Planeswalker for Connor. We'll see if we can get that flipped up on the screen for you. But Zhang's going to have to, the game's not actually over. You're not dead. See if you can find a way back in it.
Yeah, and I like this from Connor. Just hex magic down the Tameo and got some damage. Oh, cast Thoughtseize, target you with no cards in hand, so my Quantum Riddler gets an extra card. I like this play a lot. Okay, but I mean, that play was good, but this Rin's Resolve, even if this doesn't go anywhere, the Ral is looking to ult next turn, and it not going where it does seem to be the case is it's just double land.
Yeah, I was going to say, Connor at least doesn't have to draw those now because they weren't very good. But in the case once you have your Planeswalker already on its way, it might just work out here. I mean, Zhang probably has access to something that can deal with it directly, but not many cards in his deck, I think, do.
Yeah, not super common, especially in game 1s. Gotta say, Connor has a white bordered out deck and a bunch of cards that don't come in white border, but it was too much for Coward to white border the fetch lands. It really makes you think about it. It's like a level of commitment there.
A good point.
Yeah. All right, Sink of the Stupor. If you have a land that is a way to get this Ral off the board.
Nope.
Oh. Flip your MDFCs. No spells on my feature match area.
Yeah, you do see the Ral, the Leyline Prodigy there getting ready to ultimate. Exile the top 8 cards of your library. You can cast instant and sorceries from among them this turn without paying their mana costs. Surely that's enough to up your spell count to a level at which you can end the game at some point. So we would assume that that is about what Connor's going to pull the trigger on. There you go. You see Ral hitting the graveyard. Let's see what the top 8 reveal.
Yeah, we saw Connor's team play for 5-0 earlier. Connor ulted and only hit 2 spells. Let's see if he can do better.
Definitely doing better this time around.
Well, is he? There's only 2 spells.
Yeah, just instants and sorceries. You're right. So.
Yeah. So this is the second time he's ulted around the feature match area. It might be the second time it doesn't lead to a kill, which would be the 3rd time I've ever seen that happen.
Well, you're making history, Connor, here in the top 4. He does have the Valakut Awakening in hand, so he's able to draw some extra cards here, cycle through. If he has the mana, you're going to get some extra mana off that Manamorphose. Well, I guess the Manamorphose isn't free, so it's not extra without that medallion in play. All right, well, let's see where Connor goes from here.
Yeah, so Connor used the Valakut Awakening for free, did not put back any cards, and also didn't cast the Manamorphose first. So interesting here. Hex magic.
Yeah.
All right, there's Counterspell from the Mystical Archive. I mean, this is kind of a disaster matchup for Connor.
Yeah, this is really, he just ultimated the Planeswalker and didn't win. That's not how it's supposed to work.
Yeah, I mean, and also your opponents in Modern are not supposed to have a bunch of interaction for your combo, right? Like we're supposed to be racing, we're not supposed to be a spelling bee.
All right, well, fascinating game we find ourselves in. Zhang's at 8 life. Panuccio is at 12, but he has, for all intents and purposes, whiffed as much as you can really whiff here with the Storm deck, but the game isn't over, I guess. So we'll see if he's able to pull it out. He does have his teammate Wesley Hickman up a game we saw over on the standard seat, but that's the only one that's done so far. Zhang's looking to turn this one around. I'm not going to say you did it, but either way, there is no longer a row that you have to contend with. So what you see is what you've got from that side of the table. So Manamorphose to keep digging for Connor.
Yeah, and you can tell too, right? Like Connor did hit his fail rate to some extent. Like the Ral hit 2 spells, right? But it does feel like if we look at the graveyard, this game has been going for a while, and Connor definitely got interacted with, and maybe wasn't able to go off from such a high base as he would like.
Yeah.
Subtlety in hand along with Fatal Push means it's going to be extra hard for future Rals to connect too. One of the weird things I will say about this, though, is like you do need to start closing the store, because if you give Connor infinite time just to even redraw those lands, he'll draw a Valakut Awakening or a Quantum, excuse me, not a Quantum Riddler, a Hex Magic, and sort of take care of this game. So I think getting this Quantum Riddler in play is pretty important here, or just anything that can get a clock going in the next couple turns.
Yeah, there you go. You called it. Quantum Riddler hits the board, starts the clock. I mean, Subtlety would theoretically, the math may not quite work out to add a turn to the clock, but that can also pressure, even if the Quantum Riddler were to go away. So, okay, here we go. Connor taking the draw step for his turn, taking a look at what he has access to, trying to figure out where he goes from here. It goes for Rin's Resolve to start things off. Has a lot of cards he's available in front of him there.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of rituals at a Wish, and has a Ral in hand. Now, Zhang has Untapped, has Subtlety, has Fatal Push. So, decent amount of interaction here.
And he can just hardcast the Subtlety as well at this point. So, that means it will also stick around to attack. Now, Connor's at 8 life, so that maybe works out. I guess I would add a turn if he's able to play it here. So,
yeah. A card Connor also has to be afraid of, and this is open deck list, is Orcish Bowmaster. Connor has a lot of redraw effects with Hex Magic and the Valakut Awakenings. So if you use one of those as a way to keep digging and a Bowmaster comes down, your clock might be, cut or doubled for the case of Zhang, right? Like just, okay, suddenly you're dead now. So it's a weird game both players are playing of how long can I juice it versus like when do I go for it, and how am I going to go for it too? Am I going to use, Ral? Am I going to try to wish for Past and Flame to keep going? Is my medallion going to stick? To get spell snared.
Yeah, the medallion would have been a good start, but instead it's spell snared. But now maybe that clears the way a little bit because the ritualing is beginning.
I like this from Connor. Has the Ral in hand, starts off with this ritual to go up 1 mana. So when this Ral hits, you then have your mana for your other rituals.
Yeah, so you can respond to any things Zhang might do. Very astute.
Yeah, Connor's somebody who plays a lot of combo decks in basically every game that he plays. I thought there was a Subtlety in hand, but maybe I was just mistaken on the cards. I mean,
no, we definitely.
I have to assume if there was a Subtlety, you would just Subtlety the Ral, and if that Subtlety somehow gets countered, then you have that Fatal Push, I think, is in hand. So it makes me think I missaw here. But yeah, this is the awkward part. If there is an instant in hand, Connor could flip the Ral. It does increase the storm count. Your opponent's spells count towards all this. All right. Let's see if we flip Ral to save him. We do.
All right. Big developments there for Connor. Is able to work through the Fatal Push, keep Ral around, has a bunch of mana, has a bunch of storm count, has Zhang down to 7 life.
Yeah, and notably, Connor didn't lose the flip there. So the Subtlety, if it was in hand and we were waiting on it, it's not going to be a surprise kill at the end of turn. Had Connor lost the flip there, would have been down 1 life.
Yeah.
Wish here. Is this like an empty though? There might be another grape shot, but also empty the Warrens could be fine here. And there is another grape shot on the board, and that's going to do it. And yeah, I see the Subtlety in his hand when he picked it up there. Oof. Let's check in on our standard game and see how they're going, as Mardu Cycling has game number 1 for the team as well.
Yeah, that's right. So games going both directions for the teams here. Looks like we're midway through this standard game. Okay. A couple one drops on the right. The Beaver, the Siren, and the Kaido is in play for Blake. So really an excellent start. Along with, it looks like a Requiting Hex dealing with some creatures from Wesley. So a few turns into this game, looks like Blake's done an excellent job taking control of the board, getting his Planeswalker in play, but he is staring down an Academic that Wesley is thinking about what to do with here as he determines whether or not to swing at Kaido, which has a Siren to protect it, or whether to take a different line here, or whether to remove the Siren and go after it, although I think we might have seen that already.
Yeah, and now we're going to figure out how we want to play this turn. I like this from Hickman a lot. I mean, his deck's pretty hard to play. You know, your three colors. You don't have a ton of lands, and a lot of your spells are like 2 mana. And you often play on like 3 to 4 lands because you discard so many extra that all your decisions really do matter because you have to be really efficient with your mana. All right, gonna discard an Academic to the Academic. Discard Carnage. Okay, now we can Mayhem Carnage.
Heck yeah. Let's see if we can get that one up on the screen for you all, because this is some value right there. Deep in the engine of the Mardu discard deck is madnessing or mayheming cards out of your discard. So all of a sudden, what looked like an okay board here for Blake is once again getting just blown up, same as it did last game, where we see Kaido just getting ambushed.
Yeah. Carnage is a really cool piece of tech for these decks. You know, just 2 mana 4/3 in of itself, you know, not bad. You'd probably play it some percentage of the time. But then getting back those creatures, which grew the Hardened Academic, right? Just sort of like working really well here. And there is
great synergy out of Hickman's deck. I'll say that. Like, just very fun to watch. It operates on a very different level than almost any of the other decks in Standard right now, and Blake is encountering exactly why it's so difficult to deal with, because this looked like a good board for him, an okay spot to be, but instead he's looking at once again losing a Planeswalker perhaps, and then staring down large creatures even after that. Yep, Kaido down.
Yeah, I think Carnage, maybe we can pull Carnage up on the screen, but I'm pretty sure Carnage says like deal damage to a player on the creature. So I think the Academic gets to stay around for now. I'm double checking myself. Yeah, combat. Yeah, so nice play there. Carnage forces the creatures to attack each combat if able, right? But the Academic went after Kaito. So we get one more turn with this Hardened Academic. Such a smart and tight play there. You know, it can be very easy just to, not think about that kind of thing and just go face, but little details matter a lot here. It looks like Blake's going to be mana screwed, Corbin.
Yeah, all he's doing is following up here with another Siren and trying to find a land, and he doesn't even find that land. It's a Requiting Hex, which, while it may be what he needs, it's sitting on top of his deck, and by the time he takes another hit from this board, it's just a difficult spot all around. You have to try to work your way back by removing these creatures, but you also need lands, you would think. Yeah, spot another Kaido there in hand that he's not going to be able to get into play this turn. So the Kaidos have just not worked out well for Blake at all, and all he can do instead is poke in there with the 1/1.
All right. A lot of life to here for Wesley, despite seemingly getting hit a lot. Just the Hardened Academic has been, gaining life turn after turn.
Yeah, he doesn't have access to that Moonshadow quite yet, but he has 2 creatures in the air plus the Carnage. Now, I guess one of those creatures probably will hit the bin after, but
yeah, the Academic will die no matter what this turn, unless it gets chump blocked. But if you chump block it, then it's sticking around. So I would, don't want to give outside assistance, but I feel like that might not be it.
That one might connect.
Yeah.
Here's the Tursa, though. So the pressure just keeps coming from Hickman. That's another creature with haste. If he wants to attack with it, it's another source of value if he wants to go that way with it. He's just going to get in there with it. It's just a hasty creature at this point.
Yeah, and
what about
betrayal in hand here for Blake?
10. It's a lot of damage coming through. He does have an okay block, okay blocker. We'll see where he wants to put it here. He's going to throw it in front of Carnage.
It's just all so awkward because it's like our hand is like Edict and Strategic Betrayal and Requiting Hex and a Beaver and a Kaito. So it's like, okay, you got to probably trade off this Carnage. That needs to get off the board. And then the Academic will kill itself due to the Carnage trigger. So, okay, you got that going for you. But then you're still like just barely getting this board under control. Like, it's probably going to be the Academic left behind.
Yeah, I mean, if you are Blake here and Wesley whiffs on a couple draw steps, you do have some pieces to get back in it. If you can get it down to one manageable creature, you have a couple chump blocks should it come to that even. But it's just whether or not you can string together enough removal before Hickman finds, either another hasty creature or something like a Cool But Rude that can, provide a source of reach. But you can see a world where if Wesley just whiffs for a couple turns here, Blake has the tools in hand to try to catch up around the board. So now we do know that Wesley chose to keep that one card in his hand after playing Tursus, so it's probably not a land.
Good read from you, by the way.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Blake gets the action started with the Betrayal.
Okay, and remember, the Requiting Hex was revealed off a map. So Wesley knows that, we're going to be in this weird spot. My guess is you get rid of the Tursa, right? But I guess, because if you get rid of anything else, the Hex is going to kill the thing, and the Tursa is the worst one. If you had your full graveyard, maybe Tursa is good, but Strategic Betrayal does get rid of the graveyard. I like this here.
Well, the Hex can't get the Tursa, right? So
yeah, so that's like the one decision point you have, right? Because you could sack, let's say, the Academic, force the Hex onto the Moon Shadow, and then you're left Tursa, which if you had your full graveyard would let you recast stuff, but the Betrayal has that graveyard line of text attached to it, as we have seen been so devastating for the Izzet Spellmental players.
Yeah, that was huge right there, because if that had not been the case, then if you're Wesley, okay, well, Tursa can't die to the Hex that I know you have. I'll sacrifice a different creature. I'll leave you forcing the Hex onto my other, and I'll have Tursa give me free spells. But it doesn't work out that way because of the Exile clause specifically. And there, now the Hex takes out the Moon Shadow, and you called it. It's the Academic left over. So what's the follow-up? It's an Inti. He protected that. He waited till post-combat to play that, did Wesley.
Yeah, the Sun Champion. So, I mean, Inti is the kind of card that can pull you out of this. It's going to give your creatures trample, right? You're going to draw extra cards if you start flooding. And the Erode here from Wesley is this last card in hand that we've held on to for 3 or 4 turns, giving so much respect to potential Kaidos. I think it's going to pay off. And, I mean, from Blake, is it not just so tempting to try to get, the Kaito on the battlefield? But if you do, it probably dies. It's just such an odd spot to be in.
He's sitting on Tidebinder in hand too, I think. So,
double Kaito Tidebinder, I believe, is the
brick. You could move to combat, try to Tidebinder the NT trigger, I guess. Put a blocker out. He still don't have an answer to the Academic though.
Yeah, and this Blood Gas is a great draw from Wesley.
It really is, yeah. It's especially if we... Yeah, okay, there we go. You do have Tidebinder hitting the NT trigger, which should be pretty good here. I mean, it allows him to line the block up, and then you just get hit by the Academic, and you actually really limit the damage that the NT was able to do in terms of advantage.
I like this from Wesley a lot. So Wesley's thinking, okay, so no matter what, I lose my anti-trigger. I could, in response, discard this Erode to Hardened Academic to get another redraw, or I could just erode down this Tidebinder, but obviously my opponent's stuck on lands. I think they're stuck on Kaitos, right? Like that's the only reason you would have been holding this a road beyond just the fact there haven't been too many good threats. So
Right.
really tough spot. I mean, if Wesley were to just discard here, I could see it. But it looks like
and you have two. Your opponent only has 2 cards. You know, you just have to figure out is giving them the one. He's giving them 1 land here. What can they even do with it, right? Like even if it's Kaido, it's Kaido plus what? And is it worth it to me that I just deal with them, maybe casting whatever the plus is to keep Inti around, and that's what we go with here.
All right. So yeah, the erode did happen, like you said, and I mean this Kaido can like stun something, and then in theory, yeah, like it comes in, gets what's it to 6, and you replay the Dream Beaver.
You got to block.
Yeah, you get a little bit of life.
Your opponent gets another Inti trigger. That's the problem here.
Well, yeah. I don't know if there's much Kaido scries, I think, but maybe you surveils. Maybe I'm mistaken. It's been a bit since I've put Kaido in my deck. My win rate's been really high since then.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's see if he follows up with that beaver, or if anything else might be hiding away in there. Removal would be an interesting one, but even if it was removal, you still might play the beaver and try to bait out an attack with Kaido. But it's a tough spot all around. There is another land.
Yeah, so it looks like we drew the shock. So you can shock yourself down to 4 and play double beaver back to 6 and put Wesley to 4. I mean,
that does sort of enable a different line to victory, maybe?
Yeah, because,
Kaido's?
Yeah, and we get to scry twice here. We sort of just shortcutted all of it, but it's fine. There are no cards up on his hand. Doesn't super matter. But yeah, Hickman down to 4. Jin players around the world loving it.
Really
I'm pretty
sure. Yeah, this is
a tight one. Does Blake's last card Kaito? Was I crazy?
I thought so.
If it is, this is really nice. Practice offense would be a brutal draw here.
Because he can pump. You can always use the second Kaido in hand. If it is another Kaido in hand to pump up. All right, we're going to discard the Mako. That's going to flip over an elf we can play. I think the draw was a land, which would enable to play that elf.
Yeah, that's the secret jutsu. Cycle on your Marauding Mako.
But here's the deal. If Wesley is at 4 life, does Kaido pump the beavers? That's the question, I suppose.
Yeah. He does not. No, they're not.
Does not. So you can't just backdoor your way into a victory that way. But if you can use the 2 Kaidos, if the second card in hand is a Kaido, just to draw out another turn, they will be able to get there.
Yeah, I mean, if the beaver doesn't get blocked, it's lethal currently. Obviously, Hardened Academic can gain lifelink. Wow, this is such a crazy game. I don't know what Wesley could hit off an Inti trigger to win. So I don't think there's Burst Lightning in the deck. And if there was, it'd be face up. But I guess at the end of the day, you can just discard to the Hardened Academic and then give it lifelink and hope to convert. Meanwhile, in the other seats, our Pauper players are still battling. That is Mardu Cycle Storm in the Pauper seat against Jeskai Ephemerate control deck. So that could be a weird one at times. We'll probably get a look into there later. And then, as we saw earlier, Storm versus Dimir Mid in the modern format. Make sure to follow along on the Twitch stream, or if you're watching the VOD as is uploaded to YouTube later. That way you don't miss any of the action for any of the games we cover here.
This is a big moment in this game. You can tell the tension. These players is just thinking it through. A lot to consider here. So many different options. And Blake's just sitting there. I don't know if there's a way I can seal this game, but maybe.
Yeah, I think Wesley, I mean, Wesley doesn't know, but Wesley, I believe with the information I have, which is perfect caster vision, that you have to do the lifelink mode. But I think from Wesley's perspective, potentially, getting the trample maybe matters a ton for like pushing through potential lethal or something like, you know what I mean? Or like getting through this Kaito and killing it. But also if we send everything at Kaito, then we just die to the beaver. Plus Kaito we know about. It's so tough. Got to make a play eventually here, Wesley. It is untimed, but that does not mean you have to take too much time.
No, the judges will get you.
They will. And this is a tough spot. I often think that we could do better about enforcing slow play, but I think there are really tough moments like this that, I think great judges will understand that this is maybe a 45-second spot versus, a 25-second spot or whatever it might be, But we do eventually have to do something even in our untimed matches. And you know what? That's okay. Lord knows I've been in longer tank spots than this. And until the judge says something, just take your time.
Sometimes you don't even realize how long you take.
Oh, for sure. When you're thinking, you just don't even notice. Right?
Well, also, it is actually kind of, if you're a judge, you don't want to pressure too much because you can distract them, and actually you don't want to feel like as a judge you mess the outcome of a game up, right? So
correct.
A tough spot either way, but Wesley's thinking it through because this is probably the biggest moment of this tournament for them, is whether or not he's able to pick this game up. Because if he does win this one, it would give his team here in the top 4 of our Team Trio Showdown a full match win, which would mean with Connor picking up game 1 over there with Storm, they would potentially just be 1 game win away from the finals. So I suspect he's soliciting maybe a little bit of input here and just thinking through every iteration of it. But I think we might be moving towards a conclusion here. We've come out of the full shell.
Okay, so it was a land that was in there, which that makes it extra tough too because the blood gas is in the yard.
Yes, he could have played the land, gotten the blood gas, and then been able to cast the elf off of it, right? Without having to take any damage because it was the basic. So like it was an incredibly tempting spot because here he is. He does have another land, but now he's got to decide whether or not to shock.
It looks like he is. Now, I believe what happened is the academic does have lifelink.
Yes.
He's going to bring back the blood gas.
Blood gas has haste because Blake is under 10 life. So looking at a swing for, quite a bit here. Goes ahead and plays out the elf as well. So works his way through all of that. Ends up at 2 life, but should be about to gain at least 5 of that back. So with the blood gas haste involved as well, you present a lethal attack if you decide to ignore Kaito. So I don't know that's what we'd be doing here, but it's one of the options available because this attack can go a lot of different ways. So here we go. All 3 of them turning sideways. Looks like academic probably at Kaito. Blood gas.
Okay. So it looks like we're doing maybe a couple at the face to force at least a chump block on a beaver, and then putting the Inti at Kaito. That way Kaito can't minus to put stun counters and clear the way to get across the finish line. And then this also forces a Dream Beaver to die. Now you could send both of these at Kaito. This will not force a beaver to die, but it will kill the Kaito unless you sacrifice a beaver.
Yeah, and Wesley, I think, doing a good job working his way through this. He's going to end this turn up at a much healthier life total. And it basically, for him, does just, can I navigate this next turn? Because my NT and my academic will get there if I basically have one more turn cycle after that. So you just have to figure out how to not die in this spot. Even though you're currently at 2 life, it feels like you might have a chance here gaining 5. Blake's turn to think it through. If you're him, you have to think through, how can I come up with either a way to clear out the whole board? And I mean, that last turn of just the free blood gas plus the 3/1 elf might kind of turn you off of the ability to just remove your way out of it. And then you get into a situation where you're trying to come up with, how can I come up with enough life loss of my opponent to steal the game? But I'm not sure he's going to be able to do that.
Okay, so it looks like everything went. Well, maybe it did. I don't know. I'm a little confused by the exact. Whatever happened. Blake's at 1. Wes is at 7. And now you can use this Kaito. You can stun an elf, and you can ninjutsu your Kaito with your Kaito, and put Wesley down to 3. It's weird. You can also Kaito to stun the academic, and then Kaito stun again. But I don't know if you have anything that can really get you out of that spot.
Yeah, if you were to stun, attack with the beaver, stun again, replay the beaver, you'd be at what, 2 life, and it's just not gonna.
Yeah, and you can chump block
you can chump block 1, but you still die to the blood gas.
Yeah. And now that you've done this, it doesn't look like, I mean, I don't think they're any commonly played cards that Wesley loses to. He's going to take a second to double check.
I mean, that line would have worked if this last card in hand was, in fact, a 1-mana removal spell or another beaver or whatever. Mm-hmm. You'd actually be able to put up double blocks there, and they'd actually be okay blocks even. But that said, I don't know. That said, we got the attack in. It's a confident attack. We'll see. We'll put the test to Wesley here as to whether he wants to throw this elf under the bus. Cannot make itself indestructible. Nothing to pitch to it.
Okay, so there wasn't another Kaito in hand. Looks like there's a Flood Pit Drowner and a Spyglass Siren as the last 2 cards. So Flood Pit Drowner will stop something next turn. So this all makes more sense now. Now that we know the cards, everyone's acted, in a way that makes sense. Funny how that works. So now you get to decide, do you zero looking for kill spells? Do you stun, and hope to continue on that train?
Yeah, that does make it more interesting because Wesley took the damage. He's at 3 life here. And this could be it, remember, because look at that middle match there. You'll notice that Connor Panuccio playing Storm was able to take the sideboard game over Zhang's mid-range Demir deck. So that is 1 match over to Prigo, Panuccio, Hickman. And though Prigo is down a game over in that Pauper seat, if Wesley Hickman's able to pull this out to deal this final 1 point of damage to Blake DeSwart, he will send his team into the finals.
All right, well, there's his Spyglass Siren. There's a Shoot the Sheriff.
Okay, that's good. Inti down. If he's stunned, didn't catch what we did with Kaito there, but if you're...
We drew cards.
Okay, so no Inti means no trample. And Flood Pit on the academic, that leaves you 2 blockers for 2 attackers.
All right, that's a land.
It's a land.
I don't think there are any flashback spells in the graveyard.
Nope.
And obviously your blood gas can't block.
Oh my gosh, did he find a way through this?
I think he did. And that means we're going to go to game number 3 here.
Oh, wow, it does. What a comeback. If so, I mean, maybe comeback's the wrong word. Maybe he was never... but it sure did feel like Wesley had, when he had that turn with the academic, he had 3 big creatures in play. Felt like he was going to be able to get there. But wow, I don't know. No, now I do. He can't do it. Game 3.
Crazy. What a wild one. So let's check out our Pauper match and see how that's going. See, if we're cycling a storm away or we're in the depths of it all.
Oh, beautiful. You love to see it. Lotus Petal on one side. Augur, good old reliable Augur of Bolus on the other here, digging deep.
Yeah, and this Thraben Charm, I think, is fighting over the graveyard. This version of the deck is very weird. You cycle a bunch, make a bunch of mana, buy back your cards, cycle and burn your opponent out. So losing your graveyard is pretty huge. I don't know if that was in response to something or just firing off in the main phase while Lion is tapped out, but
Okay, well, let's see what Chen is able to come up with here. Draws for the turn. Oh, he has a lot of cards in hand. So we will see where he's able to go, because he's going to go somewhere if he chooses to. He might still be stockpiling for a future turn, but if he chooses to start playing some spells, he's got plenty to unleash here.
All right.
Here we go.
Rowan's Grim Search has been played. People who played Limited might remember this one. And it looks like we're maybe going to fight over this. Future, excuse me, I said up to fight over all this as an Archaeomancer gets come down.
Yeah, I guess not. Plenty of options for Archaeomancer.
Huh. All right.
This is an interesting one. Both players with a ton of cards and a lot to think about on these turns.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. All right, Thraben Charm back to the hand. That means we're going to be able to fight over the graveyard again. Once you draw an Ephemerate, we'll then have a Archaeomancer plus,
Okay.
counters.
Can't fight over the graveyard. Am I right? There's only the one source of white mana?
There's the dual land underneath the islands.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so
you're good.
he does have it available to him now.
Yeah, so
not a free turn at all for Lion here.
The Music of the Damned is heavy here. So it does look like Lion has 4 in the hand.
Discarding the page, okay.
Or maybe counting. Okay, we're flipping. Okay, never mind. I thought we were counting cards in deck for a second. All right. There's a Duress, and I wasn't sure what went to bottom. Huge hand here. Songs of the Damned, kind of an insane one. I don't know how familiar the people are with this one, but it's black instant, add a black for each creature card in your graveyard. So super duper ritual when all your cards in your deck are cyclers.
It's another way that you would pay off Living End in Modern, and here in Pauper, you can pay it off by making a bunch of mana with Songs of the Damned.
Yeah. And it looks like Dispel, Counterspell, Thraben Charm, plus Archaeomancer and Augur Bolus.
That is a lot of protection for Nate here.
Yeah, a ton. Looks like we're going to take Thraben Charm.
Yeah, that one removes it entirely as opposed to just fighting over the spell on the stack, I guess. With the Archaeomancer too, though. That is a tall order.
Well, let's also make sure we're going to jump back to standard as soon as that match starts back up again.
Yeah, we'll get there in a minute for game 3. I don't know. These players might be at this one for a bit.
Yeah, they're going to be there, and it's looking a lot like Nate's going to have that one wrapped up, and that means a game number 3 if that is the case. But either way, Wesley Hickman needs to win. That way it doesn't happen for Nate. Blake has to win, else the team will be eliminated. It's a great run no matter what for both teams this weekend. Top 4 of the team event is nice, but you got to win and get your invite to NRG Champs at the end of the year. I believe having December 8th. More news soon on those formats. Champs always one of my favorite tournaments every year. It's 2 go to the bottom. Mold of 5.
This is not what you want to see, especially when your opponent leads on one of the best 1-drops they have with the Moon Shadow. So you're really hoping that if you're Blake, Wesley just stumbles on mana or colors of mana or something like that. Unfortunately, with the Godless Shrine follow-up to the Blood Crypt, not the case at all.
Yep. And here's the Iron Shield Elf coming in. Moonshadow. Wesley can discard a card here in order to push another point of damage. Looks like we're thinking about it.
Yeah, it's quite aggressive. You figure you might need it to, when they throw something in front of this elf, if this elf actually starts rumbling, you may, even though you're up cards, you maybe want to be careful about how many you just throw away without a very good reason to. So we'll see where the follow-up is. Oh, man, it's just Blake digging for land off of the map.
Yeah, Blake does have a land in hand, but I think was using this turn to hopefully, get another map, maybe develop another 1-drop, and then hope to cast something like a Kaito on turn 3.
Yeah.
One of our better ways to get out of this. But it looks like we bend the Kusali Revenant, which will give one of our creatures lifelink in the future.
Yeah, not bad. And follows it up with the intimidation tactics here.
Yeah, and this is actually huge. Remember correctly, it exiles. So there's Carnage in hand.
Ooh. Carnage, another elf, and a practiced offense for Wesley. So, okay, we'll see.
I think there's ever a world Wesley just discards both just to grow his shadow. No shot, right? But maybe. No, but maybe.
All right, Carnage is down. Well, that Carnage would have been insane if he did untap, right? He could have gotten some very good value off of that.
Oh, yeah. We got the elf back for 1 hit, the Carnage in play for 2 mana.
Yeah.
The Moonshadow would be what? 3 more power, 2 power stronger. Would have been devastating.
Huge. Yeah. As it stands now, though, great job by Blake trying to stick around in this one. He's able to get his own creature grown and I guess in there attacking.
Looks like Strategic Betrayal in hand for Blake as well. So it's got some interaction. Future turns. I really don't know what Wesley's talking about here. Maybe he's thinking about, do I discard the Iron Shield Elf now to Iron Shield Elf to grow Moonshadow because they're going to tap my guy if I do that? That's something I can be thinking. I get the idea too. You do that and then you practice offense for double strike counters on your team and you just push a lot. But I think if you're going to do something like that, you probably have to do it in response to the intimidation tactics where you just grow the shadow a bunch and then your double strike is so much damage. But the land here is huge, lets you practice offense up front without having to discard. And that's 8 damage before even the shadow for 10 total.
Big draw there. Getting 2 uses out of the offense could end up being a massive play. You mentioned that Corsi Revenant in the graveyard for Blake, which does include lifelink counters and can be helpful later on. He's going to try to not even let this game get there. So strategic betrayal taking out the...
Yes, Wesley Hickman didn't realize what the spell was. He thought it was shoot the sheriff. So he discarded his elf to save what he thought was his elf, giving it indestructible. But he has to sacrifice something. Oh, no. Now, I believe Blake's definitely lost life. Our life is just totally wrong. I believe Blake lost 10 life. I believe Blake is at 10. But I could be mistaken. If he is at 10, leaving the Iron Shield Elf in play is a reasonable way to get across that finish line. But yeah, Wesley just down a card now.
Yeah, a little bit of a brutal development there.
Oh, the Strategic Betrayal gets for the graveyard as well. Yeah, so now you don't have to practice offense. Right. My mistake there. Yeah, so leaving
the whole swing of things there is just brutal for Wesley in this spot because it looked like he was on his way to kind of wrapping it up. And now, despite his opponent only having 2 lands, we actually very much have a game. Although there is now the clutch 3rd land, which is going to lead to a Beaver for Blake, get his life back up to 7, keep himself a little bit healthy here. I mean, hey, he's got Wesley down to 9 through all of this, down to 7 with this swing from the Siren.
Yeah, and now this Flood Pit Drowner can tap down the Moonshadow. Oh man, if
we
Wesley
might have
had
seen
that Iron Shield
Wesley's deck
Elf,
just run out of gas a little bit. Is this is a situation where you can pop that Flood Pitch Drowner, you can attack with it, you can actually deal 5 damage, put Wesley down to 2 life, and then tap it to get rid of the Moonshadow if you want. Although in this case, you probably just want the 2 life or the 2 damage from the Flood Pitch Drowner available.
Oh my goodness.
There you go. That does it. Wesley Hickman's just not had a great start, but was not able to follow it up there. Perfect answer. He's out of Blake. Strategic Betrayal, just a massive swing there, and he takes the match. And that means that it's 1-1. Connor Panuccio won the Modern, which feels like an eternity ago for his team. But Blake DeSwart picking up Standard means we're back to this. We're back to Pauper. We are back to this game we left earlier, where Nate Perigo on your left with Jeskai Ephemerate is trying to close it out against the Lion Chen's Mardu cycling deck, which is already up a game here.
Yeah, these creatures are all in play. And who knows what life totals are? Because I think they're all in play. Maybe they all got picked up. I'm not sure. Okay, I think these are actually in hand, and they just all got rebought to the hand. That's why, even though they're creatures, they look like they're on the board, because there would be like life gain happening and burn happening. All right, and now
we're revealing for the Leaf Grandeur activation here, or the Page Grandeur activation. Hit another song, so we'll be able to make more mana. Assuming there's some mana floating here.
Yeah, I think there's 2. I think that black dice at the top of the table is mana. Wow. You've got to think that that one's going to haunt Wesley, by the way, that last game. As it looks like Nate might be dead here.
Yeah, Nate seems like he's getting comboed on.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a spot where you just have to go for it and you might miss, but... Oh.
Look at his graveyard. He worked through counter spells, dispels, a Thraben Charm, all kinds of stuff, and yet Lion Chen might be executing a combo here. It's hard to tell exactly. The winner here, and it may be a while if Nate pulls this one out, but remember, the winner here sends his team into the finals. So if Lion Chen picks it up, this is it. And okay, I guess we have 8 black mana floating, a ton of cards in hand. I think you're probably right. This might be an executed combo turn.
Okay. So we've done all of this, but we still need to win. I guess I'm just not sure.
Arc Firm Harvester is activating here.
I think so.
To put cards on bottom. Okay. What now? What?
Okay. I don't know. Because we don't have... Do we have... There must be something in the deck that lets us cast one of these red creatures that pings our opponent. Yeah, there must be like a Lotus Petal somewhere in there.
Yes. Discarding the page to go find more spells is great.
I saw the Lotus Petal in that pile of 3. Okay, there's Song of the Damned.
Song for a bunch more mana.
Yeah, I think this is also one of those weird loops where it's like not deterministic. Like at this point of things, right? Like I think if there was a ping thing in play, it would be close to it, but this is where we are now. There seems to be 13 black mana in the pool. We need to put back Lotus Petal and another songs, I guess, put them there and just go through some more, and then
I'm not sure where this is going to end.
Well, it definitely ends, I think, with that red cycler in play, whose name I'm forgetting it, but it's on my screen. The Stinger.
Yeah, that pings whenever you cycle.
Yes, Drannith Stinger. I think it's where we're going to end. And then maybe even a Drannith Healer to help with our street race cycling and like potential life loss stuff. But Stinger definitely needs to hit the board. And I mean, Lion's just moving so fast now that like
Well, he clearly is executing whatever the combo is here.
Yeah, so I think maybe he's going up a little bit of mana on each of these. Because we were at 13 before and this started. Yeah, now look. Now we're at 16. So we're up 3. But I don't know if it's like truly deterministic. So I think we have to move through the motions.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because I think there's technically a fail rate. And now we saw okay, now there's like 20 mana in the pool.
Yeah, I think he's probably pretty safe on mana. Assuming this loop are we looping the Carabid here? So like
we just drew another song. So I think part of what was happening is we were flipping things over until we hit a spell. And now we kind of know there's a bunch of songs of the dam stacked together. And so now we're really close to our deck being like, okay, songs plus pedal. Eventually I draw pedal, play stinger. Ping you, 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 ping you. I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah, because there's a pedal. Just got to put on bottom.
Yep.
I think this is Lion's Hand. Right. I'm going to cycle 4 more times. It looks like maybe. No, I'm just going to put those in the hand. Okay, just picking them up to make it easier. So it's not easy the amount of mana we have to keep track of. There's Song of the Damned. Okay, so we drew the land. Now that we've drawn the land, there's Lotus Petal. All right. Now I can play Tyrannus Stinger. All right, now we can activate our squirrel friend. Take one. There's another Lotus Petal. Aha. And now that our deck is 0 cards, the squirrel.
Right. Artform Harvester can put a card on the bottom of the library, giving you something to cycle to.
Yeah, and now they're both petals. So then you play this and you pick up all the creatures from your graveyard to your hand. Yep. So now we got all these back in our hand. Then we'll draw the pedal, play the stinger, and then each of these represent 3 damage. And then we play Song of the Damned, and the Song of the Damned gives us the mana, and the mana does the thing, and then I ping you in the face, and then you follow and like and subscribe, and then we call it a deck.
Yeah, Reaping the Graves is this just is one of those decks that it's fully Pauper. You know, it's just of some of this new cards, the commons, the stingers mixed with these incredibly old, powerful engine cards that just happen to be put into common.
Yeah. Or reprinted from, like a Commander set or an Eternal Master, just crazy.
All right. Well, I think this might be progressing towards the end. So you got to be, I guess, hey, Nate Perigo's making sure we go through the motions here, make sure you have it, make sure you execute it. But it looks like Lion Chen may be on the verge of sending his team into the finals here of the NRG series. A heck of a semifinals here. We started with Modern. We got to watch the full match we caught a little bit of Modern first result. Got to watch a lot of Standard, and now we're getting to see sort of the highs and the lows and the combos of Pauper.
Nate, pack it up, hit the road. The Outback is calling. We got to get like an Applebee's sponsorship or something. You know what I mean?
Applebee's is a good one. The
Club Bees.
It's a very certain class of restaurant that is the place to go after some of these events. Doesn't take too long, but isn't fast food.
Yeah. Also, it has to be open until like at least 11.
Yes, very important.
It's amazing Chili's hasn't sponsored anybody else.
True.
Yeah. Any of these tournaments. Imagine we have a huge Chili's logo instead of NRG.GG. I'm just not going to talk about this match, by the way. I refuse. I'm going to talk about other things while we go through this. Because
NRG players to do the commercials, the old school Chili's commercials, doing them at a long day end of a Magic tournament,
Yeah, we can change it to Chili's for the players too. We're progressive. It's fine. Like, it doesn't have to just be for the Chili's is for everyone. It's a family friendly establishment. Great food, great service, hardworking people, and we'd love them at NRG as a sponsor. And you know what else I love? Seeing Lion win that game with this absurd combo deck Once again, Pauper showing off. It is a long, tedious, meticulous format, but also has some of the craziest, coolest things going on in Magic. That was super cool to see.
It was. We got there. He got there. And we're going to get to watch it again because his team is heading to the finals of the NRG Championship Series. One of these squads is going to qualify for champs at the end of the year. So huge match on the other side of the break here as we take you to the last match of the weekend, the finals of the NRG Series here.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time. We are here at the finals of the NRG Championship Series. I'm Corbin Hostler, along with Mason Clark. We've been with you through the top 8. We took you through 7 rounds of Team Trios action. Before that, Ross and Mason stalwarts all day long here at this tournament. And Mason, it all comes down to this, the final match of the day.
I'm so excited. Let's head on down to the feature match area and just get it going right away. I want to see who's going to be our champ for the Milwaukee 2026 event.
That's right. Here we go. It will be one of these two teams. On your left, David Bewersi playing Spy in Pauper. Travis Boyd playing Demir mid-range in Modern. Graham Thompson playing Demir Excruciator in Standard. Now, I think we got to watch them play their winning in round 7. It was an exciting match. We saw these two Demir decks show up. On the other side, it's a team we just watched clean it up. Lion Chin playing that cycling deck, that crazy combo we just saw in Pauper. Sui Zhang on Demir in Modern. We have that Demir mid mirror match there in Pauper. And guess what? Pretty similar here in Standard, where Blake DeSwart is also on a Demir build. So we're going to start things off here in Standard because of the Demir matchups we can show you. That's a better one, because I'll tell you, we're not going to go watch Lion Chin's deck do its thing at the point we did last match. That was we got to watch the combo play out, but it was a bit of an excruciating one, as we get to watch that in Standard this time instead.
Extrufiator one. Okay.
Oh, look at that. You fixed it in real time with the power of your commentary.
Well, here. It's going to be interesting. This Demir is definitely interesting. I mean, the Modern one is like, they're very, very similar cards, like in their decks. Here, one of us is the Kaito deck that has been, the most panned deck maybe in my time of playing Standard ever. As a community, we've really gotten vicious about this deck here.
True. It's like drawn levels of hate.
Yeah, and just like, not even hate, but just like people saying, like, help yourself, stop doing it.
Yeah, like, I'm sorry. Like, you say I'm playing Demir mid, and people say I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, I would say this: it doesn't pass my bar that I always talk about in coaching as a reasonable deck gamer. And what I like to talk about that is, imagine you're talking to your favorite Magic pro. Mine's Javier Dominguez, my GOAT, Hall of Fame. I go up to Javier, I don't know him, and I'm talking to him, and Javier makes some small talk and says, "What deck are you playing?" It should not be awkward for Javier. That's my bar for a tournament. I should not tell Javier Demir mid-range with Kaitos and Curiosities. He has to go, "Oh, very cool." I don't want Javier put in that position. And that's my bar for deck selection. Maybe he doesn't agree. I'm playing mono green landfall. I got some.
You know what? That's a good point, because I am on the other side of that, where I have those conversations and then I tell people Merfolk, and it goes in an awkward direction after that.
Yeah.
You don't know there's a club until you tell people that you're playing Merfolk, and you find yourself kicked out of the club.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just hard for them too. At least have a deck where it can be something, where it's like Javier's like, "Oh, I considered playing that deck." "Oh, I thought of that." That's reasonable. My friend's playing that. How do you like your so-and-so matchup? That's my bar for deck.
Yeah. If you're the bar for your deck is Javier Dominguez won't cringe at you in public. And I think that's a reasonable bar.
Well, whoever your favorite Magic player is, it's just really a way to think about, like, you don't even have to play the best deck. Like, if we're in a team tournament, Corbin, as long as you pick a deck that you're not embarrassed to tell me that you want to play before the event, I'm like, sounds good. Third best deck in Standard.
It's true. Yeah.
Don't know why we're not playing the first, but why not, dog? Rock it. That's reasonable. Anyways, a lot of hate towards Kaito. A lot of Kaitos in this top 8. A lot of Kaitos in this top 8.
So as we look at a finals with 4 out of 6 Demir decks. So we're sharing all the trash that's been talked about the Demir decks, but that's where we are. In fact, we're going to get it started with the Demir mid-rangiest of cards there. That's Stormglass Siren's going to make the map token for Blake, and we're off to the races here. Looks like we're quieting Hex in hand for Graham if he wants to deal with something.
I will stop after this. I just realized how funny my example was to use Javier, since he won Worlds Dimir Excruciator of the 2 Dimir decks. That's funny. God, I am a generational talent. All right, well, shock in here. Requiting Hex up. That's going to stop this Spyglass Siren from having the map popped on it. Although it's pretty loud from Graham. Excuse me, by Graham there. Blake can probably sniff it out, but maybe we'll still want to pull the trigger.
Yeah, so you shock in the Watery Grave and pass. You know it's not for a creature at that point. So if you have any 2-drop at all, maybe you just don't want to go for that map play. And yeah, you see Blake just turn it sideways and figure out what we're going to do for 2 mana here. It's about a Phantom Interference, I think, in hand.
Requiting Hex. I'm being told Blake had to borrow a standard deck, and this was the best deck Blake could get.
Well, it's the best deck anyone can get.
Yeah. That's so fair. That's so fair. So real. Here's the
Deceit is going to run into that counter spell.
Phantom Interference, we say nay has really popped up, but Interference, pretty modal card. Cool to see seeing some play.
Yeah, and follows up with a Intimidation tactics here. So 2 of the good spells from Graham's Ham not going to resolve here. So one of them left over is a land. So we'll see if he's able to. He's not really in an aggressive position after that to push through anything early. So we'll see what he opts to do. Yeah, just passes back. Going to be a lot of that, I think, in this match.
Yeah. I mean, Graham's hand is all interactive stuff, and you're definitely the controlling role, especially with cards like a Meritus Ideation. Now that's in the deck instead of something like the Unholy Annex, like we saw with Javier back in the day. Is we're going to make a Drake in response. Talk about the modality. There you go. Reveal an island.
Huh. Yeah, I may as well start the pressure. It was going to go away either way. I had actually kind of forgotten about Annex when that was not just a playable card, but an incredibly powerful card, which isn't to say maybe it wouldn't still be good in some decks now. That was a fun one, though, when that whole version of Dimir came around.
Oh, yeah, and Holy Annex is very fun to play with. The mini game is really, really sweet. All right, Blake says, I'm not like us, makes his Drake. That is the dice there. Hopefully we'll get something. The beatdowns are going to begin. We know there's a Bitter Triumph in hand for Graham. So Blake could eat that via the Soulstone Sanctuary, I'd imagine for sure. But probably wouldn't love to get the Soulstone killed by a kill spell.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to try to crack successfully crack the Mac token on the Drake there, draw an extra land out of it. So there's a Soulstone Sanctuary for Blake, which may end up popping up here before the end of it. He's just, both players are just going to kind of flood out or run out of gas here. And we do see the token removed.
Okay, so Graham decided I'm going to Bitter Triumph after the map pop, maybe thinking there could be something else that could come down there. Winter Night Stories. This is a
refill. Yeah, this is a good refill here for sure. And I spot a Deceitful Spider-Man's going to hit the graveyard there along with the Winter Night Stories. And that'll enables the 4th land drop to keep pace here. So good refill there by Graham, who's still got a couple cards. Blake is hands up on the table. It's all lands.
Yeah. The 2 rows of lands there. Kind of funny. 2 creature lands too. It's awkward. Oh my gosh, Kaito. So, what a draw.
He could have.
There's the emblem. That's huge for those creature lands in play, the Soulstone Sanctuary.
I could be wrong. I think he could have activated the Sanctuary last turn and then would have been able to sneak the Kaito in, I guess, if he wanted. But
yeah, I think Blake was maybe playing around a kill spell / knows there's a Wrath. Well, there was a Wrath, and if we're discarding the Wrath, that probably means there's an answer, right? Yep. And so, there's something that could probably kill it, and maybe was just going to use that mana on the Restless Reef, then convert it into a Kaido instead, and so got to sneak this down.
Yeah, this works out very, very well here for Blake, who resolves that Kaido onto an empty board, and that just means it's just more Winter Night Stories for Graham, who's going to go digging for answers to Kaido. But is losing his own sort of chance to be proactive on the board here, as he instead is opting for card draw. So going to have a lot of options, but not a lot of mana to work with here. But if you're in Graham, you still feel like if you can find an answer to Kaido, you're in the driver's seat. Your opponent doesn't have anything going on. You're at a healthy life total. So just make sure you pick up the right couple of cards here. Don't let this Kaido find a way to stake around for too long and punish you. And there you go. We do, in fact, dig for a removal spell for that Bitter Triumph to point directly at Kaido to clear the way.
All right, Kaito down. If we find an Excruciator here, it's so awkward with your opponent having Restless Reef in their deck.
Yes, very much so. All right, so another land hits the board for Blake.
I mean, that Soulstone Sanctuary you talked about before can come up, be a 4/4 here thanks to the Kaito emblem, and crack in.
It's like Blake might be thinking about just that. Instead, he's just going to pass the turn back. So, okay. Graham, both players just staring down each other's open blue mana.
Duress fired off. It's an Enduring Curiosity. Okay, that's a
nice
good
one.
top deck. I mean,
that's a very nice one.
Yeah, the thing about the Dimir deck is like it does have two good cards, right? It has Kaido, it has Curiosity.
Yep.
And you could argue that maybe the two good cards are like Requiting Hex and Curiosity. But like when you draw them, it's good. And we've kind of hit them at the perfect time consistently. So you're putting up a lot of pressure here. I mean, this is really strong into Counterspell and really strong into like even a board wipe. And now you get to refuel your hand.
Yeah. Or we see a Restless Reef perhaps fired up on defense to prevent that, which is both risky and not necessarily where you want to be at all if you're Graham. So that Enduring Curiosity very much was one of the most interesting ways for this to go. Mills himself with his own Reef that's coming in here. And yeah, we do see one fired up on defense by Graham, but this means Blake gets cards either way.
It's such an interesting play there from Blake, losing the Reef and keeping the Soulstone. The Reef made it so your opponent couldn't Excruciate you. Maybe he has another one in hand, but I'm pretty sure that's a Watery Grave. Maybe just wanting to get that Reef off the board from Graham's side, thinking the trade's worth it. Fascinating stuff here. The Dream Beaver comes down, gets a scry, snap that top. One of the nice things about Blake's deck is when he mills himself with Restless Reef, he always feels really good because he's getting a bunch of bad cards. It's just like, yes, I milled Beaver, Requiting Hex, and 2 lands. As we're joking, you're a Deadly Cover-Up. Collecting evidence is brutal here. I believe that gets rid of the cat because it's in the graveyard while this effect resolves, so it won't come back.
That was the perfect answer if you're Graham, because the Curiosity was going to stick around, provide continued value. Instead, you're actually able to get rid of the Restless Reef. Now you're able to get rid of not just that Enduring Curiosity, but any future Enduring Curiosities. All of a sudden, board looks a lot more manageable for Graham, who navigated that sequence pretty well and is putting the onus back on Blake kind of at this point to present another threat, or we'll just sit here for a while.
Yeah. In theory, too, Graham knows the last card in Blake's hand because it is open deck list. Now, I don't think we went through all that, but it's possible. You can say this. You probably know it's not one of the key cards you care about. Check those pretty quick. All right, here's the Soulstone finally fired up, hitting in for 4.
Well, you know what? That life total swing is not irrelevant at this point because Graham is poked down to 5. He now has to spend mana to answer it, and there it's another devious Deadly Cover-Up.
Yeah, and that gets rid of Kaito. Uh-oh. We would have no good cards left. In theory, you could get rid of one of these other things, too. But, yep, there's Kaito.
Yeah, you're You're just hoping for something evasive, I guess, at this point.
Yeah.
If you're Blake, to try to push through those last few points.
And we do have a couple things that are good in that vein, right? Like we have Flood Pit Drowner, Wasp, other Soulstone Sanctuaries. I think there's at least one more in the deck. So like,
I mean, heck, hope your opponent waits for a few turns, play a Glass Spire, and put a counter on it, and hope that you just get a couple turns to go. And said, okay, Duress hitting
Winter Night Stories.
Winter Night Stories. Okay, well,
yeah, that's a big draw.
It is a flashback to Winter Night Stories here. Land off the top for Graham, but he just is able to flashback the stories, pick up a few more. We'll see where he wants to go with this. Saw a Duress there he doesn't want. I see an Excruciator he probably does want.
Yeah, Graham slammed the land into play, which I think is maybe costing him huge.
Yeah,
I think he drew Reef. Yeah, and you already played your land for the turn there.
Yes, he definitely wants that Doomsday Excruciator, and there he goes, pitching it to the graveyard.
Judge, get that land back in the hand. We'll get that fixed for you in the future match area. Funny enough, Graham should be in this position if he had held the land. We are getting someone over there to pause this match, get that caught. Very easy fix. Slap on the wrist for Graham. We put that land back in the hand, not really changing anyone's plays. We might also just continue play from here at this point. Who knows? But I know Judge has been notified, so don't worry about it, Twitch chat. At this point, all the mana would be tapped. Graham would play the land here. So as long as this mana doesn't get used, it's a no harm, no foul. There's Duress. All right.
Duress hitting Duress, but Excruciator remains in play. But yeah, you're right. That mana never got used there. And
yeah, so we got a little lucky. No awkwardness.
Looks like Judge is probably coming over now.
Yeah.
We may be able to pop into another match. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, it's awkward. Like, street level Judge L0 Mason Batman styles, like whatever, it's happened at this point. Give Graham a warning. If Graham has a bunch of warnings for this, accrue the correct punishment. But nothing's really happened. And there was no real advantage that has come due to just how this game played out. But obviously, there could be in the future. I think Graham just made a silly oopsie poopsie as it was. And, these sort of things happen. Been playing Magic all weekend. Maybe even played Riftbound yesterday. We had one of the biggest Riftbound events all time there.
Many people were.
We're going to jump into what I believe is our modern match here and see how these players are doing for a second. Looks like maybe this is in game 2. I don't know for sure. So. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible they had a big judge call, or maybe one of the players had to go to the bathroom, right? Like, that's definitely within the realm of reasonable. But either way, we're in the game here. It looks like Mystical Dispute is in hand for Travis. That makes me think we don't have the correct match record here for Boyd versus Zhang. So we'll try and get that updated for you. I'm going to guess that Zhang lost because Zhang is starting turn 3 here. But, maybe there's a main deck Mystical Dispute. I guess
your powers of deduction are unmatched.
Yeah, I know. Generational talents. Oh, stop. By the way, Altars, a dying art.
That's what I was going to say. Look at that.
Yeah, so cool. I love that. Listen, before Universes Beyond came into Magic, buckos, we used to go to an event. You'd spend $15. You hand your card to some nice person who had an artist booth there, and they put some doodles on your cards like that. That was Altar Art Magic. And you know what? Sometimes you wanted to have Deadpool be your psychic frog or whatever. And so you would spend money doing that, It was cool. Dying
the good
art.
news is if you're playing a Deadpool and you still want it to be a psychic frog, you can do that.
That's so true. All right. Power deduction has been in full effect. Travis Boyd is up a game because there are no main deck Mystical Disputes.
All right, there you go. The target for the discard has been chosen. Here comes the fetch land. And we'll see where Travis goes from here. By the way, we did get an outcome there in the first game. Graham Thompson did take it down with Demir Excruciator. So they sorted out the judge call and determined that this giant Excruciator and the cards backing it up too much. So Graham taking down the first game there, along with Travis taking down the first game of our finals. Now Lion Chin picks it up with his combo deck we saw over in Pauper. So picking one up for his team. But either way, Travis trying to put the squad on the board with the first match win if he can take it on the draw here.
Yeah, I think that's a game Blake's going to go back and think a lot about. A couple small decisions I think that were close that really ended up biting us in the butt. Things like trading our reef with their reef instead of our Soulstone Sanctuary, I think really changed the texture of that game a ton. So, anyways, here's a signed Tamiyo. Who signed this Tamiyo? Is that Evan Fall? Maybe it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. All right. Well, Counterspell's going to eat it either way.
It was good. He got some time there on the battlefield. Well, not on the battlefield per se, but you know what I mean. We got a chance to check it out. Bowmasters is a follow-up from Zhang, though. This one is going to stick and do some damage. And was that in response to a...
Yeah, Cling to Dust was targeting Thoughtseize to draw a card, so Bowmaster gets that extra point. Ayos míos.
Good value there from Zhang. We'll see how Travis is able to fight back here. He does land a frog, but hey, look at that. It's a spell snare it runs right into from Zhang. So big moment there. Of course, the dispute for Travis to fight right back, if I'm following along right here. So this should result in that frog hitting the battlefield, but I'm going to need some help if it wants to connect.
Yeah, and this is an interesting spot. The frog is going to accrue card advantage for Travis, right? But Zhang has Bowmasters. Oh, Force Negation, getting that Fatal Push is so huge. But yeah, now if you draw more cards, all right, Quantum Riddler's another huge wow. Back-to-back bombs here from these players.
Yeah, no kidding. This game is moving quickly, and they are trucking through it. Quantum Riddler is going to be setting up very nicely. But all right, if you're Travis, you expended a ton of resources to do it, but you've untapped with the Psychic Frog. You can use the Shieldred's Edict to get rid of the Bowmasters here, or not. Or your Shieldred's Edict is going to run straight into a Spell Snare once you've selected the mode for it. So no luck for Travis Boyd getting rid of the army here, and that is going to mean that the frog is not going to be the biggest, or at least the only threat in play, although it does connect and draw an extra card here.
Is that a second Spell Snare for Travis?
I think so.
That's pretty huge. I mean, Quantum Riddler, and I think the rest of the threats are 2-drops. So that's kind of like...
Yeah, just being able to spin this third mana you have access to efficiently when your opponent has more lands than you anyway is just useful. The fact that it's going on a very good spell too is what you need, as you kind of are now getting beat down by the Bowmasters, right? Like you take 4 there.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I meant. Like, you're going to have card advantage as Travis, but the board is going to have like, there's a Mystical Dispute.
Full cost Mystical Dispute to counter that Shieldred's Edict. Extra card coming in now from the frog.
Yeah, and there's that extra ping. So Travis Boyd takes more damage. I think Travis is lower than 16. Because we've shot a couple times with the Bowmaster. I think we're at 13. Now taking 5 down to 8. There's another Bowmasters in hand, along with the Dispute. I mean, Zhang might win this. Bowmaster's looking really nice here.
It looked really good against those Edicts. Now that Bowmasters runs into a Spell Snare, which runs into counter magic of its own, and that's the game. Zhang picks it up in a hurry with the deck there. So, okay, 1-1 here in the Modern seat.
Yeah, let's check out Standard. Those players should be in the midst of things. All right.
Yeah, you nailed it. Looks like we're here on turn 2. There's a Deceit on the stack, revealing that hand from Blake, who has 2 open mana and a stack full of cards, but it didn't look like any way to spend it outside of a Flood Pitch Drowner that he may or may not end up casting here.
Yeah, Flood Pit and Wanshing Tong to flash in. I guess the idea is you force the Wanxing Tong to get taken, or like you just.
Wow, he goes for the betrayal.
Yeah, maybe that was Blake's idea, was that you can save both creatures if you don't flash. And so weirdly give your opponent the choice and hope that that's good enough, because I think Blake needs the pressure. Looks like we're on a mulligan here.
Yeah, and he does keep the pressure. He puts the flood pit into play, puts the second flood pit into his graveyard off of the map. And you get a poke in for 3 vigilance damage. You have access to Wanxi Tong, but he doesn't actually go for it. Goes for the Spyglass Siren instead.
I like this because now you get to hit a land potentially, which makes your Wanxing Tong draw a card, right? And then you could potentially find a real spell, right? Like a Kaido or Curiosity. That would be great. And then getting rid of Dreambeaver stuff. So it feels a little weak, but has a lot of potential upside. And I think when you're on a mole or 5 or 6 like Blake is, you have to go for that line.
Yeah. All right. Well, over in the Pauper tables, Beworsi was able to pick up a game. So heading into a game 3 against Lion Chin, as the modern match gets started, you see as well. So deep in the finals here in RG Milwaukee Championship Series, the winner here, the 3 of them will go to champs at the end of the year, and it is anyone's match right now. Enduring Curiosity is the next threat to hit the stack from Blake. That is huge, and it sticks by the look of it. So that's a big one. Although Superior Spider-Man from Graham is the first time we've seen it this match, but it's actually just going to turn itself into a copy of Archmage of Emeritus.
Doesn't that hit your recall. I mean, Spider-Man is just a way to like turbo out your combo, which has always been nice in this deck. And then the Emeritus now being in your deck means that it has even more value like this. Just a great addition.
And just look at that, just takes the hit from the Enduring Curiosity. So gives up the card. Is hoping to reload with an Ancestral Recall of his own. And just a Dreambeavers from Blake. All right. Well, if you're Graham, you get a chance to untap with this Archmage. It looks like that's what's happening. The world's going to look a little better after you Ancestral Recall yourself, if that's the direction you want to go here. And it does look like that is, in fact, the case. So Wanxi Tong, though, is the response from Blake. Wants to go ahead and get this one in before Graham has access to all these new cards. It does resolve. It is going to cycle itself and draw an extra one. And now that it's in play, Wanxi Tong is a great threat because anytime your opponent does happens to dig into their library, you get to trigger it. It has vigilance. It flies. It obviously the flash speed was huge, but here we go. It's a 3/3 to try to push on through damage, and that requires a second Superior Spider-Man from Graham.
Yeah, and this Deceit does get full value, so you get to bounce and discard. Do I want Spyglass Siren or Curiosity? Pretty tough choice. Tanks decides it's Curiosity.
All right, well, double Superior Spider-Man here for Graham. He's down to 8 life, but he's got a Deceit and Archmage Emeritus Spider-Man in play. So he actually is in a good spot on the board, if you can't tell by the fact they just look like Superior Spider-Mans. So Blake, while having him down to 8 life and while having a impressive Wanxi Tong of his own, is actually still got a little work to do here if he wants to try to push through. So he go ahead and swings with the 4-power Wanxi Tong. All right. Elicits the trade.
Mm-hmm.
And then Strategic Betrayal to follow it up. That takes care of the other Spider-Man, takes care of the graveyard so that more Spider-Mans aren't a problem. Big turn there by Blake, giving himself a chance to get into the match. Remember, he hasn't picked a game up yet, unlike his teammates who both are in game 3s of their own right now. So good play here, but the Excruciator is the follow-up from Graham.
Yeah, and now we're down to 6 cards in deck, and there is a Restless Reef in play, as you were talking about. But if Blake draws one of his own, could play it and then threaten the deck. Because remember, Excruciator draws 2 cards.
That's right.
So Graham will be down to 0 if a mill forward to happen. Dreambeaver.
It's just another beaver.
And we should already know the bottom card of our deck because we Dream Beaver the last turn and there was no shuffling. There's a Dream Beaver on
Another
top.
Dream Beaver on top. Graham's at 5 life.
Yeah, it's kind of good, and probably does make sense to bottom it so that when you get milled, it's your last draw.
Yeah, so you're able to poke through with your flyers, put Graham down to 3. I guess the next you're able to push through 2 damage as it currently stands with flyers, and then your Dream Beaver would do the last point. So there is a line here for Blake. A lot of cards though from Graham, and it's any bit of interaction with that plan should stop it.
Yeah, I'm just. I can't quite make out the hand, but yeah, it's another
Excruciator. Well, that does stop you from dying to the flyers.
Okay, I mean you're right, and then the reef will mill, and because we actually bottomed the beaver to play around the restless reef, we now don't have the beaver.
Right. And I mean, the beaver wasn't going to be lethal here anyway. So, gosh, yeah, there you go.
Wow.
That's why it's just a handshake. The second flying blocker of all things was the key there. And Graham Thompson takes the match. Baworski, Boyd Thompson, they have one of the 2 that they need. I think we might be able to head back into the Demir mirror in Modern, because this could be it. Zewi Zhang is playing to keep his team alive, and Travis Boyd is playing to send his team to the NR championship the champs at the end of the year, while also hoisting a title here at the NRG championship. So jumping into this game, we see a Bowmasters again on the right side, but this time there's a big Murktide regent hanging out for Travis.
Yeah, and the big Murktide trumps all these cards in combat. I mean,
it's getting frisky. We're a turn into it. It looked like it just swung for a large chunk of damage. Zhang's down to just 6 life. Now he's got a lot of cards that would deal with or slow down that Murktide regent. But if he doesn't, this thing could end in a hurry. So you spot the Murktide up on your field there. Whenever an instant or sorcery leaves your graveyard, you put a counter on it. So as it currently stands, it is a 6/6, and that is a lethal attacker. Land off the top means it is over. That doesn't do it. The Murktide will win it. Travis Boyd takes the game, takes the match. His team takes the finals.
And look at that pop-up. You can see our table moved, our cameras moved, the whole team's doing it. That's so awesome. Congratulations to that team. Great performance here this weekend. That's going to lock them up for NRG champs at the end of the year in December with, over $20,000 in prizes on the line for them there. So wow, what an amazing, amazing show we just had.
Yeah, this was great. Busy weekend in Milwaukee, a lot of games being played. And today we got to see some great Modern Team Trios events. Always bring out the best in our game, the best in our community. And we got to see a very lively top 8 here. Some great matches on the way and 3 very deserving champions who we'll see again later this year.
Yeah, I'm going to check to see. I don't know if we're going to be able to get an interview. Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. Another situation might be like those players might need to be heading home. It's pretty late there. You might have work on the morning, but we're going to get word from production whether we're going to have an interview or not here in just 1 second. But as we're going, yeah, I mean, listen, Demir Excruciator, I think is a deck that makes sense if you think Landfall is going to be the level 0 this weekend, right? They've always traditionally kind of struggled against this. You can control them just enough. Yeah, going long Sapling Nursery can be an issue, but that's, something. Demir mid-range in Modern, kind of a wow thing. I mean, a lot of people ships in the night, kind of blew me by surprise. And then Spy is something I think is really strong in Pauper, makes it set there. But those players are going home. We're going home. Thank you so much for everyone who watched us this weekend. It was great to have you. We're going to be live next weekend as well with some Riftbound coverage. So if you're into Riftbound, make sure to check out our stream next Saturday as well. That's going to be an exciting thing here. And we'll be back with more Magic very, very soon. Thank you for everyone on the NRG team that makes this happen behind the scenes as well. A lot of people put a lot of hard work into this. Thank you, Ross. Thank you, Corbin, for doing the stream with us as well this weekend. And we will see you all next time for some more Magic the Gathering.